Dun, 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 dun. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. All right, hello everyone. All right, let's pause, get started. Let's get into it. Okay. I have three very kind of long videos for us today, honestly, bro. So we might be here for a hot second. Let's go ahead and jump in today. Uh, Ethan Klein had a guest on his show that's a pro-Palestinian activist, and it's titled It's Time for Me to Listen. And let's go ahead and listen. Let's listen together. Let's take it in. Let's dissect it and see if we learn anything new, because everyone has a perspective. Everyone lives in their own bubble. Nothing wrong with being in a bubble. Bubble is just our perception, and it's a shared perception we share with others, and it's between ourselves and the external, right? So it's, everyone's allowed to have their own perspective. Let's see what this Palestinian activist perspective is, and if we agree or disagree. All right, let me know how the volume is.
Yeah, I have a really interesting guest. Let's bring him on. His name is, once again, Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib, and I'll have him tell you about his background. Mm-hmm. But he's a peace activist, a Palestinian peace activist, someone who I've been following for a while with great admiration, because he kind of like...
A peace activist is already a very interesting terminology. I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean he's a pacifist? Does that mean he doesn't believe in any form of violence? Does that mean that he advocates for peace? How is that separate from, other forms of people advocating for peace? So kind of already an interesting title to give him.
Like me, all this guy does. There he is. I'll let him speak for himself. Hello, Ahmed. How are you? Thanks for calling.
Yes, of course. Thanks for having me on.
Hello.
I'm very grateful for the perspective that you've brought to this from the very beginning, because I think I'm like you. I'm someone who's in favor of peace, who's in favor of Palestinian liberation, who hates Hamas, right? But also doesn't think that it's a good idea to erase it. The genocidal language that they deploy, that the co-signing the violence that you're seeing now, and it's like anyone who's isn't black and white just gets absolutely annihilated in the court of public opinion these days. Has that been your...
So already I'm hearing a tonality that indicates to me that Ethan is, well, one, he's using leading questions, but he's trying to make sure they're on the same page. It sounds like they're taking that, very specific, I'm the nuance and nobody else is the nuance, but my nuance also includes Israel gets to defend itself, which is certainly an Israeli talking point we know that use constantly, because who can argue with somebody advocating for their own protection, right? I'm just trying to protect myself. Yes, but if protecting yourself, means genociding a whole population of people, then is that protecting yourself? Right? And obviously I would say no. So already we're getting sort of that tonality to Ethan's questioning, which indicates to me, again, I have some prejudice coming into this. I have my own biases, as everybody does, but I'm already feeling like what I call centrist vibes, which is I want to say I'm pro-Palestinian, but I also want to protect Israel's right to genocide the Palestinians, So it feels already like maybe that's my prejudice, maybe that's my bias. So let's go ahead and listen, but I'm already getting that feeling.
Your experience?
Absolutely, man. As someone from Gaza, someone who's lost family members, someone who has actual war injuries from having grown up in the Gaza Strip, the fact that I'm able to, and people talk about nuance, but no one actually walks the talk. No one actually understands what nuance means. No one wants to hold multiple truths. No one wants to talk about the fact that you can be pro the Palestinian people's just and urgent aspirations, while also rejecting an Islamist death cult that has...
Oh, talking point, Islamist death cult. Talking point. Interesting. Okay, so we're getting indication of the bubble they're from. Who uses words like Islamist death cult? Okay, so we're getting some Islamophobia mixed in with this, some anti-Muslim rhetoric, even though Islamists and Muslims are different categories of Islam. Okay, so we're getting some, wordage here.
It's been a complete disaster for the Palestinian people, far more than it has been a deadly menace for the Israelis. Yes, of course, It has been
I'm sorry, for the Israelis?
Far more than it has been a deadly menace for the Israelis. Yes,
Okay, so he's saying that because of Hamas, it's been deadlier for the Palestinians more than even the Israelis. So he's saying Hamas has killed more Palestinians then they have impacted the Israelis, yes?
Of course, it has been for Israelis in the 1990s during the Oslo process, in the 2000s with the Second Intifada, certainly with the rockets when they took over, and then October 7th. But I would argue that Hamas has been a far more menacing threat to the very existence and welfare of the Palestinian people, and trying to hold those moments.
Then who? So Hamas is a greater threat to Palestinians than who? Also, just a reminder, in case you guys are new to my channel or this is the first time you're seeing a video from me, my name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture. And just a reminder that I don't trust any group of men that come together and claim they have good ideas. So it's not me, I'm not here to defend Hamas. I would never defend a group of men. Never going to be defending a group of men because you just know they're up to no good. You know what I'm saying? But when he talks about, Hamas has been deadlier to the Palestinians than who, the implication is the Israelis, right? I think just numbers wise, I feel like that's deeply incorrect if we take into consideration the last 75 years.
Multiple truths immediately erases my heritage, my pride of my Palestinian.
And he's anecdotally making it about himself. Listen, everyone wants to pull out their minority card when it fits them or suits them, especially if they're white passing. Now, Ahmed looks more Middle Eastern than even I do, even though we're both, from parts of the Middle East, even though our family is from there. I don't think I look necessarily as Middle Eastern, though a lot of people do think I'm Jewish. So there's a lot of anti-Semitism that shows up that I block because anti-Semitism is not the vibe. P.S. Palestinian Semites. So we're all Semitic here. Okay, Semite to Semite. We're all hanging out together. We're all just having issues about who gets to call out anti-Semitism. Because you would assume that anti-Semitism doesn't just apply to Jews. It also applies to Semitic Palestinians. And yet when someone says anti-Semitism, the only group of people who ever get to talk about it are Jewish people. So we need to deconstruct that and really be honest about that, construct within itself. And then, again, his personal experience is really valid, but it also comes from a very specific perspective and bubble. So we need to deconstruct that as well, right?
Background. I'm a spy. I'm a Zionist. I'm a traitor. I'm a sellout. I'm a bootlicker. I'm all of those things. And I've appreciated the fact that you, among other allies across.
So automatically when he says that, I'm hearing centrist conservative. I'm hearing ultimately, look, there's no such thing. It's no such thing as Republican policy that's good for people. Conservative policy is bad for people. And anytime you fall on the side of a political policy in which the only people backing you are either conservatives and or people who commit genocides, then we have to consider that we might be wrong. So if he's getting this much flack, if he's getting this much pushback, some of it might be unwarranted. His intentions might be really, really good, but I wonder if he's had the chance to question himself. So right now, Ethan and him are bonding on being rejected from the pro-Palestinian movement because they are in some ways embracing or defending Israel. So I would love to know the details of that because right now they're just bonding. Notice that they're bonding on their own rejection.
Both the Jewish community and non-Jewish community have really been seeking to bolster those of us who are trying our best to be pragmatic, be moderates, be.
So you already said the words. The Israeli and non-Israelis are boosting the moderates. Red flag. Pragmatic. Red flag. Right. So I'm already hearing language here that says to me like, oh, this is no good.
Be reasonable. Be about our people's rights without promoting terrorism, which is very sexy nowadays among some in the circles, which is despicable.
One thing that after October 7th that really shook me, was completely unexpected, was the outward support for Hamas, like immediately after. Because like I always had this understanding like, oh, everybody knows they're like evil and they're bad guys and they're terrorists, right? But then after October 7th.
Well, here's the problem. That's a bubble perspective. I don't know that Hamas is bad, except from what I've heard from the American news media. So I'm assuming they're bad because they're a group of men. But I have no reason to assume they're any worse as a group of men than the United States military or its leaders or its policyholders. So then I have to call into question, is it really the patriarchy we're mad at, or is it Hamas? Because it sounds to me like we're really angry at the patriarchy.
I had my co-host, Hassan Piker, I came on here to be like, dude, isn't this crazy? and he's unable to say a bad thing about them. The audience is in full, seems to be in full support of Hamas, and I didn't even consider that a possibility.
No one in great numbers is actually pro Hamas. I think they're pro liberation at any cost, which is something we should talk about. But the fact that people have to fight for their liberation is more of the focus. Why are people even oppressed in the first place? Who's oppressing them? And why do they have to beg for their own liberation? So who are the people denying them liberation? And it certainly isn't in this specific, very isolated context. I would say it's more Israel than Hamas, who's denying the Palestinian people liberation.
I was like a completely reality shattering for me when I saw that. And it's, continued since then. It's really something,
Well, you just hit on basically why I decided to put myself forth. I worked for an international philanthropic organization and research organization focused on Africa before October 7th for the last 8 years. And I've maintained my contact with Gaza ever since I came here, and we can get into elements of my story later. But while I've been on and off involved with what you would call the mainstream pro-Palestine movement, I had stepped away. But I was shocked myself that in the past, at least, there was the pretense, and I'll be honest with you, there was the pretense, a goodwill effort, or at least a recognition of saying, well, I'm not down with Hamas, but the blockade. Well, I'm not down with Hamas, but Israeli policies. Well, no, I'm with the Palestinian people.
Look, people are pro-Hamas the way they are pro the conservative movement when they've been a lifelong Democrat. You end up going to the side of the people that are opposite of the person oppressing you the most. So if you're a Andrew Schulze kind of guy and you feel like the Democrats aren't cool anymore, see my last video on Bernie and Andrew for context, you might vote for Trump and be like, well, maybe the conservatives are the answer. If you're Palestinian and you feel like, well, the Israeli government's not helping you, nobody's helping you, and maybe this group called Hamas will help us, right? Maybe this group of people who say they want our liberation will help us. You're putting people in desperate situations who are pushed into corners, who feel like they have nowhere to turn, so they go to the next thing available to them, even if that thing is obviously not going to be inherently long-term good for them. You're blaming people for being people. And that's the thing is there's no reason to blame. We just need to observe and see why are the Palestinians even in this situation to begin with. And it just doesn't have to do with Hamas. And so for Israel and for these people to distract us and to say that Palestinians are only in this position because of Hamas is what's dangerous, because that's just not true.
I don't support Hamas and there were tiers of that, right? Mm-hmm. And then on October 7th, I would say something flipped, something really shifted. But I want to share, though, before October 7th, going way back, there were elements of supporters for Hamas throughout the movement, but it was generally understood.
They had to keep it low key.
Precisely, keep it low key, and they were genuinely I believed the smaller element. So, for example,
right.
In the first war, I was, I'm 35 right now. I was 18 in 2008, 2009. I remember, and I was always, very good in public talking, and I was always making, a compelling case for why what's happening in Gaza is unjust, etc. I remember vividly in San Francisco, a reporter asking me, well, what do you think about these rockets that Hamas is shooting? They're indiscriminate, they're terrible. And I remember answering the reporter, of course I'm against Hamas's rockets, and I'm against random acts of violence. And that's not what the Palestinian people want, because Gazans don't want Hamas. And even back then, they didn't want these unmasked dudes. They just show up next to your house, they put up this launching pad, silly launching pad, they shoot off the missile, and then Israeli aircraft come and just destroy the whole area. And so that was when I was growing up, man, but when I was growing up in Gaza, it wasn't the rockets. They used to have mortars in there, and people hated when Hamas or Islamic Jihad.
Yeah, it's gotta be terrifying when
It's gotta be. Wait, Chet says, I thought you didn't want to listen to pro-Zionist shows on here. The video I suggested was a great discussion between two women. One is very anti-Zionist and the other is a reluctant Zionist. I remember you asked me to review this video between two Jewish women or whatever. I don't know them. Right? This is trending topic. This is in the news. This is in our bubble. The people you suggested, I don't mind watching people, but remember that I'm doing a job here and nobody knows who those people are. So unless I pre-watch the video and it's interesting, it's not going to help us it's not going to help us have a greater conversation. When we use people that we know, we're able to have better conversations about these topics. And I know who Ethan Klein is. And so like, it's not that I'm opposed to watching that video. I just don't know who they are. I haven't done my research, and putting me in a position as a public figure to all of a sudden host a pro-Zionist Jewish woman, right? And I don't know what she's going to say. Like, I just feel like that wasn't responsible for me to host that person at that time. So just for context, right? We have to think about those things, right? Chad says, I just felt bad because you sounded mad. I'm not mad. I'm autistic. Say it with me, girls. I'm not angry. I'm autistic. You know, that's it. I have one of those autistic tones that always sound angry. I'm not angry. I'm autistic, you know?
And they set that up next to your, post up next to your house or wherever you live.
Exactly. So like it was a universally loathed thing, and people were like, so what? Like, what are you going to do? And then meanwhile, Israeli surveillance drones are overhead, the Apaches, the F-16s. So like, through my lived experience, through my contact with people in Gaza, through the understanding that since Hamas took over in 2007, they accelerated the use of civilian areas for this action. So I was able, even as an 18-year-old, to say, well, yeah, of course I'm against these rockets. And the way Israel's conducting this,
right.
and that, and yada, yada. I was immediately pulled to the side. I'll never forget this, by one of the organizers of the someone who was at the time working through the Answer Coalition. The Answer Coalition have been around forever.
No body shaming in my chat. Okay? We don't body shame on this channel. So no body shaming on this chat. Okay? We try not to. Okay? I know it's instinctual. I know you want to make fun of how people look, but don't make fun of how people look. Grow up.
And they were like, Ahmed, that was terrible. Don't ever do that again. You always pivot away from talking about Hamas and the rockets. You always make it about Israel. I was like, okay, wait, but I did talk about Israel, but I legitimately expressed the sentiment that I know people in Gaza and Gaza, like, I talk to my friends. No, it doesn't matter. You always stay on point. Keep the focus on Israel. Hamas is irrelevant in this whole. I was like, wait, but literally the conflict is happening because Hamas started all these things. Like, come on, guys. Like, so that was the first crack for me. I was like, really? We're going to engage in dishonesty just to be, but I didn't think much of it at the time. And I was like, okay, whatever, that's one person. And I continued to seek to do this pragmatic approach of saying, look, Hamas is like bad, like Hamas is terrible. And I would get some funny looks, but for the most part, people didn't really give me a hard time.
I just feel like, again, I want us to zoom out, and I want us to remember that Hamas is just a group of people doing things they think is correct, as is all other groups of people. So this is a philosophy channel. We're talking about the meaning of man. What does it mean to exist in the universe, on a floating rock in space? We're not talking about this situation. We're talking about this situation to have a greater conversation. And I think the issue with Western propaganda is that it fails to recognize that Hamas is no different than all of the different factions that we have in our own part of the world that, obviously also hold all of these bad elements as well. I think that's the problem with the United States in particular, is that it has a hard time holding itself accountable for the amount of terrorism that it's caused globally. So when we're having these conversations, what we're trying to figure out is, where is this person coming from, and why are they coming to these conclusions, and why do we all come to different conclusions, right? And a big part of it is that what usually moves a person forward is their value system, their foundational belief. So if you don't have one, it will move you in a direction. If you do have a strong belief, it will push you in a direction. So when we deconstruct our belief systems, we have to start with our why. Why do we believe what we believe? What do we believe about existing on the planet? Why do we think we're here, both in terms of meaning and in terms of the literal biological reality that we exist in? And so what I find when I hear people like this talk is that what I'm really learning is where they're coming from, and where I think that maybe they're a little bit giving, and I'm going to use a really bad terminology here, so forgive me, but they're giving a little token, like a little bit, just like a little bit. And I say this as an Assyrian person whose family was Catholic and grew up leaving Iraq and feeling like the West was like this beautiful, wonderful liberating place for them. I know what it's like to grow up, never quite fitting perfectly in a bubble. And you're not, Arab enough, you're not Assyrian enough, you're not Chaldean enough, you're not, you're not anything enough. And so you end up kind of like mismatching your identity. And then you want to be anti-Hamas. Like any feminist is not going to be pro-Hamas, but not for the same reasons that Ethan is anti-Hamas. Like no pro-feministy person, no deconstructing the gender binary person is going to be like, oh yes, you know who I love? Hamas. No, we don't love Hamas. What we don't do, though, what we don't want to do is use Western propaganda to come to our conclusions about Hamas, right? And that's what I feel like happens with a lot of these bubbles, is that your criticism of Hamas doesn't come from your own thoughts. It comes from the thoughts of your government that has told you these people are bad and this is why they're bad, right? And then, of course, chat, you just said what I was about to say, but you can't equate Israel and Hamas's actions. Exactly. Like, you can't sit here and say Hamas has done more damage to Palestinians than the literal country that's been genociding and targeting them and has been occupying that space for 75 years. The math doesn't math, right? So, of course, like from different lenses, and this is why we don't want to pink wash this situation, because as a queer person as well, I understand why Republicans and anti-Muslim people are saying, oh my gosh, like these Muslim people, they'll kill you. If you're gay, they'll kill you. What I find about men is they'll kill you for any reason, As a feminist once said, a man doesn't care if you're ugly, he'll fuck an animal. So don't worry. You know what I mean? And that's, listen, we're not trying to be misandrous over here. We're just trying to have conversations about perception and how we have this conversation and what lens we're coming from, right? So just a reminder, there are all sorts of conspiracies about Hamas and what is Hamas, and is Hamas secretly, funded by Israel, or is Hamas secretly ruining everything for the Palestinians? Is Hamas this liberation movement? We don't know. We're not there. I don't know. And I'll say that with my full chest. I don't know what the intentions of Hamas individuals are. I don't know. All I know is that it doesn't seem to matter when compared to Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. And I feel like we're focusing on Hamas when we should be focusing on, you know what I mean? We should be focusing on Palestinians.
Time or push back. But what I would say is that since October 7th, there's been a complete shift, man.
Right.
And I have a couple of theories to that. I think one of them is that, it's been almost 10 years from October 7th since the last major war. And that's enough time for enough of the younger generations of Arab Americans, Palestinian Americans, the pro-Palestine, the Muslim Americans, the pro-Palestine movement writ large. So you have a new kind of wave of younger generations. But the other theory is that I actually think because of the success, and I'm putting that in quotes, success, it was horrible, as a disaster, but the initial success of the attack of October 7th, I genuinely think that some people were like, oh, well, maybe armed resistance isn't so bad. Maybe it can work against a much more powerful adversary like Israel. Little did they know that within 8 hours, the Israelis were starting to push back, and then the bombardment began. So it was a complete failure. And then number 3, and this is where I get in the most trouble, because people start thinking that I'm somehow this far right crazy. I'm not. I'm not far right. I'm not far left. I'm a middle of the road. And me personally, I'll be honest with you, I'm a Democrat. I'm a registered Democrat. So, but nevertheless, I actually think the pro-Palestine community and movement neatly plugged into a lot of the insanity of some of the extreme woke left. And I'm not saying woke left. I'm not saying that I'm coming from necessarily a MAGA perspective. I'm just saying that the broader environment, the 10 years since, the 2014 big war in Gaza versus 2023, almost 10 years later, things in the Western world, and particularly in the United States, are different, such that, we don't have critical race theory in Palestine. We have now critical Palestine theory. And that is the Palestinians have no agency. There's no accountability. What they did on October 7th was an inevitability. And I call that the inevitability fraud. That October 7th was an inevitability when it wasn't. And so that's where.
This takes us back to the conversation about free will. We covered this yesterday on stream. What does it mean for man to have free will? What does it mean for us to make decisions that aren't just out of a desperate situation or a sort of need of survival or sort of this perfect privileged concept zoomed out, not putting yourself in people's shoes and thinking this could have been avoided. All things could have been avoided if we simply did not exist. But nothing can be avoided so long as we continue to exist. So when we talk about like this idea of October 7th was not inevitable, it couldn't have been avoided. When people say October 7th was inevitable, they're saying human beings can only be pushed into a corner for so long. And unless they unless they simply decide to not interact, yes, it's inevitable. It's basically predictable. You can almost tell the future, right? And we can't even tell the future, but we can kind of tell the future. Humans aren't that complex, even though they're very complex. They're pretty predictable. If you look at all the signs and you look at all the data, they only have so many options moving forward. Now, if they interact with introspection, extrospection, if they have privilege and tools, if they have options open up, you get more options. But given the situation, they only had so many options. And so what you're looking at is you're having the conversation from different points of view, right? But ultimately, the reason I always say, regardless of how homophobic and bigoted maybe Muslim people can be because of their religion, we need to stop genociding them so we can have conversations, because ultimately, I don't think bigots should be genocided. Now, I hold, he says he's a peace activist. I hold a pretty radical stance of violence being almost unnecessary, almost always, but only necessary because humans are evolved animals over billions of years. Well, and the dilemma with that too is that I don't know if he believes in God or something, but when you're dealing with human beings who believe in a higher power, they don't think they were just put here for, they think they were put here for a reason. So then you have to deconstruct all of these, points of view. But ultimately, any genocide at any time is unethical and unwarranted for any reason. Always. And so what we run into is a problem where, again, for them, they're trying to get the genocided to be more mature and responsible more than the people genociding. And the irony is not lost on me. It's just like the same reason we blame children more than we blame adults, the same reason you hold streamers more accountable than politicians. The way you are trying to get a genocided population to be more responsible than the ones genociding is crazy. That's the part that's so unethical, and yet they feel so good about it. That's why everyone's upset with Ethan and Ahmed and all these people. It's like, look, we feel you, bro, but also you're blaming the kid when we should be looking at the parent. And I don't know why you're not looking at the parent. I know the kid is but like the parent is the one. And it's because they, I don't know why people do it, but they do it. I think this is the generational curse of society that we're all working on. We're trying to make sure that we hold the people in the position of power the most accountable. And we haven't done that. We haven't done that forever. And so I think this is an opportunity for all of us to break this generational curse as a society.
Where I was really surprised that on day 2 or 3, there were these mass protests.
Right.
Effectively celebrating it and at the same time calling it a genocide.
Right. Yeah. And so, what strikes me is the difference between what appears to be the difference between what the people in Gaza actually want and advocate for, and then what Western leftists are being like, actually, no, you guys need to fight till you're all dead. Like, it strikes me as so deeply ironic. And like you said, there's a bigotry of low expectations where it's like, of course, these people are going to act like barbarians. Of course.
Yo, Ethan. What video essayist did he watch? He read it, no, he doesn't read. He must have seen a video essayist say it. The bigotry of low expectations. Who did you see who taught you how to say that without any understanding of what it means?
Of course they're going to want to be violent. Of course they're going to be like this. It's like, no, that doesn't, it's like, how little do you think of them that you think that they have to act out in this way? Like, it's one thing to say, I understand why they're doing it. I understand the mentality of how they got there and how they got radicalized. But this presumption that, like, of course, it's like you were saying, the inevitability of fraud, it's that. Being like, of course they're going to have to like go slaughter a bunch of civilians. What do you expect? And it's like, that can't be true.
Bro, discourse said barbarians is also a racial charged word used against indigenous people. Oh, 100%. They're othering them. They're monsters. They're barbarians. They're savages. He's using othering language, right? And this is exactly why the bigotry of low expectations is sort of, again, we say this when we talk about Democrats and like kind of white liberals, is they often inhabit this sort of action without even understanding it. But they do often internalize this idea of like this bigotry of low expectations. But Ethan doesn't know that he's doing it right now. Because again, first, you must humanize the Palestinians, right? And in order to humanize them, you would, if you could humanize them, you would eradicate this internal desire to give them or have this relationship with the bigotry of low expectations. And I understand that he's like, why aren't you humanizing the Israelis? I can do this. I will zoom out with Ethan. I'll hold his hand while I do it. I can sympathize with the Israelis, okay? Even if I empathize and sympathize with the Israelis to the nth degree, like to the most depth degree I could, when I am done, and this is kind of what therapy is, I'm not a therapist, but I'm just giving an example. By the time I am done, we still have a population that's being genocided, and it's your government doing that, and your wounds don't even come close to theirs. It's like the Israelis went and bumped their knee and got a boo-boo, and I kissed their knee and I put a little Band-Aid on it and went, okay, are you okay? And they went, yeah. And I'm like, okay, those other kids don't have any knees. So now I have to put you over here in the playpen while we go tend to those children who no longer have knees. And they're like, why? But I have a boo-boo too. And it's like, yes. Right? Like, yes, I understand. It's like you're trying to explain to them, like, your wounds are wounds, but your wounds are different. And again, we don't want to compare traumas, but in this situation, that trauma is being used to genocide a whole population of people. And that's the problem. Is like, you're saying, well, my knee got scraped, and because my knee got scraped, it feels like you shouldn't even care about those kids over there. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, Chet said entitlement. It does sound like entitlement, right? Samantha membership for 12 months. Let's go. Says 1 year membership today. Let's go. We love to see it, Queen. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Love that.
Precisely that, brother. And I mean, I was on a YouTube show with a famous, European, let's not mention names. I don't like to mention names, but I was a famous economist. And he's like, he knows best because those Europeans, they're going to tell me as a Gazan what time it is. And he was like, well, of course the Palestinians in Gaza are going to act, his words verbatim, this is a quote, of course the Gazans are going to act like animals.
Yeah, he said that.
Oh my God.
Yes, on live YouTube show. Of course they're going to act like animals on October 7th and like total barbarians because Israel made them into animals and barbarians.
Who said that? Name names.
Israel made them into animals. I was like, okay, we need a little bit of a timeout, sir. First of all, that is incredibly racist. And then he got all worked up. Like, no, I'm not racist. The Israelis are the worst creatures and And I was like, whoa. Excuse me, sir. First of all, the decision to launch October 7th was a decision. It was a choice. It was not an inevitability.
Ooh, and then we go back to free will once again. Do you even make choices? Does anyone even make choices? Who is making a choice? Is Israel making a choice? Is Palestine making a choice? Are you making a choice? What even is choice? This is a philosophy channel for all those who are just coming into chat. We're a philosophy channel. What does it mean to make a choice? When we make choices, our perceived idea of free will, we're doing it off the limited tools we have available to us. And since Israel is the one with more tools and more resources, they're held to a higher level of responsibility, which is not the same thing as zooming in to people's individual relationship with choice and free will. So country to country, just playbook by playbook, Israel is still the most responsible. So the fact that you're holding Hamas and Palestinians accountable more than Israel is the issue, once again, right? Chet says there's no choice when you're in literal life and death situations. No, there are always choices, but only limited by your biological experience. Everybody makes a choice, even with a gun in front of your face. The choices are just limited, and therefore it brings into question your access to free will. So the dilemma with this, again, as we come down to these questions about like, we try to put ourselves in these situations, one, we'll never be in. And two, even if we're in them, people aren't making, not everyone's having the same exact choice one to one. Some people are having more of a relationship with their free will, even when a gun is pointed at them, than other people. I mean, there are people who live their whole life, you know, having guns pointed at them. They're not always in survival mode the same way a whole population could be in a different way. So even that idea of survival mode is different based off of the individual situation. But what we want to access here is not to ignore that Palestinians are in a hard situation, but to focus that Israel is in a better situation to end this genocide because they're the ones causing it, right? Ellie, welcome to memberships. Welcome. So that's the dilemma we're running into, right? Is like Israel started the genocide so they can end the genocide. That's the only person responsible for this. You cannot give that responsibility to anybody else.
It didn't have to happen. All of these Western, experts in academia make it seem like Gaza was starving, that Gazans were like a North Korea style famine in 94, crawling on the floor looking for crumbs of food, when in fact, this was a decision by Sinwar and Deif, two psychopaths underground, who not only didn't consult the rest of Gaza, they didn't even consult the rest of Hamas and the rest of Iran and the axis of resistance, Iran and Hezbollah, who had nebulous ideas about this happening. But basically, he went into like...
Hold on. Okay, Chad says by that point, it's either fight or flight or give up. I think this is the problem with humans is like, one, I think that is a reasonable conclusion to come to unless we understand that the world doesn't operate like us, right? I always wondered, why did Jews give up other Jews during the Holocaust? Why would they do that? And it's not about right or wrong. You know that philosophical, like hypothetical, if a Nazi comes to your front door looking for the Jews in your basement, do you give up the Jews or do you lie? Okay. Very common philosophical question. We use it all the time. Jordan Peterson, they just used it on Jordan Peterson during that Jubilee conversation, right? Ahmad. I don't know how to say your name, bro, but welcome. Appreciate you. So the question is, how much access to free will do you have when a Nazi has a gun pointed at you? If the Nazi has a gun pointed at you, do you get to give them the Jews? Is it more ethical to give the Jews up or to protect the Jews? You know, because everyone has a gun towards them. So if you say, oh, Palestinians, because of their position, can't make any rational or ethical decision, then you are actually denying them agency. But yet, and I'm going to sneeze here. Oh my God, hello? But yet you can say as a group, their positioning is very limited because of the political chess move Israel has made to make it so Palestine has no choice but to engage in liberation violence and hopes to get anything moving, right? So then that plays a role. So again, it depends on how you view the situation. When are human beings actually able to engage in ethics and morals, even when a gun is pointed at them? And it's not as simple, but it is the question that's difficult to answer. And once again, none of this matters because the only person causing this genocide is Israel, and the only person who can stop it is Israel. See how we're getting bogged down in the details? I don't care what conversation we have about Palestinians unless it involves holding Israel accountable for the genocide. That is the only thing that matters. Israel must stop the genocide. They are the only ones responsible, and they're the only reason it's happening. Any second we spend even dissecting Palestinian people and their choices denies Israel any accountability for what they've done.
Total operational security mode and decided to do this on his own. My point is that this was a very narrow, specific operation against Saudi-Israeli normalization. This was a military coup within Hamas. Hamas's popularity was down in the toilet in Gaza before October 7th. So this was an attempt to rejuvenate the armed resistance narrative and fraud, but, on behalf of which Hamas siphoned so many resources of the Palestinian people's resources. And again, I say this because my goal is like, I'm not self-hating. I'm not self-flagellating. Like, I love my people. I'm proud of the people of Gaza. I think the people of Gaza, many of them have incredible potential, incredible talent. Many people in Gaza, they ran successful businesses. There were beaches, there were hotels, Gaza had its first shopping malls during the blockade. Okay. And by the way, yes, of course, Gaza also had some of the most polluted water and issues with that were the result of the blockade. But the blockade, people didn't understand the blockade. The blockade was not this static, stagnant regime. It was a system that evolved since 2006, and it went through multiple phases and stages. There were at times when it was as harsh and horrendous and inhumane as calculating the number of calories by the IDF that the people of Gaza needed to survive. Oh, like at one point, John Kerry went into Gaza and he looked at the list of prohibited items, and it was like pasta and like Crayolas and stuff. And after that, after a reassessment, especially after the 2014 war, there was a fundamental reassessment of the blockade regime.
Ooh, great point. Chet says, I'm not saying he's a token necessarily, but he's like Blair White kind of person. I actually believe he believes what he's saying. I will say this. I think this is a problem we run into, and I see this, and he reminds me so much of like the other people in my family that are MAGA, because I have the MAGA voters and the Democrats. I have the Republicans and the Democrats. And there's two schools of thought in my family because we're all immigrants, right? All of our moms and dads are immigrants. And what we found is that people who feel more attached to their culture tend to be more Democrat, and people who feel a little bit more whitewashed American westernized tend to be a little bit more MAGA. And so what I caution people against is a rejection of the culture they came from for this idea of moving into Western values, as if Western values are sort of the peak of humanity. Because what that is, it's a lack of deconstruction about the myth around Western values, right? Like Western values are sort of prompted up, they're put on this pedestal of sort of the end all be all, the greatest form of enlightenment humans can interact with. But I caution people away from thinking this way. I also caution people away from believing, but you do you, that any thought man has created, not men, the gender, mankind, humankind, has created could encompass objective value or morality, because we don't have access to that objective in any conceivable way, which is why we're still debating what love is, right? So this way of being, I think, could be real for Ahmed. I think he could be having a real, authentic relationship with self. But I think the dilemma we run into is fundamentally a disagreement on the why. So I'm explaining the behavior, right? So we want to stop the genocide. Like, my channel is pro-Palestinian. We're focused on stopping the genocide. That's it. That's all I care about, right? Everything else in terms of details, we can all have different opinions on. We can all come to conclusions about our beliefs, right? But ultimately, regardless of what I believe, what trumps all other opinions is that genocide is bad and it needs to stop. And so what we run into when he's having conversations like this is a distraction away from that initial point into his own personal, anecdotal, and real and valid perspective on his own lived relationship in relation to these identities. That's okay. He's allowed to have those relationships with his identity. But also for him and Ethan to open up this conversation with, I can't believe we were rejected. I can't believe we were rejected. Yeah, you got to accept that people don't agree with your opinion. And that's the thing that I'm seeing from people that I've even experienced when I was much younger. You don't understand why the people you'd like to be a part of are rejecting you. But that's why you must deconstruct and ask yourself, why are they rejecting me? And should I see this rejection as actually a good thing or a bad thing? Something I should embrace or something I should deconstruct and maybe consider that maybe I'm wrong, right? And that's up to the person to decide to go on that journey. And so again, his personal opinions versus the actual genocide happening. Chet says because it's a shit opinion. Hey, we all have opinions on opinions. You know what I'm saying? We all have opinions on opinions, Chet says, do you think Ethan's ideas on this are driven by his wife, Hila? It always seems to me that she was more extreme of the two when it comes to being a Zionist. No, I've heard this a lot, but I refuse to allow a woman to be the scapegoat for a man's bad decisions on principle. I refuse. He's a grown up. He's a grown man. If he comes to bad conclusions, he's coming to bad conclusions. If he would like to scapegoat and blame his Israeli wife for that, no, I just think they're on the same page. But I am not about to let Ethan Klein get away with his bad opinion so a woman can take the fall for another man. Okay? Hila has her own problems. I have problems with Hila's opinions, right? But they're married. They should have the same opinions. Okay? I personally think married couples should be on the same page about values. And I assume that they are on the same page. They seem like each other's very high compatibility partner. Okay? Chad says, but she's more extreme. But Ethan is also in bed with the anti-Palestinian movement. And that's the other thing. Ethan is also making all of the moves to be tied with the worst people you know on the internet. So at the end of the day, like, Ethan really feels vindicated in what he's doing. And sure, is Hila pumping him up? For sure, but why wouldn't she? They agree on the situation. You know?
Where there was an effort by Kogat and by elements within the Israeli apparatus to try to let Gaza flourish from a business point of view, and then later on they let the Qataris come in, and that's a whole other beast that we'll tackle in a little bit, with Netanyahu then using that as a way to keep the Palestinians divided and as political leverage. And that's where I think there needs to be accountability on the Israeli side for this 3D chess that backfired horribly. But the point is that I actually would argue up to October 7th, the blockade was at arguably its lowest point, whereby there were 20,000 people that were working in Israel, and that number was about to go to 50,000. My mom, I was regularly talking to her. My mom, when I came to the United States, I came here when I was 15, and none of my immediate or extended family came with me. I came by myself, and I was never able to go back in 2006 when Hamas abducted an Israeli soldier. And so I always had this like physical connection to the land through my dad ran an UNRWA, the UN refugee clinic agency rather, that ended up becoming controversial during this war. He ran their clinic in Jabalia in northern Gaza. My brother ran their beach clinic. My oldest brother is in Gaza right now. He is the field director for one of the biggest medical NGOs there.
Sorry, the dog. we have a room full of dogs that just got spooked by something. Go on. Sorry, apologies.
Oh, no worries. My point is, October, like, within the imbalance, this is what many commentators don't get. Within the imbalance of power dynamics, there's asymmetry of power between Palestinians and Israelis, with one side, the Israelis, clearly having overwhelming advantage. There is still, nevertheless, space within said imbalance for Palestinian agency and accountability and responsibility to optimize for better decision making, to optimize for better circumstances, so that you don't hand our people on a silver platter to the most far-right government in Israel's history, committing the worst single-day attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust, on a government that has Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, and Netanyahu. Mm-hmm. And so that's where I speak with passion, and that to me is what's missing from the discourse. It's easy to go on endlessly attacking Israel to the moon and back. And you know what? If that suits you, that's for some people, that's their prerogative, though I feel like that's become.
This goes back to again, okay, we want to, hold on, I got to bring out the paint. I feel like this position is very common in what I call centristy bubbles. Let's paint a picture, because again, it's annoying to me. So here's Palestine, okay? And how do I do this? So, okay. No. So here's Palestine. Here's Israel. Okay. Here's the bubble that surrounds the bubble. So right now, he's like, this bubble here, though has less power, needs to be held accountable, just like we're holding this bubble accountable, without paying attention that, like, hey, this is the genocide. You see this? It doesn't matter. This is the bigger, scarier monster that's coming in from all sides to attack and kill this little bubble here. It doesn't matter. We cannot talk about accountability right now. We're busy trying to stop this thing from erasing this thing, so this thing can maintain its power. Okay? Focus. It feels like he's not focusing. It's the same thing people do when it's like, if only Black Americans were nicer to white Americans, then maybe white Americans would give them liberation. I'm going to slap all the, I'm going to slap the centrists, okay? We don't, it's the same way men go, women should be grateful we gave them the right to vote. Without straight people, gay people wouldn't even have gay marriage. And I'm like, I'm going to slap you. It's when oppressors start to feel entitled to being nice enough to give you basic civil rights. You know what I mean? We don't even have time to get down to the details of criticizing these groups of men because we're busy trying to stop a genocide. We can criticize the groups of men after we're done genociding, after we've stopped the genocide. Then I'll start criticizing everybody, okay? And by the way, none of you are going to like what I say because I'm a philosophy-based feminist, right? Switchley, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I always love when you do illustrations to help visualize things. Thank you. Shout out to Neurodivergent Tools over here. Chat says, what does humans gonna human mean? Humans gonna human is a saying on this channel. It means to radically accept that much like the bear is a bear, the human is the human. We are all just evolved animals over millions of years on a planet. We're having a biological experience. Non-human animals and human animals both have access to what we perceive as free will, a choice, and they have access to sort of a lack of that choice. So we are both limited by our biological relationship with self, and we have access of limited but vast choices based off of our relationship to that biological experience. So everything is nature. We are nature. Nature is itself. This idea that like humans are beyond nature or humans overcome nature or humans, any of that silliness is just silliness. Like it's not true. It doesn't, hold on. I'm fucking up the tech here. It doesn't actually reflect anything that's happening. So humans are going to human is just a reminder that you're nature experiencing itself. And so you must then tackle issues through that lens, or you don't have to. I just do it. That I am compassionate towards people because I know they have limited choice based off of being a person, but I want to give people an option to gather tools to have more options with their choices. Right? Okay. Kind
of a trendy thing to do. But if you actually genuinely want to help the Palestinian people, if you want to learn from our past mistakes, if you want our people to learn from the
if Palestinians just didn't make mistakes, maybe they wouldn't have been genocided. High sarcasm for my autists in the audience. Well, high sarcasm. That's what he sounds like he's saying. If only black people asked for rights in a way that was so much nicer to white people, maybe they would have had it sooner. That's what sir? If only Palestinians learned to be nicer to Israelis, maybe Israel wouldn't have genocided them.
Repeated failures of 77 years since 1948.
It's like there's no such thing as a perfect victim. There's no such thing as a perfect population who's being genocided and targeted. This is why white nationalists talk so much shit on the Jews. And this is why anti-Semitism is so bad. And look, I'm sick of it. I am sick of the memes on TikTok that are like, we owe the Germans an apology. All of you are gross. Like, you're gross. No population on the planet deserves to be genocided, period. And I don't care about the details of the population you want to start dissecting because I'm going to come for your mom right now the way she did for me last night. And we're going to find plenty of issues with the bitch that bore you. Okay? So let's just make it abundantly clear that nobody is without criticism. Nobody is innocent. But ultimately, one person is the villain in the story. And if this was an anime, you just know Luffy and Naruto and all of them would come together to, you know what I'm saying? End the genocide.
Then it's time to look inward. And again, that's not, blaming the victim. I actually think that's the first step to empowering the Palestinian people, instead of all of these academics rushing to say, oh, y'all have no agency, no accountability, y'all are angels, whatever you do, you can't be blamed because it's all Israel's fault.
Mm-hmm. There's seems to be a growing movement of people protesting Hamas at seemingly a great risk to their own personal safety. I know I read some of the protesters were executed and left at his parents' house or something like that outside.
Hold on. I don't know what Chad is saying. You said I have to check out the whole Destiny Orbiter scene 3-4 years ago. I did not see Brittany being on the side of the issue. I've always been progressive. I have always, even when I was hanging out in the debate bro bubbles, which by the way, worst time on the internet ever, cesspool of human beings, I was very progressive. I didn't talk politics with those people because none of them were engaging in real thought. So it shouldn't be a shock that I would be on the side of innocent people and I would be against genocide. I have staunchly always been against genocide. Not a new take, but hilarious that anyone could come on a different side. What do you mean Britney's, no offense. What do you mean Britney's, I'm surprised Britney's on this side of the issue. What side of the issue? The genocide side of the issue? Yeah, genocide bad. Super brave take. So, wow, we're so brave, guys. Look at us. Genocide bad. What do you mean side of the issue? You know what I mean? Girl.
But there seems to be a growing protest, and simultaneously, there seems to be people like Hassan Piker and people like him who are simultaneously kind of discrediting them or trying to change their motives. They, like, if he'll say like it's not that serious, or they're there to protest Israel.
And by the way, the reason Ethan is letting this guy speak without interrupting him is because they're on the same side. Ethan's not defensive. Him even calling this podcast, it's time for me to listen. Of course you're listening. This guy's sucking. Of course you're listening. This guy agrees with you.
Primarily, they don't actually hate Hamas, or they're there because of whatever. He thinks it's not a big deal. There's not a lot of people there. They're actually there to protest Israel primarily, and this is just propaganda. Again, it's like these leftist liberals, or I mean these Western leftists. I feel like they're clearly not helping, and I don't understand. I just don't understand, you know? And like the way that they're now defending this shooter in DC, or not maybe defending.
Nobody's defending the shooter in DC. I haven't seen one video of anyone defending the shooter except memers on the internet, which is bullshit. Again, I think violence should only be the very last resort. And obviously killing people in the street is never justified. And I think if you get some sort of human satisfaction from it happening, that's just like proof you need to be in therapy. Right? Like, I get it. You're a wounded, traumatized child who's grown up into an adult. And when you see violence taken out on the people you think is the enemy, you shouldn't have enemies, PS, then you see that as some sort of vindication. I get it. Watch The Punisher, you edgy, middle-aged man. I get it. You're so edgy. The point is, if you get vindication from someone suffering, you need to go to therapy. And I know I am the minority in this because the majority of human beings, because they're evolved animals on a planet, we're actually pretty prone to violence. We actually engage with it pretty casually, So that's the thing. Chet says, how do you feel about the morals of eating foods produced from the death of life? I obviously have to eat to survive, but I try to minimize my food intake because I have moral obligations to what I do. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do you mean like going plant-based? Like, I'm plant-based. I had an amazing vegan goulash today. My partner helped me because I was so busy doing my podcast yesterday. If you guys haven't seen, subscribe to the podcast channel. And came out great, doing great, love it. And I didn't have time to make my food, so my partner pre-chopped everything for me. And then this morning, I made this amazing vegan goulash. Absolutely delicious. Absolutely this new journey that I'm on about harm reduction and just making sure that I'm eating delicious food that takes the least amount of life away from the universe. And so, plant life is real life. It is alive. I believe in the sanctity of plants. I also acknowledge I'm an animal on a planet and I'm an animal consuming another, a life force. And so we just harm reduce. We harm reduce by engaging in consumption in the least harmful way. But if you starve yourself in the name of not eating living things, including plants or non-human animals, then I would ask you to deconstruct that and ask yourself, is starving myself harm reduction or not? And I think you'd probably come on the side of saying it's more harm inducing. Like, starving yourself for the sake of a plant or animal feels contrary to harm reduction, in my opinion, but you would have to dissect that.
But excusing, a lot of people are defending, a lot of people are excusing.
Oh, a lot of people are outright defending him.
Yeah, and so it's like, and then I see Netanyahu giving these insane fucking speeches, or other government officials of Israel, and I'm like, I hate these people, and now these people are saying like the most heinous, insane shit that I never want to hear them saying, and it's like, it's making everything worse. It's giving these people a platform in Israel who are the worst, and it's giving just more justification for these so-called activists online who are cheering on more violence. It's just, I don't understand the point, and it just doesn't seem complicated to me. I don't know. I'm blackpilled on it.
Yeah. So I wanna say something just for the record. Like, I don't know Mr. Piker. I know of him through you explicitly. I am disappointed recently by the fact that he hosted a gentleman by the name of the Bad Empanada.
Oh, you know about him?
The Bad Empanada has incited so heavily against me. Some of the worst death threats that I have received against my life came from people directly affiliated.
Do you know how often I hear that?
Yeah.
And he did a whole hit piece on me, and for some reason he just dedicated so much of his energy to me, and I was like, dude, just let it go, let it be. There was a hit piece on me by basically a leftist rag that's like a Russian, Iranian, North Korean propaganda outlet that claimed Israel is paying me $30 million to promote genocide. And of course, Mr. Empanada just and he called me the final boss of respectability politics.
I mean, so wait, is Israel paying you? Yes or no?
Again, and I'm speaking about this not in a personalized sense. I've had way worse guys than Mr. Empanada come out. I've had Al Qaeda guys straight up, and it's all here threatened to.
Please note that everyone he's named who's death threatening him is a man. So once again, is this really about politics, or is this about men? Are politics the issue, or are men the issue? Really the question of the day, girls.
Which is weird because I'm single, I don't have kids. Threatened to behead, to rape my children, behead my wife, and then rape me and behead me. And these are like people like Al-Qaeda, they're like big Al-Qaeda guys coming after me to the point where I've had to acquire the means to defend myself. Wow. So this is not a pity party. I'm simply saying that, having Mr. Hassan and the Bad Empanada, two non-Palestinians, sitting up there pontificating about, what is good for the Palestinians and genocide this and genocide that and resistance, how pompous can one get is that? But Mr. Piker, if he has any
okay, question: who better to defend minority rights, Jesse Lee Peterson or FD Signifier? Who do you no, bad example. Wait, they're both black. Jesse Lee Peterson or Ethan Klein? Who's better at defending black communities, black movements, black activism? No, let's get a better one. Jesse Lee Peterson or Trump. Listen. I know a lot about the blacks. Okay. You remember Camilla? Yeah, I know black people. I know at least one. And I beat her. Fair and square. I did.
Interest in actually engaging in this and actually engaging in a goodwill conversation.
I would love that. I would love to see him talk to you. I don't think he will because it's too disruptive, but it's too disruptive to his message.
To the narrative.
Yeah.
Discord said this man is basically saying that Palestinians should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. That's not this funny, but it's sad. But it's true. Yeah, he's white people talking about minority communities in the United States. If they were just more respectable, maybe they wouldn't have had their rights taken away. If they played nice with others, yeah, maybe, it is. That's why people are calling him out for these reasons, right? I'm sure he's well-intentioned, but hey, the road to hell is paved and those good intentions. So
I have personally I've come this close to disavowing the entirety. And this is something that as a radical pragmatist, because
Hold on. I'm going to deviate from this conversation for a second because Chad is talking about the idea of eating animals. And you said I just put myself in the shoes of a plant or an animal. In some cases, I might not even feel it if I die or get consumed, but I don't see how it's more moral to kill. Let me just say this. If a bear eats you and your whole family, it's not immoral or unethical. It's just what bears do. If human beings eat to survive, it's not moral or ethical. It's just like what humans do. The conversation on moral ethics when it comes to food consumption begins and starts outside of survival mode and into a privileged being of contemplating the right to consume, to eat, to survive, right? So we're all nature consuming in nature. The only reason we have conversations around the ethics of consumption is because we're in a privileged position to have that conversation, which means we get to make harm reducing actions, which is good. right? We should make harm reducing actions if possible, if you can, if you want, because it doesn't matter. You're all going to die. You're on a floating rock in space, and you're a biological creature evolved over millions of years. So you're not that important. But if you would like to spend your limited time on Earth doing things that feel important, then have that relationship with yourself. But antinatalism and pro-birth movements and all of these things are all just fun ways to spend your time so you don't get bored living your life. But I would recommend spending your time doing something else. But there is no reason to be an antinatalist in the same way there's no reason to be anything, because all of it is subjective to our bubble, our perception with reality. So if you want to spend your time being worried about eating to survive, spend time meditating on why you're even worried about it in the first place and come to a conclusion that makes sense for you. I'm not plant-based because I think the world should be plant-based. I'm plant-based because I think for now, it seems like the greatest action it can take for harm reduction. And it does seem that if more of the population engaged with it, we could harm reduce on a mass scale. But it doesn't matter to me if people ever change. What matters is to me is that I can sleep at night. Right? That's how I think about it. I love this conversation and I don't want to derail too much, but I do love contemplating like our own relationship with existing. But do not forget that you are also an animal on a planet. You are just scientifically an animal. So you are also a part of nature. So when a beaver builds a dam and a human builds a skyscraper, right? There's only so much room for the questioning of why, and yet there's all the room in the world to sit there and contemplate it for the rest of your life.
Launched the Realign for Palestine, which is about radical pragmatism, a rejection of violence, multiple truths, different layers of engagement, dialogue, conversations, not as kumbaya, but actually as a pragmatic, meaningful way of establishing common ground. And I've come but despite the aforementioned.
And the other reason that Western values is such a myth is because it's inherently racist and misogynistic. And the direction that it's going right now, this great, quote, America that is the epitome of Western values, like, no good. It's obviously no good. Right? So we are having a problem with sort of, again, I caution, I heed you, I caution you to hesitate, like I caution you away from assuming that any system human beings have had the ability to conjure up could ever be objectively good, so much as subjectively comfortable for the time being.
I've come this close to disavowing the entirety of the pro-Palestine movement as basically being a complete fraud.
Okay, so there's the pro-Palestinian movement and there's the pro-Israeli movement. Which one is committing a genocide? Because if you disavow the pro-Palestinian movement because people have been mean to you, you are disavowing the only side that is anti the genocide. Why would you do that? Unless you don't actually believe Israel is committing a genocide and you actually secretly do want Israel to win, even if it comes at the expense of the Palestinian people, your own people. I've met enough minorities to know that some of them would absolutely want the oppressor to win at the expense of their own people, thinking they're going to get a seat at the table. They're not going to give you a seat at the table, girl. They're not, because they're just using you. You were never going to have a seat at the table. But sure, you keep betraying your people at the expense of, for these people that don't even see you as one of them. Sure.
I know people in it who are following me, who are trying their best, and I know there are good people in the movement. This is just the only thing that's out there, and I'm trying really hard to be compassionate. And what really, like the two things that have just made it so exceptionally difficult, never mind the attacks on me, calling me a Zionist, the constant threats. They go and harass me on college campuses when I speak and interrupt me and scream "Free Palestine" at me. Imagine screaming "Free Palestine" at a Palestinian from Gaza who literally runs a program called Realign for Palestine, who has family that was killed in Gaza, who is literally deaf in his left ear because of a bombing by the IDF. Like imagine just the stupidity of yelling
the
back.
Arrogance.
And the arrogance.
It's just,
I mean,
yeah.
So sorry, I'm just.
No, trust me, I
It's
totally
not
get
coming
it.
up. It's not. What happened since the anti-Hamas what happened with the pro-Palestine movement since the anti-Hamas protests in Gaza has exposed it all.
Chad says, imagine screaming Black Lives Matter at me, Candace Owens. Oh, Candace, recently featured on my podcast about her fight with Jojo Siwa. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast channel. I'll put the link in the description. Ooh, Candace. Oh, Candace always thinks she's right when she is always so wrong. And it never ceases to amaze me how people love to be right when they're so wrong.
Has laid it there for everybody to see. All the journalists, all the social media influencers, all the outlets, the independent outlets out there. This was disruptive to the narrative. This turned things upside down. Nobody touched it. A mere handful of people wanted to touch it. I was supporting these folks in Gaza. I was helping them out. I was sending some of them money. I was giving them messaging advice. They asked me, what do we do? They asked me, mobilize support. You're in Washington. Go talk to policymakers. I went to Capitol Hill. I talked to folks. I was trying desperately to get the mainstream media attention. These guys are not only the true freedom fighters, but they also actually proved wrong the insane Hasbara pro-Israel people that said everybody in Gaza is a terrorist. Everybody in Gaza loves Hamas. Everybody in Gaza. By the way, these people have always been there. They just, as Hamas has been weakened and as Hamas has become just that much more fascistic, they've decided to come forth. And so to see the ladder of escalation, it started with total radio silence about the anti-Hamas protesters. And it was so funny to see the indirect union. Ethan, listen to this very carefully.
Ethan, listen. I have amazing things to tell you. Do you know what believe means? Do you even believe that you're a Jew? What does it mean to believe that you're a Jew? It means you die for it. Are you willing to die for being a Jew, Ethan?
My brother, the indirect union between the crazy pro-Palestine people and the insane and I'm putting pro-Palestine in quotes and pro-Israel in quotes.
And yes, I did see Jordan Peterson on Jubilee. That's why I just made that joke about, Ethan, are you willing to die for being a Jew? But I'm going to actually record. I didn't see the whole thing. I am actually going to pre-record me reviewing it and then posting it as a video. My sister's going to come visit pretty soon. So I have content I'm pre-recording for you guys. Very exciting stuff. Honestly, I'm very excited. I haven't seen my family in a long, long time. And Trump's America is too scary to fly back home, so.
Union between the pro-Palestine crazies and the pro-Israel crazies. The pro-Palestine crazies who love Hamas, who are anti-Semitic, who believe in the armed resistance fraud, and the pro-Israel people who believe that everybody in Gaza is Hamas, everybody's a terrorist. And so both parties had an interest in diminishing, overlooking, undermining, or ignoring the anti-Hamas protesters in Gaza. And so it is the height of irony, the mother of all ironies, that is the only common ground they have managed to establish throughout the entirety of this war, is they were united against the innocent civilian people of Gaza who risked.
Who was united? I'm sorry, did I forget? Who was united?
Some of them are my friends. Very sick. Yeah. Very, very sick.
You know, I've been saying this forever. Do you know why centrists are bad? Because centrists think there are some good things from the right and some good things from the left. I repeat, there are no good things from the right. No good things from the right. No good things from the right. So is he talking, did I miss it? Was I watching my chat? Is he saying there's a middle ground between Israel and Palestine? There is no middle ground between the two. There is no middle ground between the two. One is genociding, one is being genocided. There is no middle ground when it comes to genocide. What?
But then focusing back on the pro-Palestine movement, then they took it a step further recently. And then we saw an actual overt attack against the actual true freedom fighters of Gaza. Not the rapists and the murderers and the beheaders and the people who burn people alive. And
Israel? Is he talking about Israel?
Hackers and the child kidnappers and the murderers and the
Israel?
Evil Hamas.
Is he talking about Israel?
Guys, no. Those are not freedom fighters. Those are a bunch of guys with salaries. Those guys all have salaries. Being a Hamas terrorist is an actual salary, okay? So, no, the real freedom fighters who were literally protesting a terrorist ISIS-like fascistic organization while Israeli bombs were falling all around them, who were not getting paid for any of this, who were entirely organic, who, by the way, I've always believed.
I'm not pro-Hamas, by the way. Again, I don't trust a group of men who come together to think that they know what to do for people. Like, just a reminder, you're not going to see me being pro-Hamas. I'm just being cynical of anyone who talks badly about Palestinian or the pro-Palestinian movement.
I've never once fomented those sentiments. They had to organically come from Gaza. And like I said, they've always been there. Some of the pro-Israel people were like, well, these people are only protesting now because of the consequences of the war. Total BS, total hogwash. These people, there's always been, societal, political, ideological, and religious opposition to Hamas in Gaza.
And look, anyone chat saying the Saudis are on the side of Israel, any group of people, any government that's on the side of Israel in the US, that's a political move. So then there's the politics of what's happening. Okay, let's bring out Paint again. Sorry, let me bring this out. I feel like all my favorite animes cover this. Gundam Wing, Hunter x Hunter, you know what I mean? So there's this that's happening in Israel and Palestine between the people. Okay, this is the people. Then here's what's happening in terms of the politics. And all of these people are playing chess with your guys' lives. And then these people are fighting it out. And then these people have access to this, but these people are being left out. Okay, so Palestinian people, if you've read the 100-Year War on Palestine, the book, what's interesting is that Palestine has always been neglected politically. Always, even when they were promised to be included in the political conversation, so included in this bubble here, this bubble outright rejected Palestine and neglected them, which brings Israel to feeling entitled to this space because these people here are basically in agreement that if they get what they want, they're willing to give Israel what they want. So a lot of these countries that are, you would think like going to be pro-Palestinian, and even if the people are, the governments, they're going to throw Palestinians under the bus for power because they want to appeal to the Western world. Because at the end of the day, if you're an American, you're the privileged of the privileged. No matter even if you're having a hard time in America. Because having a hard time in America, there's a privilege scale, right? But when you zoom out, when it's just country v. country, not groups of people within the country v. country, America is still the top of the top of the top. So even the worst off American is better off than a lot of people in a lot of places, but not in every place. There are a lot of really amazing countries around the world that are better for people more than the United States. It's just in terms of global power, in terms of big governments that are playing big government games, it's just a different way of doing things. So yeah, like Palestine is actually having, like the saddest thing I think I'm seeing, and I'm zoomed out here right now, okay, zoom out with me, is based off my limited political understanding of the situation, no one is interested politically or incentivized to save the Palestinian people. Which is why I say politics is not about humanity. It is not about right or wrong. It's about winning. Politics is the last place to find people who are compassionate and thoughtful and humanitarian. Humanitarian efforts aren't made through politics because political structures create oppression in the first place and create those the lack of humanitarian, right? Efforts. So like politics creates the issue, and then you're going to the people who created the issue like, hey, do you want to solve this issue? No. What's the incentive for them to solve the issue they started because it was within their it was good for them in the initial start of it, right? So I feel politically the Palestinians have always been in a really rough spot, which is why we have to put pressures on these governments as people in a political way to make them change their course because there should be ramifications for them politically should they not protect the Palestinians, right? Okay. Let's go back to the video.
It's just that now the group's behavior has just pushed people to the breaking point.
No, hold on. Chat says, what do you think of the pro-Palestinian movement compared to the one like BLM? I remember you talked about it years ago, how you left the BLM movement. No, wait, hold on. I didn't. Okay, when Brittany says I left a political movement, I don't mean I left BLM as the heart of it. I used to volunteer and clean up streets with BLM. I used to show up to protests. I left my participation in the movement because at the time, for my own personal journey, I found that the political bubbles were very much win at any cost. And regardless of who's corrupt in our own organizations, and we saw that happen in some sects of the BLM movement, it was like, who cares? I couldn't do it. I couldn't sleep at night engaging in politics, period. It wasn't just the BLM movement. I'm always, in my heart is always with the spirit of BLM. My heart is in the spirit of pro-Palestinian movements. But ultimately, any movement where it brings a group of people together will be fundamentally flawed because humans are fundamentally flawed. So I just want to make it clear when I say I leave a movement, like I'm not part of any feminist movement, but I am philosophically feminist. You won't see me identifying as a very strong certain insert political wave of feminism here because I don't believe in identifying with labels that are limited because of constructs. So I just want to say, like, I, Brittany, am always philosophically, always in favor of liberation. I'm just not always a fan of how people create movements for that liberation. But that doesn't mean that we don't go down to the bubbles and have relationships with the way that the constructs work in order to move things forward, to have larger conversations outside of these constructs. All constructs are man-made. All constructs can be deconstructed. So I'm all about deconstruction, but always for liberation. The reason we deconstruct is in hopes to be more liberated once we have a better understanding of what's happening within ourselves, internal introspection, and outside of ourselves, in external extrospection. So that's what I mean when I say that. I always will take up issues with people thinking they're right because we're not right so much as we're supposed to be creating an argument for right. This is, you know what I love about, you guys know I don't watch Hassan as a viewer, right? I watch him as part of my work, but I watched him watch Jordan Peterson. And something I thought was so interesting, the difference between Hassan and I is Hassan kept saying, I hate philosophy. I hate these philosophy bubbles. I love philosophy. I love philosophy. I could, even though Jordan Peterson pisses me off because he's so fucking defensive and paranoid, I could have a conversation with Jordan Peterson about dragons or if fire is a predator because I am a philosophy person. I love contemplating why. Politics is not about answers. It's about winning. And that's why Hassan is really good at politics because the man knows how to win. But that's also probably why he hates philosophy. Because if he was if he was more philosophically focused, it would challenge him much more than I think politics could. But I think that that's why people pick politics, because it's easy to pick a side and say this is the answer. It's much harder actually to zoom out and contemplate the whole existence of humans as a species, right? So again, I understand it. I'm not saying it's wrong. Hassan is obviously built for this. He was built for politics. He was built for, and I'm happy to see people become more progressive, but there's so much more to life than just politics. But the reason it feels like politics is our whole life is because that's how it's set up to be. It is set up by the oppressors to consume your life with these political issues, so you never have a chance to ever think of anything else. And I'm saying, regardless of your situation, if you aim to have time to think about other things, you will have a much better life. But it's not guaranteed because it's your relationship with self. You don't have to do it. It's up to you. But, no harm in gathering the tools, so at least you have the option.
So that's where
how do we support people in Gaza who are, as you say, the real freedom fighters?
Well, we actually amplify the heck out of their actions and activities. We expose those who are opposing them, and literally, Ethan, just the reason why I was emphasizing the ironic unity, like shame the pro-Palestine people by telling them that you are in an indirect, because a lot of the pro-Israel people that follow me, because they love my anti-Hamas message, but they really are only interested in that. They're like, no, we don't believe them. These people are not insincere. This is Takia. They only want to stop the bombing. They don't love the Jews. And I'm like, you guys are so stupid. There's a reason why a bunch of misbehaving, college students and undergrads have been able to beat Hasbara and the pro-Israel advocacy movement, because there is just such a blob of messaging. When it's not a dynamic messaging, it doesn't humanize the Palestinian people. It doesn't acknowledge that the Palestinian people are diverse and not monolithic. Again, this is actually another point of convergence between the crazy pro-Israel and...
Wait. I want him to finish what he was saying a second ago about Palestinians and what they should be doing.
Crazy pro-Palestine people is that there is an unwillingness to acknowledge that Gaza society, Palestinians in Gaza, they're not monolithic in how they see Hamas. And in fact, there's, as you start opened...
Yes, but if Palestinians need to be anti-Hamas for you guys to humanize them, you're still a bad person. I don't think anyone should be genocided, even if they are the most bigoted of bigoted of bigoted. because you genociding a person makes you the bad guy. Only bad people genocide people. That's the kind of the point. So the fact that he's like, the Palestinians are monolithic, of course they're not. He's like, some of them hate Hamas. Okay, so we only save the Palestinians as long as they hate Hamas. So if because you know how people have made this argument, I don't know if you know this. People have said if Palestinians want Hamas so bad that they can be killed along with them. People have said that. So I understand why he's like, no, they don't all like Hamas. But that's the point. What gives you the right to kill all the Palestinians because they are pro-Hamas? Because you know that's not, first of all, you know that's not what's happening. And you know that being pro-Hamas doesn't even mean anything. It's like, it doesn't even really mean anything. The point is the whole group of people can't just be genocided. Like, that's the point. And so again, like, I think, I don't know why humans do this. Why do we do this? Yeah, we do it. Okay, why do we do this? Why do we blame? Well, first, we shouldn't be blaming in the first place. We should be pointing out, observing. But why?
So brilliantly at the beginning. I love how you open. There's totally a disconnect. And that's my raison d'etre. That's why I'm out there. That's why I deal with the threats and I deal with the empanadas and I deal with the Dalai Lamas and I deal with the fools and I deal with the attacks and whatever. Because
okay. Let's go to Tao Te Ching, because you know Tao Te Ching always have the answers. Tao Te Ching, oppression, number 75. When taxes are excessive, the people starve. When officials are overbearing, the people rebel. When governments make life miserable, the people wish for death. Oppressive measures never achieve their intended results. How about this one? 74, sharp tools. What good is it then to threaten people with death? If capital punishment was an effective deterrent, no one would dare commit a crime. When administering justice, be careful. The executioner is like a skilled carpenter at his trade. Do not try to take his place. For if you pick up the carpenter's sharp tools, you are liable to cut yourself. Yeah, I think a lot of us don't know our place in the story. And a lot of us, because of our egos and our narcissism and our, we think we know what's correct, but we forget that maybe it wasn't us in the first place who should have made this decision. What did I say the other day when Rashid asked Rashid, is it Rashid or Rashid? I think it's Rashid. I heard Noah call him Rashid. Anyways, when he interviewed him and he said, do you support what we're doing? And, my philosophical answer was, who am I to tell a man how to escape a cage I've never been in? I would never be able to tell you to figure your way outside of a situation I've never been in. And yet, if we zoom out in a philosophical sense, we don't actually have to literally be in your situation to know the wisdom of the situation. But I think the issue is that people aren't zooming out when they're responding. They are zooming in. They're pretending as if they know what it's like to be in the cage. Now, we're all in cages, right? We're all in cages. We all have our own version of the cage, whether it's the cage we put ourselves in or the cage the world puts us in. And though we can't one-to-one know it, we one-to-one know, and this is where philosophy zooms out, that like suffering is suffering. And if suffering is suffering, then what does it mean to live in a world where we wisely suffer? Because you can't escape suffering. Everybody suffers always. No baby comes into the universe without that baby automatically, by default, contributing to harm. Because that baby is a resource taker. That baby might grow up to be a bad person. That baby might engage in bad activity. And bad is also subjective. So, yeah, I think there's like a misunderstanding of your place in the story. And I think Ethan is the biggest... that's Ethan's biggest problem. It's like Ethan thinks he's the hero in the story, but Ethan is just getting in the way. He's neither the hero or the enemy. He's just in the way. Get out of the way, Ethan.
The people of Gaza are what sustains me. The people of Gaza are what give me hope. The people of Gaza are the actual folks who genuinely and sincerely make it worthwhile for me. And actually, I wanted to show you, I wanted to send you this tweet, and I hope you're able to.
Yeah, we can. Just send it to
put it.
Send it in the chat, and we can open it.
So I'm gonna send you just two particular two. This one here, I'm gonna send it in the chat. This one is from a lady who is in Gaza, and then this one So let's start with Noor, and you can do, if you can, I don't know if you can show it on the show, but you can. It's in the first one is in Arabic, and you can just do the Google
So I'm
Translate.
pulling this up here, and you should probably.
Just generally, chat's asking about boycotts and the BDS against American Corps. Listen, for me personally, this is how I feel about boycotting. It should be done for the individual through their own values in a way that makes sense for that individual. I don't think boycotts should be prescriptive, and I don't think that they should indicate your intentionality towards a movement. I think they should make sense for the person. Not all boycotts are accessible to all people. Not all boycotts make sense for all people. So you must boycott within reason for your circumstance, because the idea is not to be perfect. The idea is to harm reduce. It is never about being perfect. It is always about harm reduction. So I don't make prescriptions. I don't tell people what to do. I just tell people, here are the options. Find the one that works for you in the best way possible. Because, there's never going to be a perfect prescription to make, and that includes a perfect boycott.
Probably be able to see it.
Post.
So it's in Arabic. You guys can see by someone named Noor, and I'm going to translate it.
There you go.
Unable to fetch. Why is it doing that? Well, I can just put it into Google Translate too.
Yes, put it in Google Translate.
Yeah, let me do that.
And yeah, that's weird because on Twitter itself, for me, it translated right.
Oh, here I got. Yeah, okay, thank you. So here's the translation. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So she says, I don't know if you received this information or not. We in Gaza hate anything called resistance and any resistance fighter. After this war, we guarantee you that there will be no form of resistance, even resistance songs. We will ban them. The peace that will be in Gaza will shock you, and we will produce generations that hate the marksmen and will step on the graves of Sinwar and the Daif. Wow.
Daif.
Wow.
Yes. So that is a sentiment that is so ubiquitous, that is so widespread. But since we're in the show,
Hold on, I got to rewind it because I missed it. I don't know if you received this information or not. We are in Gaza. I hate anything called resistance or any resistance fighter. After this war, we guarantee you that there will be no form of resistance, even resistance songs. We will ban them. The peace that will be on Gaza will shock you, and we will produce generations that hate the masked men, and will step on the grave of Sinwar and the DEIF. What is this? What is that? What does any of this mean?
Wow.
So that is a sentiment that is so ubiquitous, that is so widespread. But since we're in the show, let's show the other tweet, please. So Issa Amru is a super famous anti-occupation, anti-settlement.
I don't understand the context of that tweet, guys. Somebody translate it for me. What?
A guy in the West Bank. And at a time when all of these pro-Palestine people in the West are celebrating the
Sinwar and Deef are H group leaders. Oh, Hamas group leaders. Okay. So I'm going to block this person. This is crazy. Your constant harassment of Ethan didn't go unnoticed. I will let Ethan know and he will deal with you. Okay, first of all, don't threaten me with a good time. Second of all, blocked. I assume that's a troll comment from a 15-year-old. Okay. Chessa's saying, if you stop the war, we'll stop resisting, please. What? I just don't understand this. Let's see. Discord said, we will submit to our oppressors and won't resist. We will submit, and that submission will bring peace. Yeah, I don't understand why we're looking at random tweet accounts, though. What's Ethan going to do? Give us some spanks? Let's be real. He desperately needs to be spanked. Desperately. In a BDSM consensual way, but only if he consents, of course.
Murder saying, kill them all. The Yaron and everybody who's related to Israel. Read what this
Hold on. What is this
guy
one?
who's literally daily being attacked by soldiers and by settlers. Read what
The murder of any human being should not be justified or celebrated by anyone. Okay, the murder of any human being should not be justified or celebrated by anyone. And yet, humans, the majority of them, actually do celebrate death. So, though I believe in this sentiment, I don't think most people believe this through their own actions. And I think that we actually aren't afraid of, and murder is a very interesting word. Do we mean just the ending of life, or do we mean murder meaning against someone's, like, outside of the context of like self-defense? So I believe in the sentiment in the sense, and believe is not very important to me. It's just like, yeah, I vibe with that. No murder should be celebrated. Okay, cool. But like, how does that apply to reality? Chat says, do we feel that way about Hitler though? I do. I don't celebrate the death of bad people, but I'm a radical stance on that. I don't celebrate the death of bad people ever. I used to be the person who would say I'd piss on their grave, but like I would never do that now. I'm much more dignified and elderly now. Yeah, I would not celebrate the death of Hitler because again, it's not about Hitler. We all know Hitler's a bad person. The question is, do you have to be a bad person just because Hitler is? Now, bad is subjective. There's no objective morality. But like, do we have to become bad person because they're bad people? How do we avoid becoming bad because the world is bad? Now, that's why we say we're products of our environment. If bad people existing turns you into a bad person, how much free will did you even have in engaging with this bad person? Right? Chet says, how do you think this war will end? War never ends as long as men exist. Men love war. War doesn't exist until somebody throws a nuke or somebody gives up. There is no ending of a war. Another war will continue. So the question isn't how do we end the war? The question is how do we change the heart of man? Can we change the heart of man? Do we even have access to it? Is this what we are? Is this what we should expect of all human beings forever? The way we expect a bear to be a threat to our lives, even though we'd all choose a bear over a man in the forest? That's really the question. The question is, what does it mean to exist on a planet with an evolved species over millions of years whose natural inclination seems to involve violence as one of the first, if not the first 5 options for retaliation or liberation? That's really the issue here, right? So, I'm down with the sentiment, but I think the sentiment is silly when people say like, oh, I'm really anti-murder. Yeah. Would you say like you're anti taking an innocent life? And then someone would say yes. And I'm like, but you eat meat, right? You eat animals. You're pro-choice. You kill plants. You believe in killing civilians if it means protecting your family. Like we all have this idea as people that we believe things. That's why when Jordan Peterson says on that Jubilee video that a belief is something you'd be willing to die for, belief is not that deep to me. Like, I don't think belief is that deep, but I do think all of the world managed to get this far on a belief alone. Not literally alone, that's kind of black and white, but belief as the primary source for motivation. All of civilization was built while people believed in gods and were sacrificing people. While people were promoting child marriages and incestual relationships. Like human beings as a species obviously did need to be morally good to build civilization. So it begs the question, like as a species zoomed out, do we have as much free will as we think we have? And then when we do think we have free will, how do we engage in that free will? If you say you have free will and then you spend your time celebrating the death of a person, that's interesting. Like, I think that's interesting. Don't you think that's interesting? What does it mean to say I have free will and I celebrate the death of my enemy? What does it even mean to say I have free will and I have enemies? What does that even mean? What do you think it means? You know, Chess says this philosophical point of view grew on me ever since I started watching your channel a few months ago. Brittany, appreciate you. Appreciate you. Love that. Appreciate you. Chat says love is the hardest challenge humanity has faced. We're capable of it and so much more. And yet, and I agree with you, and yet we're still debating what is love. What is love? You know? So again, I'm not making a prescription. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I philosophically don't even believe in bad people. I only believe you're engaging in your, quote, philosophical evil for moments of your life, but I will judge you moment to moment. So at any time you're ready to change your relationship from evil to joy, I will judge you based off of that decision. But people often don't change because people aren't often given the tools or even interested in interacting with sort of introspection, extrospection. And so what they do is they settle, like Ethan. Ethan is obviously not willing to engage. If Ethan tomorrow makes a video and well, it wouldn't be tomorrow because he'd need more time. But if Ethan came out and genuinely had a real fundamental change in relation to this issue and came to a conclusion that was coinciding with stopping the genocide and all that stuff in a real way, then I think, yeah, I'd be like, okay, great. That's all I wanted. But it's, you know, for as long as he engages in this doubling down and pro-Israeli propaganda, he's engaging in evil. But also, we all engage with evil. You are not exempt from engaging with evil. The question is, do you know you're engaging with evil? And then how do you stop that? Or how do you swing back to joy? I think it's the moment we think we could never be the bad guy, we become the problem. And this, if you've never heard me say this, this is the Jordan Peterson conundrum, where Jordan's like afraid to be a Nazi. So he kind of accidentally became one, or accidentally became the thing he feared. Because he was so afraid of becoming it, he became paranoid and defensive, and he's just lost himself. He's lost himself. Ethan is heading down that road. Ethan! Watch out, Ethan. One day you'll wake up, and you'll be just like me. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. You'll be just like me one day. And I think that's true. I think Ethan's going to wake up and be Jordan Peterson one day. And Jordan's not getting better, y'all. That Jubilee video made it clear. Jordan is not getting better. He lost himself. He wasn't always this exact person. But unlike Not So Erudite, Kyla, disappointed in you, girl. Disappointed. It's not the leftist's fault for not being nice to Peterson that made him lose himself. It's not the leftist's fault that Ethan is going to lose himself. It's their responsibility to have a better relationship with self. It's their responsibility to face their own demons. The only thing we can do is be open with boundaries. We're open to Ethan and Jordan, but they are not open to us. They see us as the shadows that they're fighting. They're shadow boxing literally nobody. We're not there. But we use them to have larger conversations because they so willingly give us the opportunity to do that. Ethan and Jordan would make good content if they weren't so, honestly, like arrogant, narcissistic, and paranoid. They're just good examples of what happens to you when you don't hold yourself accountable.
What he said.
He said, the murder of any human being should not be justified nor celebrated by anyone.
And this guy is literally, if you go to his profile, just really quickly, you can do it on your own leisure, you can do it now or whatever. It is full of, he's an internationally recognized activist. And every day he gets terrorized by settlers who want to take over his house. And every day he gets attacked by them. The hilltop youth and the little ones and the big ones, and they're protected by the soldiers. And a few times the soldiers will come and push them away. Sometimes they'll beat him up. The soldiers will beat them up. The settlers. This guy has suffered so horrendously. And yet somehow, some way, he's able to be in the fulcrum of the military occupation of the palace and the dehumanization. And I think the complete awful reality that some Palestinians in the West Bank face. And to say, guys, like, geez, like, what is wrong with you? Like, all of these, like, Western-based people saying, like, get him, kill those Zionist, representatives of the state, whatever. So that's...
Yeah, there's a video pinned on his profile. Today, February 13th, I was detained and beaten violently by an Israeli soldier in Hebron. I was showing the famous American writer Lawrence Wright the Israeli occupation and apartheid in my hometown. This video is very disturbing. I don't know if you've seen it. But,
and that's literally all of his like wall.
So this guy manages still to be a true peace activist despite facing violence on a daily basis.
But also to like, when did we lose the ability to say random acts of violence are not okay? Random killings are not okay.
They need asterisks. Everything needs an asterisk, right?
Unless they're Zionists, and unless they work for the Zionist regime, and unless they're but that's what I'm saying is like, this is such a scary because I genuinely because I'm like, imagine a situation where this becomes the actual norm, where political violence in the United States or in Europe or in the Western world, and this is why it is difficult for me and to like Realign for Palestine and my website, my organization, to draw out the Palestinian pragmatists and moderates. A lot of them, they have families. A lot of them have businesses. Some of them started writing things and then they start getting threats on like social media and they're like, oh, Ahmed, I'm sorry, I can't do this. Like I have a wife, I have this. And again, like not everybody can acquire the means and the necessary tools to protect themselves, which I'm very, very well adept at using, and I'm not going to be afraid, and I'm not going to, curl up in a corner and be like, oh, mommy, I'm afraid. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm right here. I put my name, I put my face, I'm out there. I take precautions. I'm not cocky, but like, like what happened to these embassy staff is the same kind of political violence that the Hamasniks and the terrorists and the Muslim Brotherhood people, they want to normalize against people like myself for challenging Hamas's narrative. And the people who send you, skulls, human skulls, and that kind of garbage. Like this is the slippery slope that we're headed down. And this is like it takes someone from the West Bank facing horror to say, hey guys, like, can we please, stop and not normalize it?
Yeah, I'd love to see someone like Hasan talk to someone like that, but I just don't think that, again, it's not what's going to drive Twitch primes to him.
Well, so that's my question to you then is, I mean, what do you think? Like I'm curious what you think, because I don't consider myself or call myself an influencer. I'm a writer, analyst, commentator. I'm an advocate. I'm not, there's there's activism, there's advocacy, and then there's policy. And advocacy is somewhere in between policy and activism, where you have to interface with both communities. But like, do you think over the years, I mean, like, why is it that a streaming but for the record, I'm not just speaking about your former colleague. I'm speaking generally. Why is it that we're in a place right now where a bunch of online streamers and podcasters and whatever, with no real understanding or link to the land or to the issue, are going to develop opinions that we're supposed to care about and are going to tell everybody this is what time it is, and then are going to start attacking people like you for retweeting me and saying you're promoting genocide for retweeting Gaza?
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's zoom out. We on this channel always say, when you need an opinion, go check out a streamer. When you need a professional and a researcher's opinion, go watch a researcher. When you need somebody in politics, go look at somebody in politics. You should watch Hasan to understand his opinions about the topic, not to learn about the topic per se, unless Hasan is watching somebody professional talk about the topic. Then you can watch the professional through Hasan. But ultimately, streamers are people giving opinions, much like Ethan is. Now, Ahmed might not consider himself a content creator and influencer, but out of all the shows he's been on, he's coming on Ethan's show that does not platform professionals, that does not have interviews with serious political people. And he actually should have reached out to Hasan, if anybody, not that Hasan would platform him, because Hasan actually does talk to politicians, does actually engage in political bubbles. So I'm a little confused at the decision to say that we shouldn't watch streamers, but I myself, is he a professional? Is he saying he's a professional? He's talking a little bit more professionally, for sure. His language is much more professional than a streamer. You can tell he doesn't have streamer language, right? But I'm trying to figure out what is he exactly saying and what he thinks, what that looks like in practice. Because I agree that streamers are not professionals unless they are specifically like Majority Report or people who dedicate their life to politics in a much a very different way, where they actually have access to talking to people with status. I think when you have access to talking to people who are doing the things, that's a different game than a streamer like myself, who you're coming here to see Brittany's opinions. You're not coming here to see, I'm not the person who has like, I'm not playing that political game in that way, right? I'm here to do philosophy stuff, right? Chat says Chris Kunzler covers a few of those, professional and streamer, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know about Chris's whole background. I know he has an education, and I know that he's working in research in regards to issues around this topic. So I think Chris is much more of a reliable source. But again, this is subjective to say who's professional. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is Ahmed trying to say here? What is he trying to express, right? But yeah, ultimately, we are just like people giving opinions, unless we're kind of special in that regard. You remember when Bernie Sanders had a conversation with a bunch of panelists and people actually showed up with like VTuber masks? Do you know what I mean? Like, how serious are streamers at the end of the day? Streamers are just used by politicians to get through to the youth. That's what we are. That's what Hasan is. Like, ultimately, Hassan is an opportunity for politicians to speak to his audience. And sort of Hassan gets validated as a streamer when these people talk to him. And then that's the relationship. The White House has always invited journalists and speakers and content creators and celebrities to the White House to create a relationship between them and the audience, right? So that's not uncommon. So I just wonder what he really means by this.
Like, how did we get here?
I think there's
And the two of us lived in Israel, and they still dare to tell Ethan, for example, that he doesn't know what he's talking about. Even
Well, that's the problem, right? Is like, look, I'm the first one to tell you right now, as an Assyrian person, whose parents grew up in Iraq, I can't tell you what it's like living there. I've never been there. And I can tell you my parents only have their limited perspective. And my parents have pretty much like rejected Iraq. They don't ever want to go back. They don't really see it as important. The only time they love being Iraqi or Assyrian is when they get to talk about their childhood, how beautiful Iraq was, the people there, the food, the music, the parts that most people would agree is like the best parts of any place, right? But if you ask them, would you pick America or Iraq? They would be like, I America all the way. I mean, they voted MAGA, right? So the problem is like, I appreciate that Ethan and Hila are from Israel, or Hila is, but they kind of remind me of my parents, where like I wouldn't take my parents' opinion seriously when regards to modern day Iraq. Because the only thing they're going to tell you is that Iraq has been destroyed by Muslims or by terrorists without consideration for how the US has, impacted that region. Even though recently my dad did say it was wrong to do the Iraq war, because even my relatives who were in Iraq at the time, some of them thought it would help liberate them away from ISIS for the US to go in. So like people are ignorant everywhere, guys. It doesn't matter your background. What matters are, does the individuals involved understand the situation from more than one perspective? I feel like Ethan doesn't really have an embodied experience of the Palestinian perspective from a more pro-Palestinian movement perspective. And he lacks that. In the same way, my parents lack an embodied experience of like the Middle East being a place that people want to be. It's why my parents have some sort of American conspiracy theory brain where they think everyone wants to come there. They can't imagine people wanting to live anywhere else. Do you know what I mean? Chat says, is it because they're Christian? They prefer America? I'm trying to understand. Yeah, because they're Catholic. They prefer a place in which they feel like they can be the most them without realizing that, without realizing that their own version of Catholicism is predicated on the suppression and oppression of other minorities. They just don't think those minorities count. So their kids being gay or having queer people in the United States or trans people or gender fluid people, like they have the right to oppress that group, but they don't think they should be oppressed. Like they literally think Christians are the most oppressed group everywhere. Like they're one of those groups of Christian Catholics where they think like being Catholic or being Christian is like the most oppressed. Nobody likes them. No matter where they go, they're threatened. And I'm like, bro. So again, we're all having a relationship with our perception, which is valid. Like you're having a real relationship with self. The question is, are you having enough of an existential relationship, external relationship, a extrospective relationship, a sort of outside of yourself relationship to know that other people aren't having that? That's why I always push bubbles, bubbles, bubbles. We all live in bubbles, all of us. That's why when people use it as an attack, like, oh, you're in your bubble. Everyone's in their bubble. You can't escape the bubble. Because bubbles are perception. They're your brain processing information and coming to conclusions based off data. And then you either share the bubble belief with other people, thus creating a group, or you share it individually, maybe one-to-one or just with the self. So perception is the bubble. And all of us are stuck in bubbles. The question is, can we learn to have a joyful bubble, to construct a better bubble, to have a relationship that values other people's bubbles, and then to have a relationship in which we can be critical of other people's bubbles without making this an enemy out of people, And I think that's the question. That's the issue.
even though we lived there for 5 years.
Talking about my empirical.
I'm from there. And,
I think.
Illa, by the way, you're not visible. I wish I would see you. Because
It's just so.
fine.
I think Dan can switch. Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Hello.
When she talks, yeah, then we'll switch to her.
Yes. Let's switch to her because I don't want you to be. Hi, nice to see you.
It's nice to see you. it's been so amazing to listen to you so far. It's something that I've been craving to hear for so long from anybody. And it's just like, it went straight into...
I can't. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to. Oh, God, it's good. Okay. This is just for us. This is for nobody else. I feel like that is like, it's like, okay, this is what it sounds like to me. So there's one side that's saying like trans people are delusional and mentally ill and we should help them. And then there's the group that's like, they're not mentally ill. There's nothing wrong with being trans. And then there's the centrist that's like, well, maybe it is a mental illness, but that's okay. They're trans, but maybe we should help them not be trans or be trans, but it's obviously a medical issue and they should go to therapy. You know, you sound like you're the side of compassion, but you ultimately aren't, and you end up ruling with the oppressors of trans people. You know what I mean? It sounds good. It sounds like you're trying to be nuanced, but you actually end up being not nuanced because you tried to sound like you're more. So it's like, man, I just wanted someone to say this. I just want someone to acknowledge being trans could be mental illness. Instead of saying maybe the trans part isn't the mental illness, maybe it's why you chose to be trans. Because some people, like chosen lesbianism, might be choosing to be trans, but trans people aren't choosing to be trans. They either are trans or they're not trans. You either are gay or you're not gay. But then there are some human beings who are having an experience of a, quote, choice by engaging in behavior that they wouldn't do once they went to therapy. But that doesn't mean gay people don't exist or trans people don't exist. It just means those people misunderstood their own relationship with self, and that's okay. Part of the journey of realizing the self is making mistakes and having regrets and figuring out who the real you is. You know, the real you. So all these detransitioners that are saying like, I thought I was trans, but I'm not, being used against trans people, it doesn't make sense, because just because they weren't trans doesn't mean these people aren't trans. And also, it's okay to think you're trans and then, oops, you're not trans. Or it's okay to think you're a Muslim, but you're not Muslim. Or it's okay to think you're a boy, but you're not a boy. It's okay to think you're gay, but you're not gay. It's okay to go on a journey. It's okay to go on a journey.
To my heart, everything you said.
Well, and I want to just acknowledge that you're also like, yeah, you're from Israel. You have family there. Like, you know, you're like, you have a right to speak about this. Like, this impacts you, and this impacts your family, your folks, and where you're from. But it's like, why is it that I'm supposed to care what a bunch of streamers and podcasters?
So I think there's like a whole vortex of bad things happening. One, people are super disillusioned with like the media, so that nobody wants to get their news from the media. That's where suckers get their news. Also, like, we're at a point in American society when capitalism is really not at its finest out.
By the way, Fox News has kind of always been streamers. You know how Fox News is an entertainment organization? Like, if you're getting your news from Sean Hannity, aren't you also just getting your news from a streamer?
Power. There's huge disparities, and a lot of people feel helpless, right? And they feel they don't see positive outcomes coming in the status quo.
You know what, Chad? Absolutely true. People want to get it completely on the first try without exploration. And to be fair, exploration can be exhausting. Hey, isn't that the truth? I think you're right. And then people expect you to get it the first time around. I think about this all the time when my messy 20s happened and my brother was like, I don't understand why you had to be messy at any point. Why couldn't you have just figured it out on the first go? Well, I'm sorry for being imperfect, but like, yeah, he asks that question because he did kind of figure it out on the first go. He did. He messed up a couple times, had some messiness, but nowhere near my messiness, right? Because he was born in the bubble that was for him. I was born in a bubble that was not for me. So I had to go looking for that bubble, looking for that identity. But that is why when your children are raised in a bubble that isn't for them, you can guarantee those kids are going to struggle. And those kids are the messy parts of society. And no matter how much, you know, I wish I didn't have to be the messy kid. I'm the messy kid. I'm the black sheep. That's why I'm the YouTuber. Because when you're so rebellious to the bubble you were raised in, you're going to, you know, it makes sense that I was so rebellious to the way capitalism works that I was like, I'm just going to have a job online instead of doing a traditional college or 9 to 5 in that sense, right? Like, yeah, sometimes you're just that person, but it is exhausting. And it almost killed me figuring out who I was. Figuring out who I was literally almost killed me. And I think that I think a lot of people do die. And I think a lot of people are just, you know, they stick to the script and they double down on the bubble they were raised in because it's scary looking for more. But some people are also just born into perfect bubbles for them. Lots of gay people are born into perfectly good bubbles for them, for the record, right? Lots of gay people and trans people get to be born into bubbles that embrace them and love them and celebrate them, and they don't have the same problems. You know how many gay people I meet that are like, man, I never had like depression over being gay. And I'm like, good for you. I'm glad. They're like, I never had like suicidal ideations like ever. And I'm like, that's great. You know, I wasn't that gay kid. I was the gay kid that wanted to kill myself, but I love that you didn't have to, because not all gay people are born into those bubbles or into those environments. Even if the world is homophobic, sometimes you're lucky enough to be born into the right family.
Well, and I think a lot of people, leftist ideology, socialism, communism, Marxism, whatever, is becoming popular. And in this doctrine, in this worldview, it's very much oppressor, oppressee. I mean, I know that's almost become...
Chad says, I'm having a hard time deconstructing the POS that is Ethan Klein from The Human. Well, hey, Ethan is also having a hard time deconstructing Hamas soldiers from The Humans. Yeah, it is actually very hard. It is actually very hard to humanize people, because to humanize Ethan is to humanize everybody. Ethan also doesn't want to humanize Hassan. That's why they're having the back and forth. It is hard. It is actually hard to humanize people when they're pieces of shit. This is why philosophy challenges the very core of man. It's why it challenges you to ask yourself, you know, are you really the hero of the story if you act like the villain? And that's all of us. All of us struggle to humanize people. That's why this idea of like, oh, you lack empathy, you're not an empath. Yeah, you're not special because you empathize with people, guys. Most people can empathize. Ethan empathizes plenty on the show. He just doesn't empathize universally, and neither do you. If you can't empathize with Ethan or Israel or Hila, that's great. Neither can them. Neither can they. Neither can, yeah. They're just types of people we struggle to empathize with. That's why bragging about being an empath makes no sense. Like, you can't universally empathize in the way that you think. But it is a fun test to see if you can do it, right? To try to do it, to try to empathize with all people. I try to do that personally in my work for myself. I do try to see if I can empathize with every single person. And sometimes I hit a wall and I'm like, ugh. And sometimes, you know, I'm just like, oh, I have a hard time with these people. But that's why I say the best I can do if I can't empathize with you is to make sure that I don't become evil just because you are. So maybe I can't empathize with you, but I also think you shouldn't be tortured or killed or abused because you did that to somebody else, you know?
Become like a talking point, but it's genuinely just the truth, is that they see, the worldview doesn't allow them to see complications. They'll look you in the face and say, what's happening in Israel is not complicated. Israel's the bad guy, Hamas is the good guys. And like, they're incapable of doing that, because in their worldview, there's the colonizer and there's the colonized, and it's up to the colonizers, the colonized, to kill, take over, resist the colonizers. And there's just a really, I think that the amount of these people I hope to God that it's somewhat exaggerated because of how we perceive them. I mean, Twitter and TikTok and online, you see Hassan, who's become like, you know, was the #1 political streamer until recently, but
who beat him?
There's just a whole vortex of terrible conditions that's kind of, you know, making people, scrambling people's brains. You know, it's just, and I mean, obviously, there's a lot of like introspection to go on there. I mean,
he got banned. Is Asmin #1? Damn, rip. Asmongold being the #1 political streamer is such a testament to where human beings are, at least in America, where I assume most of his viewers come from. That's so funny. That is, ooh, girl, if it wasn't so funny, I'd cry.
like our government, our capital. I am a social democrat. I believe capitalism is a good system, but the You know, Ethan, at the end of the day, I just
fundamentally think you have shit opinions, you know? And it's not anti-Semitic for me to say it. You just have shit opinions. That's it. I think your opinions are dog shit. You know, and that's it. And I wish you the best, and I wish your family health and happiness. But man, I could not fundamentally disagree more. Do you know what I mean? I could not fundamentally disagree more with the idea that, like, capitalism is a good system. Like, okay. Okay.
The way it's working right now is dysfunctional, and it's not working. And
It's not working right now. Capitalism is working exactly the way it intended to. Oh, it's working, baby. It's working like a well-oiled machine. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. It is working exactly the way they intended it to. He's like a fucking what a little centrist, bro. What a fucking Weasley little centrist, bro. Ugh. These centrists are so exhausting, bro.
so the people are feeling hopeless. And I think that's when you get these kinds of radical ideologies and these people who are just, so disillusioned that they're willing to kill.
I love that people are disillusioned as they're fucking paying $100,000 a year.
Well, that's the ironic part, right?
Go to Columbia and Harvard.
The true irony,
as they're making millions from streaming.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's the irony, right? And I feel like this is kind of
Okay, just because Hassan is the most popular doesn't mean he doesn't also represent all the people who aren't making that money or have that status. I don't have that status. I make a middle-class living streaming. I have to hustle every month. I never know if my rent's going to be paid next month. I just kind of hope it's going to work out. That's why I show up to work 10 hours a day, baby. You know what I mean? Just because the minority of streamers you're focusing on are, like 5 or 4 of them? What about all the thousands of people who watch them? The millions of people together who watch them? All those people are advocating for the same things, and they're not in positions of privilege.
common within communist revolutions too, is that it's the bourgeoisie who, LARP as the proletariat and lead them, tells them how to feel and what they need to do, and they become the thought leaders to the proletariat. And it's almost like a sick joke. It's true. You see the people on the campus of Columbia, like you said, who are paying $100,000 a year because they come from like a multi-million-dollar family led. Yeah, exactly. And they're the ones that are the most convicted about it.
Yeah.
I think there's also something else. I think there's a lot of generational guilt with what happened in Iraq and how America's conducted itself since 9/11, and I think there's a huge overreaction to that. Or overreaction, who can say, right? But I think there is a large influence on young people's minds who grew up learning like this was a terrible thing that we did. Millions of civilians died. It was all a lie. And it's become like American unexceptionalism. It used to be American exceptionalism. Now it's everything in America is bad.
Somebody said in chat perfectly. Who said it? Where is it? Centrists are just right-wingers with a moral superiority complex. What? Yeah, what are we overreacting about? Saying no to genocide? Guys, it really is a brave take. A brave take in the chat. Genocide bad? What? Oh, I'm sorry. Are we overreacting to a whole population? And then he has the audacity to sit there and be like, man, I wonder how the Holocaust happened. I can't believe the Holocaust happened. Don't you understand how Hitler got away with it? Don't you understand how everyone's getting away with it? And look at the way those other countries had to play games with Hitler because they didn't, I am so girl. And people used to ask me, I don't get this question anymore, but people used to ask me all the time, Brittany, what's your problem with centrists? I would rather you just be a conservative. Just say you're a fucking conservative. Because, what is this?
It can't be salvaged. It's the worst. It's whatever it is. If it's American, it's the worst. It's unsalvageable, and we hate it. And these are people who are coming up from affluent families, and I think it's them feeling generational guilt for what America has done since 9/11. And again, that's an understandable feeling and perspective. But I think it's dangerous when a bunch of young people who have no life experience and no frankly actual perspective get so convicted by things that it draws.
Ugh, nothing worse than the youth being anti-genocide. I've always said this. Man, I just want to see the youth fight for genocide because what's more American than genocide? That's sarcasm. Thank you for coming to my sarcasm talk. That's sarcasm.
Draws them to radical behavior. And I think that's just what's happening, unfortunately.
Well, and to tie it all together, like just to clarify, because I'm sure some are going to look at this conversation we're having and they're going to be like, well, you haven't said anything about the horror in Gaza and whatever. Like, of course we're horrified by what's taking place in Gaza. Of course we don't want the children starving. And like, of course I care deeply about saving what remains of my family members. I lost the 2 childhood homes I grew up in. Our family lost everything, just like the rest of Gaza mostly has lost everything. The point is, number one, how can you be a good advocate and a good custodian of this cause in the Western diaspora, in the world, so that you're not making it radioactive and toxic and pushing people away? And I would say this to kids, and they were like, you know, especially in Colombia, Students for Justice in Palestine. And they were like, well, first they blocked me. Second of all, they're like, we are not in the business of making our cause palatable to Zionists.
Yeah, I hear that.
Like,
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. How is this not respectability politics? How is this not dog whistle? Guys, can't we all just be civil? Listen. We need to be civil. Civil, you know what that means? Elon, explain to them what civil means. My heart goes out to you. Elon, all about this respectability politics. It's respectability politics. It's bullshit. Guys, with peace and love, you do not have to become angry and bitter and cruel towards people who've been cruel to you. But you certainly also don't have to shake their hand and lick their butts either. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is no, I'm not having this conversation with you. You know, this is very much, listen, when I learned US history about Germany, first I learned that, like, you know how they always say, like, Switzerland is like, I'm Switzerland, I take no sides. But then you learn Switzerland made millions and millions of dollars off selling, I think it was silverware and dishware to Germany during the Holocaust. If I'm not mistaken, history people can correct me on that. History is not one of my special interests. I'm regurgitating what I've heard. So when I think about that, and I think about this brand of being neutral, I wasn't involved. I'm neutral. But then your neutral standing also comes with making millions of dollars. You know what I mean? So I think what I also learned, which is interesting, is that, like, we didn't get involved for like 5 years. And so things were happening, right? As we were waiting. We were playing a political game, which is like, when do we involve ourselves? We always tell ourselves politics is about saving innocent lives or helping innocent people, but it isn't like that. This is why I don't care about politics, because I care about politics. I vote and I participate, but I don't think politics is the answer to save civilization. I think it's one of the reasons civilization is actually so harmed, because bad people rise to power through political means and use it to exploit the vulnerable. And so I think for me, like, when I see this, I look at this, I just think that's what's happening again. I think here's my genuine thought. I think Ahmed and Ethan genuinely think they're doing the right thing. And the road to hell is paved in your good intentions. And I just think they have too many good intentions. And I think this is why we do have to say, like, this isn't, your heart's in the right place, but, you know, your intentions are going to get a lot of people hurt. And so we have to stand up against what you're saying, because even though I think you have good intentions, I promise you the outcome of you winning. I'll give you this example. I've given it before. If Israel wins, Palestine disappears. If Palestinians are freed, they're given agency and they get to exist in the place their ancestors have existed forever. And they get home and peace and a right to stay in a place that they always had a right to be in because they're from there, right? If Ethan and Ahmed win, then the status quo stays the same, and Gazans and Palestinians are othered, and Israel is in power, and there is no one-state solution, and they come up with a two-state solution, because that's what I think Ethan is pro, and then all of a sudden you have the same thing you had before. The issue with the Palestinians being seen as other and gross and disgusting and bad and what did he call them? Barbarians, and all the other things on this side of the place. So what they're doing is they're saying, maybe if the people we're oppressing are nice to us, we'll give them some status. And I'm saying, what happened to not negotiating with terrorists? Oh, but see, Israel's not the terrorist. It's just like these kids in Yemen. So again, if Ethan got his way, the status quo wouldn't change, because Hila and Ethan, I do think fundamentally are Islamophobic. I do think they're afraid of Muslims, and I do think they all secretly think they're terrorists, except for the good ones. Except for the good ones. I do believe that. I believe that's probably what they think. Even if they don't know they think it, they've been too Islamophobic over the last few years. And for me, it feels very like, yeah, it feels like that's their positioning. Just like Sam Harris. I hate the way Sam Harris talks about Muslims and women. Because as much as he's saying, I'm just an atheist who hates religion, it just gives off Islamophobic. Even though he refuses to adhere, even though he's a proud Zionist, which is, we learned yesterday. I didn't know Sam Harris was a proud Zionist. I'm not a fan of Sam Harris. But we were reviewing him on Free Will yesterday, and I looked it up. The man is a proud Zionist. Being a proud Zionist is basically, I feel like, a part of also being like anti-Islam. And again, I'm anti any group of men coming together to uphold patriarchal belief systems, but that is separate from the idea that I don't think Muslims should be targeted. Just because I don't like the patriarchy and I don't like your religion doesn't mean I think you're dangerous or need to be targeted. Or let's separate those two thoughts. I don't think anyone should be targeted, but I don't think you're any more dangerous than white Christians or than American Christians. And if we're going to play this game that American Christians are safer than Muslims, then I just think you're lying. And I think that lie, and if you believe that lie, means that you are unwilling to see yourself as just as complicit as the misogyny and bigotry within Islam. You know? Chad says, is it the legacy of 9/11 that makes the U.S. so Islamophobic? Because in truth, Islam is the cousin to Christianity. I mean, I think that plays a big role in the modern worldview. But to be honest with you, even before 9/11, America thought of Muslims as sort of connected to terrorism, and they've been invading the Middle East forever. And also, if you listen to some Christian bubbles, Catholic bubbles, they talk about Constantinople, and they talk about Constantine. They talk about the Muslims versus the Christians, or how Constantine was inspired by God and saw a vision in the clouds to beat the Muslims. So no, I think Islamophobia runs deep and long in a lot of Christian bubbles. I just think 9/11 made people feel more empowered. And again, if you want to start saying people from the Middle East are white, if you want to say that I am white, then I want you to start saying 9/11 was done by white people instead of by brown Muslims. Because again, we're playing games here. We're playing games with language. I know why we say white. I am white. I'm not saying I'm not white. I'm just saying I'm also from the region that people seem to be so afraid of after 9/11. But nobody sat there and said, damn the Caucasians, damn those Caucasus, the Caucasus Mountains, you know what I mean? And I feel like we're really bad at being honest about how we feel about the world. And I don't blame us. I think it's scary to be honest. That's why you have to practice with your therapist first.
Like, they don't want to make it tolerable. And I'm like, okay, so you're just going to make it tolerable then only to a bunch of lunatics, and you're like, who are you going to appeal to?
Exactly. What is the end goal?
It's way worse than that, because all they do is empower people like fascist elements, conservative, fascist, right-wing elements that hate brown people.
Yeah, this argumentation is so fucking old and tired. This is just basically like politics. This is politics. See how they're playing politics? I hate playing politics with people's rights and with people's lives. I'm not playing politics with you. I'm not going to argue whether or not people deserve to be genocided if they played a better political game. But this is what politics is. He's playing politics with people's lives.
Hate immigrants that fucking do whatever the fuck they want. And it's like, it's just so self-defeating. And
it is like you said, it's just pushing people away. Like, yeah. Ethan and I are totally on board. Like, we want to figure it out. We want free Palestine. We want all those things. And they're pushing up.
Oh, by the way, whatever you guys learned about Constantine and all of those things in chat, I'm not telling you what you learned. I'm telling you what I learned in my bubble. Just for clarification. Just to make it clear how differently we were raised and with what knowledge I was raised with. That's the story I was told growing up. So I'm telling you it's not real. I'm telling you how bubbles share and teach their kids information and how education looks different in different bubbles. That's what I meant by sharing that story.
That's a way, like, we are the devil. Like, you should see how they talk about us.
Oh, I'm sure he gets it just as bad.
And you get it too.
I have no doubt.
So what is the end goal? What are they?
Nah. Chad says, Britt, are you ready for the Insta stories coming your way? No, Ethan and his crew have avoided me at all costs, which they should continue to do. Because to be honest, I'm not like all these other leftists traditionally. I actually do cover it from a philosophical lens. I don't think he can contend with it. I don't think it makes sense to his brain or their people's brains. They could never talk to me the way they talk about Hassan or anybody else. Hassan, who openly says he rejects philosophy bubbles, yeah, they can talk to him through a political lens because that's how they're talking. They could never contend with my argumentation because they don't ever think about it through a philosophical lens. They are only thinking about their feelings, their limited understanding of the situation, and through a political lens. They are arguing politics about people's lives right now. They're arguing if you only appealed more, you would get genocided less. And I'm not making that argument. I will never make that argument. I don't care who you are. You never deserve to be genocided. Bring up the worst person, the worst people on earth. First of all, I don't even know if that's a thing. But yeah, no. Right?
Actually working towards. I don't understand.
Wait, Chat said, yeah, it's interesting that your Christian bubble taught you that. I don't think it's historically accurate. Christians are never historically accurate. Like, I just need to say this out loud in case anybody religious people, by definition, cannot be historically accurate because their history started when God created the earth. Religious people who follow some Abrahamic God can never be historically accurate. Not the full picture, because they literally started off history with God. Right? So I'm just,
I mean, it's like,
Yeah, I don't know.
but the other thing too, it's like this is what I said. Remember, there's activism, there's advocacy, and then there's policy. A lot of times, policy makers are so far removed from the messaging of advocates and the community and activists and advocates. Advocates, however, are uniquely positioned where you kind of graduate from being an advocate, an activist that just yells and screams and says things that feel good, to actually caring about being pragmatic, actually caring about achieving things, because you're an interlocutor between the policy guys up here and the activists. And I'm not saying activists are the bottom of the ladder. I'm talking about the ladder of the bottom of the power of the ladder from a societal point of view. I'm simply talking about the ladder of power and access, influence, and change. From my perspective, advocates are somewhere in the middle, and the state of advocacy right now for the Palestinian people. I mean, how about the fact that if you're Jewish or pro-Israel or self-identifying as Zionist, you have a spectrum of organizations and things to be a part of.
Yeah.
You have J Street, you have Israel Policy Forum, you have AIPAC, you have the ADL, you have AJC, you have the Jewish Community Centers, you have the Jewish Federations, you have the Zionist Organization of America and the World Zionist Congress, and you have the Jewish National Fund and Jaffe and all this infrastructure. If you're, Arab, Muslim, Palestinian, and you want to express sentiments of support for the Palestinian people and channel your
Ooh, okay, wait, great conversation. Chez says we should measure the effect of activism by its political effects. We're going to deconstruct your sentence. We shouldn't measure the effect of activism by its political effects. Actually, we have to, because effect in politics is the point. What we shouldn't gauge is whether or not activism is morally sound or more correct based off its effects. So politically, activism is meant to affect the system and meant to make change. And if it doesn't, it's bad activism. But then separate from that, this is why politics and morals are different. Morally, we do not decide if activism is morally correct based off of its ability to impact. So this is where the deviation, great comment, this is where the deviation is happening. They want to make sure activism is impacting in a direction. And I think other leftist pro-Palestinian people are saying, regardless of how the system changes its ways, we are on the right side of history. So morally, ethically, pro-Palestine is better. Politically, the ability to make moves, well, that's obviously in Israel's favor. They're best friends with America. So I you know what I mean? Just because you win doesn't mean you're right, even if history is written by the victor, right? So I do think that's the deviation in these ideas, is like they think activism, it's like this goes back to Prop 8 and gay marriage. During that time, because I'm a mid-millennial, during that era in which we were fighting for gay marriage, the expectation of our community is that we would promote the most wholesome, family-focused gay people in order to make conservatives less afraid of gay people. But gay people shouldn't have to be digestible to homophobes to feel entitled legally to civil rights or basic representation by the law. Right? So that's the dilemma we're running into. Is this is the whole conversation happening around racist TikTok right now with Black fatigue. Oh, everyone is exhausted by certain groups of Black people. And if Black people just act accordingly, then people wouldn't be exhausted by them. Instead of just saying this isn't about, oh, race, it's just about how you act, then why is it called Black fatigue if it's not about race? And Black fatigue was actually coined by a leftist writer who actually was explaining how exhausting it is emotionally to be a Black person under racism. And then the racists, did what they always do, which is steal it and turn it into something racist. Okay? So again, when we're having this conversation, I think it's two different kinds of conversations. Discord said that's not necessarily true. I saw a conversation on this recently. I wish I could recall the video because I can't recall it enough to articulate the point, but it's not necessarily the impact on politics directly. Well, are you just giving another example of things? What's not true? When people say it's not true, are you saying that out of the 8 billion bubbles on the planet, there's not one bubble that it's true for? Or are you saying it's not true within the context of the conversation? I want us to think really good, like really deeply about the language we're using, because I'm saying each bubble represents a different focus and purpose and a prescription around their activism, right? So I'm saying there are two different ways of thinking, plus the others that I couldn't even start to negotiate or communicate here, right? So we have to think about the language we're using, because that's what Ethan is confused about. That's what Ahmed is confused about. That's what everyone is arguing about. We're saying, hey, why are you doing this? But they don't know why they're doing it. Ethan doesn't understand why he can't be pro-Palestinian in the way that other pro-Palestinian people are. Because listen to me this, if Ethan is in a position where he wants to be praised and validated for his beliefs, this is the kidology problem. Remember when kidology was mad at all the leftists because they wouldn't be nice to her? And then she went on trigonometry to talk about how critical race theory was bad for her. Your trauma is being used against you at the expense of other marginalized communities. So you go to a community that's embracing you only for them to use you to hurt other marginalized communities. You know what I mean? Chat says, wait, I'm confused. Discord said, I'm confused now. I thought we were talking about activism as a whole and what the purpose of activism is generally. No, we are not talking about what activism is generally. We are specifically examining the two thoughts that are contradicting each other right now. Two forms of activism are coming against each other right now. The form of activism that believes it is only as good as it results in policy, and the form of activism that says it is good regardless of how it impacts policy as long as you're on the right side of history. And those two people are fighting right now. And I would rather be on the side of history than on the side that wins and gets policy made. Because if I have to throw minority people under the bus in order for bigots and oppressors to give me basic fucking dignity and qualify my humanity, then I just sold out my people for what? Now, some people will say, but that's just how history goes, Brittany. Okay, the nice slaves who weren't so mean to their masters were given some sort of, perks of being in the house, or perks of not being beaten as much, or perks of maybe being raped, but in a way that is, quote, good, quoting Andrew Wilson here. Andrew Wilson made the argument, not me, that sometimes rape is good if people orgasm. I know what you're saying. What? Yes, a grown man said that. A grown Christian man said that maybe rape is good for some people because they orgasm. Just process the information with me out loud. Ethan and Ahmed are in the bubble that believe that if people who are oppressed are just nice enough to their oppressors will be like, okay, I guess I won't oppress you anymore. Here are some basic rights that you were born with, but we took away from you because we're horrible people. Right? So all I'm saying is these two thoughts are coming against each other. That doesn't account for all other forms of activism or why people are in activism. Right? All I'm saying is these two thoughts are bubbling up against each other, right? That's what's happening. Does that make sense? I am never going to speak generally unless I say generally, hopefully, but I am specifically trying to point out these two groups of thought that often come head to head. It's literally so common. And I lived through it. My own political journey lived through it. I went from being a conservative to a centrist to a liberal to like a leftist to a progressive to now, you know, politically progressive, but philosophically pop all the bubbles, girl. Okay. So I also went through that journey of thinking respectability politics and appealing to the oppressors was a necessary move for minorities in order to gain rights that were God-given. Okay. That's all I'm trying to explain. If that didn't make sense and you need clarification, just ask me.
And have that be harnessed in a constructive, meaningful way, basically at a national level, all you have.
Hold on. Chat said, but if no material change in the condition of the oppressed is made, can we say our activism is successful? Depending on how you view activism. Activism isn't a monolithic experience. It exists it exists in many, many ways for different kinds of people. Okay? So then you have to define why you're doing activism. Activism itself is not a monolithic experience.
Is Students for Justice in Palestine, much of which I think has devolved to just be a complete disaster. Or you have CARE, which is Muslim Brotherhood adjacent. That's basically your two options, is, you know, Students for Justice in Palestine that supports armed resistance as an option, or CARE. Not very compelling.
Oh, doesn't AB's dad work for CARE?
And then it devolves into this permanent, like, well, look at the Jews and they have AIPAC and they control the Congress and they control the policies and they control this and that. And it's like, wait, last time I checked, Palestinians and Arabs and Muslims in the United States, cumulatively, are some of the most, I would argue, successful minorities in the United States, professionally, academically, and otherwise. Why hasn't there been, over the decades, any meaningful attempt at building either one piece of infrastructure or multiple pieces of infrastructure through which you vector young people's energies, through which you
why
teach?
Is that? Why do you think
why
that
is that?
I mean, I have multiple theories about that. I'm in DC. I speak to people. I try to fundraise. I try to do this. Honestly, I think some of it is just petty communal divisions. I think some of it is genuine ignorance of the fact that, like, there's so many people who like I talked to some folks in Silicon Valley or some folks in LA about trying to build up infrastructure here in DC to advocate for Palestinian rights in a sophisticated manner that can actually build infrastructure and harness some energies beyond the like free Palestine, and without the stupid, let's cover up with a kafia and do revolution and intifada, like to actually be sophisticated so that we have a greater chance of being heard and being influential. And one guy didn't know what think tanks were. The other guy was he just kept bringing it back to how the Jews control everything, and no matter what we do, the Jews will not. And these are this gentleman was a multi-millionaire.
Oh yes, because rich people, everybody knows when you're rich, you're morally correct and the smartest person in the room. Of course, everybody knows that. Guys, rich people are always the best. They're always the most morally sound. Of course. Wow, I'm shocked. A millionaire ignorant? I am shocked. A millionaire bigoted? I am shocked. Wow. Who? What? What is his point of saying this?
And he was interested, and he was telling me how he was disturbed by some of the messaging from college activists and campuses, and how harmful he thought. So then the other thing is there were a few attempts at being pragmatic. There's something called the American Task Force on Palestine. And they were ruthlessly mauled by the community as being sellouts, and Rashid Khalidi was very much so part of the effort to try to take them down, to try to undermine them, to try to push.
Who were they? What was it?
It was basically an effort to try to have dialogue and communication with the Jewish community, but also to engage the Bush administration, Condoleezza Rice, to work within the U.S. system, both the executive and the legislative, but especially the executive. Again, in an elegant, sophisticated way that could also...
I mean, I want you to zoom out again with me, guys. Look what's happening with Trump and other countries right now. And then understand, so there's this season of Korra, which is season 1, in which one little island is being threatened by a guy who wants to take away bending. And I always wondered, when I first watched it with my brother, I was like, why isn't the whole world coming together to fight this guy? And he's like, it's just one little war or one little fight in one little place, right? And that's kind of like Palestine, Israel. That's kind of like the Congo and all these other places. Like they're like, sorry, I'm going to use the word little, but I need you to know I'm talking politically and strategically. I'm not talking about humanitarian right now. So zoom out with me in this political bubble. These little battles and these little genocides that are happening, that the big powers that be like just don't see as anything more than like pawns on a chessboard, but are impacting like really real people's lives, right? So if you zoom out and look at the political bubbles and just the governments fighting each other and fighting for power, tariffs here, tariffs here, tariffs here, tariffs here, like they are playing with our lives. Like they are playing with us. You know, Croatia just got notification that they're looking at maybe a 50% tariff on the EU, right? That's us. And I was like, damn. And I told my partner, I was like, well, we're not buying anything forever. Like, we're not going to buy anything unnecessarily. Like the world's getting so expensive for everybody. And so when we think about how they are impacting our lives, because they're literally doing it in front of us, like everyone's like battling it out in front of us. And then while they're doing it up here, all these other people are being impacted. Real people's lives are being impacted, right? So we have to remember that there's the political game and then there's the humanitarian game. Like humanitarian efforts often have to play politics, but they kind of, well, not always. Sometimes they start outside of the political bubble, but realize eventually they have to be political, right? And so there's like a difficulty to this, like who are you in the story? Which game are you playing? And this is why I will die on this hill that Hassan is wrong and Luffy is not a freedom fighter, because freedom fighters are ultimately political and Luffy is not political. He is completely individualistically motivated. He only does it because he wants to. It has nothing to do with anybody else. Versus Sabo and everybody else, they are politically engaging in freedom fighter activities, which is why they're dubbed terrorists, because they're engaging outside but within the system to take down the system. Luffy doesn't care if he takes down the system. Luffy cares about doing what he thinks is right and what he wants to do, which is why I try to be more like Luffy every day, because Luffy still somehow always ends up on the right side, but only because he has no enemies and no desire to hate people, and really only hates people or despises them or picks fights with them because they've betrayed his sense of value against somebody who's more marginalized and more weak than he is. Luffy fights on behalf of weak people, but only weak people he has connection to or feels indebted to or connected to, right? And that's the thing that is so different than working with communities and working with organizations. And so again, I think you have to think about who you are in the story, what game are you playing, how attached are you to the bubble, and then how are you, like when we look at even One Piece and we look at the relationship between the good Marines and the bad Marines, at the end of the day, you're still a Marine. So then what does it mean to be a good Marine when you're still a Marine? This amazing scene you see with Garth, and you see his way of interacting with his two grandkids, and you see the way they're all doing different things. Ace was a different pirate than Luffy is a pirate. Ace actually, ironically, belonged to a pirate family. Luffy has a pirate family full of individuals who come together temporarily to do adventure with, right? So when we're having these conversations, that's why I think it's funny when Hassan says Luffy's a freedom fighter, because I think look at my special interest is categorization. So for Hassan to say that is just like, in my opinion, wrong, but I can see why he said that, because Luffy is the one everybody wants to be. Everybody wants to be Luffy. But you know why no one can be Luffy? Because Luffy is not real. Even in terms of the anime world, Luffy is not real. He has no thoughts, right? In the manga, he has no thought bubble. He has no definition of being a real person. He is the lore. In the same way, Goku is the lore. Naruto, all these main character protagonists that everyone wants to be, they're the least real characters in most animes. Everybody around them is actually who the story is about, in my opinion. At least when I watched like animes. You know, when I watch an anime, I always notice the side characters are much more human than the main character, which is why the main character gets all that plot armor. Because they're the fantasy. They're the fantasy of what we wish we could be in a world where we'll never be it. You know? All right, let's go back to the video.
Act as an arm of, like, for the Palestinian Authority and the Palestinian National Project in the United States, but to do so, again, and I hate to use the word overuse the word sophisticated. It is not I'm not saying it in an elitist sense per se. I'm simply saying sophisticated as in not the trash we're seeing on the streets at college
not
campuses.
the black and white.
like not the
version.
black and white, not the like revolution intifada, like we're gonna all in this like cartoonish villain imagery that we see. No, like our people are proud, like show our faces. We're here, we're gonna be dressed up, we're gonna sit down with policymakers, and we're gonna talk about how we can work with the Jewish community. And this is even before, JVP was even a thing, Jewish Voice for Peace, and some of these leftist spaces. But
Jewish community or Israel? Like Jewish community or Israel? What is he saying?
But that was seen as a bridge too far for a lot of even for a lot of academics and a lot of even the business people in the Palestinian community. But that was like it started falling apart in 2006 to 2008. But that's the problem with our community is the emotionality. It's the lack of true vision.
Whoa. Who's our?
The lack of like I've had people in other think tanks that talked about trying to get wealthy Arabs and wealthy Palestinians to invest in DC fellowships for young Palestinian professionals to learn about how does Congress work, how does the executive branch work, like to be involved, in Washington, be here, go to the State Department, go. And that does happen, but that's individual family members who encourage their kids. That's not a lot of communal push and effort to say we're going to do this as a community, as part of a sophisticated infrastructure that harnesses our resources, our know-how, and that honestly, quite frankly, I think even if you were to do the aforementioned, then you're going to inevitably hit the messaging wall. What is the messaging wall? It's twofold. Can you work with Zionists? Can you accept working with Zionists and the mainstream Jewish organizations and Jewish community as allies, prospective allies, or even as a...
Who is he talking to? Oh, I hate centrists, bro. Chess says this guy is so neoliberal coded. Yeah, what the fuck, bro? Yo.
A necessary evil, quote unquote. The second piece is, what are you advocating for? Like two states, okay. How is a Palestinian state going to be framed in a way that's advantageous to U.S. interests? How is a Palestinian state not going to be a platform for Hamas's terrorism? How is a Palestinian state not going to be sabotaged by the...
Oh my God, yeah. He wants Palestinians to be like Malala. Yeah, he wants. That's totally what it is. That's the inherent Islamophobia that I'm saying. That inherently it comes off anti-Islam and anti-Arab sentiment and anti like anything that is in Western propaganda. That little girl didn't get to go to school and they shot her in the face for it, which was devastating. And once again, I point the finger at groups of men. Patriarchy shot Malala in the face, not Islam. Okay? And Islam is patriarchal, so you can also blame Islam if you'd like. But first, before Islam, it was patriarchy. Before Islam, it was patriarchy. Before Islam, it was patriarchy. Okay? Because Islam is nothing without its patriarchy. It's not. It's not Islam without the patriarchy. It's not Christianity without the patriarchy. It's not Judaism without the patriarchy. Okay? So patriarchy first is always going to be the issue. Okay? So, he wants America to embrace. Yeah, he wants to be embraced like that's why it feels like a token almost. But you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think the dilemma is like in an ideal progressive world, again, religious people exist, but in their world, we don't exist. And so the issue is that there are progressives who are politically worse at politics because they're voting for it's exactly like the argument against non-binary people, that trans rights would be quicker if non-binary people would be quiet. There is a belief that if non-binary people didn't speak up, then trans people would have civil rights. But the truth is that they wouldn't, and that you're allowing oppressors who never had your back in the first place to genuinely find a reason to, quote, oppress you because of, quote, women in sports and non-binary people existing, right? So it's this idea that like you're not playing nice with your oppressors, and if you would just calm them down and not spook the oppressor would trust you. But the oppressor is spooked by you because you're scary. Oh, gender fluid. Are you a boy or are you a girl? Oh my God, pick one. You can't pick one? Well, how will I know what to call you at a dinner table? Oh my God. Like, what? You know what I mean? It's like this idea that like you're scaring the oppressor. If you don't scare them, they'll be nice to you. Why doesn't the oppressor ask itself, why am I scared? It's this idea that, again, Not So Erudite said about Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson only became as bigoted as he was because the left rejected him instead of like slowly holding his hand and helping him the way she wants to help Destiny the Predator. If we're just nice to these boys who are predators towards women, maybe they'll learn that being a predator is bad. You know who can do that? Their therapists. Not me, girl. And not you. It should be their therapists. Maybe if we hold their hand, they'll realize racism bad. Yeah, maybe. And maybe you should do that with your mom and dad. And it shouldn't be society's problem to deal with your mom and dad. Maybe their therapist can help them. But why are we suffering because your parents are bigoted? Why are the rest of us suffering because your best friend's a predator? Why are we, you know what I'm saying? No.
Iranian meddling. Iran, every day, Palestinian security forces in the West Bank, they foil attempts by the Islamic Republic of Iran and to send money, to send guns, and I have the receipts. I know the people who are involved in these efforts. Like, it does happen on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. Numerous plots are foiled.
That's another thing that I never see anybody here talk about, is the involvement of Iran and the funding.
Oh, completely. I mean, there is never going to be a free, stable Palestine while the Ayatollah's regime is still standing.
Yeah, there's a malicious...
What?
Palestine while the Ayatollah's regime is still standing.
Was he about to say Israel, bro?
Never going to be a free, stable Palestine while the Ayatollah's...
He was so gonna say Israel, bro.
...regime. Completely. I mean, there is never going to be a free, stable Palestine while the Ayatollah's regime is still standing.
Yeah, there's a malicious, invisible hand pushing, Hamas.
And this is why we're going to watch Ezra Klein after this, because I can't get on the Ezra Klein bandwagon. Too many centrists like him, so I don't like him already. But we're going to watch Ezra talk to Sam Seder. But I'm hesitant to be a fan of Ezra Klein as long as centrists love him so much. But let's see. Let's give him a chance. But yeah, see? Because Ezra plays the same game, I feel, from the little I've seen of him, where I'm like, he's giving me the same vibe. Play nice with the oppressor. Maybe the oppressor will like you.
Hezbollah and the Houthis to conflict, right? And it's
but are you going to talk about that? Like, again, do we have a cohesive Palestinian body or several bodies against Palestinian American and Arab American and Muslim American body?
Exactly. Chad says, I saw Destiny praising him. I saw Not So Erudite praising him. And if Kyla is praising somebody, they suck, because she has bad judgment. So that's why I was like, I see too many centrists praising Ezra Klein, and that tells me he's probably a no-go. So if you guys are telling me that Destiny was praising him, do you know what I'm saying? Absolutely not. And I've seen Ezra on so many people's shows, and they're always shows by people who are liberal but centrists. Like, Trevor Noah is not progressive in the way that I would ever, think is meaningful. I've seen him talk to women, okay? All these people from The Daily Show are not as progressive as you would want. I love The Daily Show, but I'm very hesitant to believe that they don't struggle sometimes. Jon Stewart's the best of them, honestly. That they don't struggle sometimes with leaving that centrist Democrat bubble. You know what I mean?
That aren't cut off all funding to Israel because we know in the near term, that's not really a feasible, even if you disagree with it, you can withhold some particular aid packages or whatever, but overall, you need to be defined by what you stand for, not just what you're against.
Right.
Of course, we're against the Israeli military occupation, but is the occupation all of Israel, or is the occupation the 1967 borders? What are we going to do about the settlements? Can we normalize the idea that Palestine will live side by side next to a safe and secure Israel? Make that a talking point in the Palestinian community, in the diaspora, and build power in DC and in the business community, and bring the totality of that to Washington. And I think you got yourself a very compelling piece of infrastructure. Instead, we're not only divided, but we're reliant on a bunch of academic spaces that are utterly useless. They are basically 5 steps above Hamas in terms of the radicalization of young people, both Arab Americans, Muslim Americans and Palestinian Americans, but also non-Arabs, people that are allies in applying, critical race theory, critical Palestine theory, mapping out Israel and Palestine to abortion rights, women's rights, immigrant rights, Black Lives Matter, the capitalism, anti-capitalism, anti-civilization, anti-this, anti-that, anti-like Western civilization. My point is, the Palestinian issue has become a dumping ground for all sorts of causes, issues, activists. And our community is not really in charge of leading this issue. Our community, and then the few leaders that we have, like that Nardine Kiswani in New York within our lifetime. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I don't.
You probably better. But just look it up, Nardine Kiswani. But the few Palestinian prominent voices, Nardine Kiswani, Susan Abul Hawa, Muhammad El Kurd. We have some horrendous online social media influencers and activists in the diaspora who might as well just get Israeli passports.
Hold on. Discord said only somewhat related. Why is Jewish lineage determined by the matriarch? Confirm if I'm wrong, guys. From my limited understanding, it's because you can prove the baby is Jewish because it came out of the mother. You can't prove the baby is Jewish by the father unless you know for a fact the father is Jewish. But from my understanding, it's more like a guarantee the baby is Jewish because the mother is Jewish. Is that right? Did I get it? Is that my limited understanding? I don't know if I'm correct on that, but that's my understanding. I could be so wrong, right? Like, who knows if I was taught the right thing, but that's my understanding.
And work for the Israeli ministry.
You know, it's funny. We joke that Bad Empanada must work for the Mossad. Must be a Mossad.
All right, I've already got a couple of people in chat agreeing.
Mossad plant because he does a lot of work to make the entire movement look worse. And so I think that's a good working theory right now.
I mean, I just, that's why I invite these guys. Like, I just say, honestly, a bunch of them, they might as well, like, electronic intifada. Like, come on. Just please, Israel, please do us a favor and give them a passport.
Just bring them on board.
These people are the best Hasbara, voices. Israel spends, and the Jewish community spend massive sums trying to promote the Jewish perspective and voices and narrative. Why waste your time? Just when you have a bunch of dumbass.
That's kind of what my point was with the shooter too. He's doing so much for the worst people. But we're running out of time here, so I want to ask you to close it up. I want to ask one, what are steps that we as people who want to do what we can to help? How do we kind of like resist push back on like Netanyahu and the psychotic forces coming out of Israel? And then how do we, are you have an organization? Are you part of a nonprofit? What do you do? Is there a place we can donate?
Yeah, so let me start with the first one real quick. I mean, this only works. Like Ahmed is only, and pragmatic Palestinians are only successful if there are equivalent folks within Israel and within the Jewish community in the diaspora, especially, Jewish Americans and Israeli Americans, because unfortunately, both of our communities, believe it or not, are gripped by similar dynamics, where the number of centrist, center-left, and center-right Israelis that I speak to on a regular basis, and they're like, Ahmed, what you're describing is exactly me when I try to say, look, guys, I hate Hamas, but like Smotrich saying we're going to concentrate the population 4 days ago, and he said we're going to concentrate the population down south so that Trump's plan works and they're all kicked out, basically bragging about ethnic cleansing. Like, I tell my Israelis friends, like, and family, this is terrible. Like we can't, like, as Israelis and as Jews, like, we have values. Like, we're a democratic country. Like, we can't get behind this. This is like a moral decay from within. And they're like, oh, you're self-hating. Like, you're worse than Hamas. You're terrible. Or when they push back on the fact that Netanyahu has stalled and dragged this out, etc. So, like, I would argue that it is the height of being a being a Zionist or an Israeli patriot to call out. And you guys don't have the excuse, at least for us, we have the excuse of being under the boot of a terrorist organization, which is a legitimate excuse. You guys have democracy, okay? You guys have free expression that, yes, is sometimes being eroded by the police violence, but nevertheless, Israel's a free society. And so, this
Hmm. Um. Hmm. Um. Hmm. I feel like that meme where it's like, huh, hmm, like you already know what I'm thinking, right? Like I think we have enough of the same shared. Like I already, you know what? It's just like, okay, well, I don't. We could deconstruct that for hours. What is a free society? We could deconstruct that for hours.
Discourse, the diversity of discourse within the Jewish community, my impression, having as an outsider, is part of the tradition, a long tradition. Like two Jews, 100 opinion kind of jokes. So I strongly hope that there is a similar push by a multitude of pragmatic allies on the Jewish side to say, listen, we need to stop Hamas from seizing a lot of the aid and reselling it and making money off of it. But we can't do that if we're literally like stopping anything from going into Gaza for 2 months. People are clearly malnourished. We're seeing horrendous scenes. Israel's being turned into a pariah. Israel's being sanctioned by by France and UK and Canada. And,
No!
and the Span.
No! Wait! I walked away for 2 seconds. Is this guy mad that the world is trying to hold Israel accountable? Wait, I'm confused.
Spanish parliament just passed a thing like Trump is like upset and saying wrap it up. Like this is not going well for us, guys. Like yes, we want to, like something's got to give. So there are ways in which our allies can support us. Support the mutually beneficial realignment towards the center, towards pragmatism, towards moderation.
He already said it. Center, pragmatism. Oh my God, I'm fucking slurring. You guys know what I'm saying. This man is Israeli propaganda 101, man. He loves Israel, bro. No wonder everybody was so mad. I wondered. I didn't see anybody review him, and people were like, "Oh, this guy, bro," and I didn't know. But oh my God, but yeah, pragmatism. Thank you. He said all the bad words. He said all the red flags. He said all of them. Oh, Habibi. He seems, honestly, what a sweet little nugget. He seems like a nice little boy, okay? But the man is doing Israeli propaganda. And propagandists, they're always just the sweetest little beans, I'm being sarcastic.
As again, not kumbaya, let's hold hands, everything's gonna be fine. But as a realistic,
yeah, he says we a lot. Chad says he caught himself and then threw in the word salad to cover it up. He loves to say we. Who's we? Who we? Who? Man, I can't believe he just wrapped up the whole conversation by saying like the world is punishing Israel. Israel is genociding the Palestinians. The world is doing the best they can to support the genocided people.
Framework to bring down the temperature and to navigate what seems like a complete mess.
It seems like right now we just need to find a way to end the war because everybody's just been pushed to the fringes. It's like
we end the war, but we make sure we don't end it in a way that Hamas is still in control, because that's going to be a disaster for the people of Gaza. That's for another podcast. I will gladly come back and talk about.
Yeah. Wait. If we end it in this case with Hamas not in control, which is fine, fuck Hamas. But then who's in control? He sounds like he wants Israel in control. That's the impression I was getting through this whole conversation. He didn't say it, but everything he said sounded like he was saying Israel needs to be the big dog. So I think that's why people are calling him a Zionist, because he's given big dog talking points. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Different theories and works. In fact, I had like a 4-hour discussion with someone today on a workshop. So as I work at the Atlantic Council, where I am a resident senior fellow, but also I run Realign for Palestine through the Atlantic Council, and I have a
okay, so he's going to talk about his nonprofit, which you guys can check out. I'll link this video, but I'm not going to support his nonprofit, because the moment he brings up any conversation that sympathizes with the genociding force, that gives me an absolute no-go on that front. There are other organizations you can donate to, so many other people that are going to be pro-Palestinian. I appreciate him sharing his perspective. I appreciate Ethan having the conversation, but Ethan specifically had this conversation specifically with him because ultimately they agree. And Ethan parrots Israeli talking points, which tells me this man is pro-Israeli at the end of the day. Israel at the end of the day, not Israeli, Israel, which tells me at the end of the day that it will come at the expense of Palestinian people. And that's sad. And I'm not for that. I think that's really sad. Okay, so that's it. We did it. We went through it. Centrists are going to centrist. You know what I mean? Humans are going to human and centrists are going to centrist. Never trust a centrist. Because the moment they decide it's more pragmatic to throw you under the bus, they're going to throw you under that bus. Period. Okay? Boo! Boo! Tomato emoji in the chat, guys. Boo! I love saying boo. I love throwing gifs of boos out. Boo! Okay, now. Sam Seder and Ezra Klein. Again, ooh, Ezra. Ezra Klein has been everywhere on my timeline. Everyone and their mother is talking about Ezra Klein, but I am hesitant to be Team Ezra. There's something about him that screams centrist. And like I always say, never trust a centrist. I think we just learned that from the last few hours of stream. Don't trust centrists. So let's watch. He's talking to Sam Seder, who I do like. So I figured let's see if we can get on board with Ezra Klein if he talks to Sam Seder, but I don't know. I haven't pre-watched. I have no idea if Sam is good with Ezra or they're not good. I have a feeling that he's probably not going to get along with Ezra Klein, but again, that's only because I'm getting centristy vibes from him, very Democrat, very liberal. And we know Sam Seder's more progressive, so let's see what we think.
We are back. Sam Seder on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland out today. It's a pleasure to welcome my back, I guess. I mean, maybe it was years and years ago.
Been a minute.
Ezra Klein, New York Times columnist, host of the podcast, The Ezra Klein Show, also co-author of the new book, Abundance. Ezra, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So we should say just a little bit of backstory. You guys had reached out to us. Our efficiency is a quotient not particularly high. So you were on the Iglesias' show, I guess the Slow Boring podcast, and mentioned that we hadn't responded. So we wanted to have you on to talk about the book. We had Paul Glastis on from Washington Monthly, your old haunt.
Oh, where I interned. Love Paul.
With a critique. That was, I think, like a middling critique, some of the proposals that were brought up in the book. But let's just start with you outlining, like, what thematically, what is the book about?
The book is about a very simple question, which is, what do we need more of and how do we get it? And then the parts of the book that I think have aroused more controversy, critique, energy, conversation, is that much of the book is exploring the question of why in the places Democrats govern, or in the times when Democrats govern, are liberals, are Democrats, are in some cases people on the left, unable to produce more of the things we need? Why is there so little housing in California and New York? Sam, where are you? Just so I have you.
In New York.
You're in New York. So why in places like New York and California and Illinois, where you have a lot of Democratic control, have they become very unaffordable? Why is it very hard to cite enough clean energy, even though that's become a major project for the Democratic Party? Why is so much that we do so goddamn slow? Medicare released its Medicare cards a year after it was passed into law. Getting prescription drug prices negotiated on 10 drugs took 3 years and will only go into effect this year, just in time for Donald Trump to take advantage of it and brag that it was him who did it. So this question of the sclerosis of liberal government, how do we actually make it deliver the things it is promising to deliver, is the core inquiry of the book.
And the culprits run across, I guess, like four sort of main silos, as far as I can tell. Like we have the regulation and bureaucratic red tape, and this is a problem both in terms of like building infrastructure and to some extent within the context of housing. There are that housing is also addressed by like local, I guess, incumbent groups that have power there. The infrastructure, again, some of that bureaucratic process is a function, and we'll get into this, is a function of environmental regulations that end up getting abused in some fashion. And then in the context of like of science and innovation, it is a sort of a risk-averse funding. But let me, before we go into some of the specifics, from your perspective, because I've been reading a lot of the, there's a lot of reviews of the
Abundance
book out there.
Discourse.
It's also
Have you read the book?
I have. Well, I've listened to the book. Let's put it
See,
that way.
that's as good.
And to me, I like your read better than Derek's. Okay, but I've listened to
think they're
both. I listened
exactly
to.
as good. All right, if you that just gives you a sense of what level we're talking.
That's a different critique. But yes, I have read the book, and I've also read. There's a tremendous amount of reviews about the book.
What is your critique of the book? I want to answer your critique of the book.
Well, I will get to that. Okay. I will get to that. But from your perspective, is this a policy or a political book?
Oh, I don't think you can separate those two.
Okay,
I mean,
so
you know my career. I'm a policy
Yes.
reporter from way back, but I think something that has always been central to the way I understand that is policy, politics, and process. And I think this is very much a book about process and proceduralism are all intertwined. The idea that you can peel them apart, that you can say, oh, this bucket is policy, this bucket is politics, is not at all how I look at that question.
yeah, and I guess we'll start with the policy side first. But broadly, my critique is there seems to be an absence of, well, I think the culprits that you have chosen in some instances are correct, but broadly speaking, there's an absence of analysis of power dynamics. I think that and the interplay of money and politics, or I should say power in our society, I think is problematic. I mean, I think that, look, there have been questions about specific policies and assumptions. I've read critiques about your assessment of why China is able to do certain things and whatnot. But and I also think the power questions really filter through a lot of what you perceive to be problematic. And then I think broadly, I think it's also difficult to understand how this is going to function as a political question. But we will get to all of that.
We'll do the second in a minute.
But let's do the policy
talk about power. Let me talk about power. I have been interested to see this critique develop. And I just had Zephyr teach out on my show. There's an episode with her and Shoykat Chakrabarti called Abundance in the Left that I think people would be interested to hear sort of do the power debate at some length. I think this has been very revealing to me about what my friends on the left, and I think of myself usually as on the left, though, liberal, not a leftist, I guess, mean when they say power. I think this is a book entirely about power. But it is a book that treats power highly situationally. So there is a structure of power that arranges itself around, say, a housing development in San Francisco. That is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you build interstate transmission lines, which is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you site rural broadband and build that in the way that you want to, which is a different structure of power than you see in a bunch of the other cases in the book. And one thing we are attempting to do over and over and over again is get extremely granular about what is happening. So one thing that bothers me about the power analysis that I hear on the left, let's take housing, because I always think it's very important to ground things in a specific case. Texas.
Interesting. Yeah. Huh. Well, He's 41. 41.
Texas builds more housing than California. It builds more housing than New York. When people move to Austin and Houston and Dallas, they build homes. When people move to San Jose and San Francisco and Los Angeles, they don't. Is your view, do you find it a credible view to say that the issue is Texas has solved the corporate power problem, but California is permeable to corporate power and dominated by oligarchy in a way that Texas, or for that matter, Florida, is not?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily, I think it's not necessarily corporate power. I think what we're talking about is money. I think we're just talking about money.
So
and
Texas has solved the money in politics problem, but California does not.
Well, I can tell you that, if you want to compare, let's say, San Francisco to Houston, right? You just have a lot more space in Houston. You have a lot more money in San Francisco. And so the power that rests with the money is more concentrated, literally, right? And has the ability in those instances to stop this housing project or that housing project. Look at Austin, for instance. You bring up Austin. In the course of Austin, and this was, I read this in the review, because obviously I'm not studying Austin or San Francisco for that matter. But Joe Wiesenthal wrote, that his observation about Austin was that it was cheap, and then it got very expensive. Then there was, and it was a function of costs went up, rents went up. It became expensive there.
Rents have gone down in Austin because they built so much.
They built so much.
I really want to hold on what you said the first time.
But
San Francisco has concentrated money in a way that
there was no change in the building codes, for instance. Like the argument that
the building code responded in Austin.
Goddamn boomer Brittany. Thanks, chat. I'm sorry. Damn it. You know what I was saying? This is so much funnier now that I've muted myself. I was saying that I have nothing to say yet. So I guess the universe spoke for me. I have nothing to say yet. Just pay attention to how it started. Pay attention to how the conversation's going. Pay attention to the vibe of it all. 15 years ago, so I'm 36 now, I think like 10 to like 13 years ago, I would have eaten up Ezra's vibe. But now the vibe gives me red flags. Okay, is Chess's best streamer for real? Oh, girl. Let's watch Ezra tell us who he is.
So you can just go look. I don't know if you guys are able to pull up data on the show and show it, but just go pull it up if we can. You can search Fred housing starts in Austin and San Francisco. You could just do this in general. You can look at this analysis across blue and red cities. But what the difference? Hold on, let me just. I want to go through this example, but we can go through a bunch of them. Houston doesn't have a zoning code. That's why it's easier to build there. I mean, I was talking to a developer there, and he said, "Look, the thing everybody knows about Houston, if you're a developer, is it's a bad place to be a homeowner. It's a good place to be a developer." And this is what I mean when I say the whole book, in a way, is about power. That in these procedural questions, in this question of how do you get housing approved, what we have created in many blue cities is a lot of veto points. And that veto point can be used by corporate power. It can be used by moneyed interests. It can be used by local homeowners who are not power in the way we would normally think of them, but sure as hell are power when you're thinking about whether or not to build housing. It can be used by all sorts of players. And so I think that one of the places where I quite diverge from some of my other friends on this is that I think when you create this level of proceduralism, this level of veto points, they get captured by interests over time. And that is a place where power can pool. Now, I think the place where I probably part, just to finish the thought, I think the place where I probably part is that I think that the left is often very attentive to power when it is coming from certain recognized villains, and much less attentive to power when it is coming from people who might in other contexts look like allies or just be local homeowners. But that can also be real power wielded in a problematic way. Well,
but you listed off three entities that have power: corporate power, moneyed interests, and homeowners. And I would suggest to you that in all three of those that you just listed, that money is ultimately the controlling factor. So for instance, I can tell you, like, I don't know San Francisco, I don't know Austin, I know Worcester, Mass. And I can tell you that during urban renewal, we had, there was an entire neighborhood that was completely, I don't know if you've ever been to Worcester, gone through 290. There was an entire neighborhood called
Wait, isn't that the Kevin Can Go Fuck Himself? Isn't that the is that Worcestershire? Isn't that the town that the show took place? Is that the same place he's talking about?
Laurel Clayton, I think it was, that ended up dumping people into a housing project, Plumley Village. And it was all run by the Worcester Redevelopment Authority. It was completely streamlined. None of the other, what we would call today groups. There was no equity involved in this, or equitable justice or anything like this. And the neighborhood was completely destroyed because the input only essentially came from this big insurance company and the Worcester Redevelopment Authority, which was essentially owned by the same type of people. And I only know about this because a buddy of mine was homeless in high school because of how much destruction generationally it had created as a result of that. And so when you list off those three elements of power, in my mind, those are all moneyed interests. Those local homeowners, I'm sure there are stories of low-income people who own homes in an area that hasn't been redeveloped, is able to stop building. But I would imagine those are very far and few between.
And I think we should be in agreement, right? If this is the case you're making, then I think we should be in agreement, because there's no doubt that
I'm saying it's moneyed interest.
It's sometimes money interest for sure, right?
Well, what is it the other times?
Let me finish the thought, okay. and then you can give me your rebuttal. When you create these highly legalistic systems, the people with the money to hire lawyers and lobbyists are going to be more capable within them. And so the structure of a society that begins to bury so much in bureaucracy, where you have to know when to show up to the planning meeting and you have to know who the city council members are, like it begins to structurally favor those who can navigate that society. So when we talk about things like upzoning, where we want to make it possible to build more houses in an area, like everybody knows it is almost impossible to upzone a rich area. And that is because they are able to bend this process to their will. Now, you can take a place like California.
All right, well,
right?
let me address that. I mean, I get that point there. And I think that is what worries, I don't know about other people, but that's the type of thing that worries me, because the argument you just made is almost identical to the one that I would have every week with Tim Carney, who I know, back in the day, which is an idea that the problem with wealthy influence, and if you and I agree, then it is money. The problem with it is
we don't agree that it's all money.
Okay,
Money is one mechanism of influence.
But I think it is the biggest one. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the issue. So look, there are a bunch of these issues.
Okay, but let me finish my point about Tim Carney. He would say that you need to have less government. That way it cannot be as corrupted or manipulated by moneyed interests. Now, I don't know if you think that money is the problem.
What is Ezra's goal? Does anyone know what Ezra does? Like, I mean, I know he told us what he does, but like, what does he really do? You know what I'm saying? Like, what does he really do? Like, what does he really fight for? Like, what is I Googled him. I looked it up. I saw the synopsis for his book, but I'm not getting what he does. You know what I mean? Chad says Ezra's goal is to make the Democrats more right wing. Himself. Capitalism. Great. Yeah. Like, what does he really do, though? Like, what's the goal of this? Why did he write the book?
51% of the time or 30% of the time?
I don't think categorically asking that question is, but here, let me say where I disagree with Tim Carney, because maybe it'll clarify where maybe you and I don't agree. Tim wants a less capable state. I want a more capable state. Tim wants a state that does fewer things. I want a state capable of doing more things, including the things it has already promised to do. So when I look at California high-speed rail, I work backwards and I say, what the fuck happened that the state of California could not build high-speed rail, which they can do in Japan, they can do in China, they can do in Europe. Tim looks at it and says they shouldn't be trying to build high-speed rail. And so the disagreement I have with Doge, with a lot of different things, with a lot of my friends on the right, is they want.
What do you mean with your friends on the right? What friends? Who's your friend?
To reduce state capacity. I come at this as a liberal who wants the state to accomplish very difficult things, decarbonizing the economy, building.
Okay, he's a liberal. He's a centrist. All liberals are centrists. Did you see they're centrist right or centered left? But they're all centrist. Never trust a centrist. Centrist left or center right. They're all centrists.
Affordable housing, including, by the way, public housing.
By the way, some of the people I care about the most in my life are liberals. When it comes to politics, though, liberals are basically comfortable with the system. They just want it a little tweaked. You know what I mean? So, yeah, whether you're center left or center right, you're still just a centrist. That's what liberals and Democrats are. And as the world gets more progressive, the people that were progressive for the time will become more conservative. So, okay, so now we know what we're watching. Sam is more progressive. He's more liberal. This is a conversation between a progressive and a liberal, which, to be fair, should be the future of America. The future of America should be, in my mind, progressives and liberals debating ideas. But right now it's like liberals and Republicans, and progressives are screaming over here like, hey, pay attention to us. And eventually I would love progressives to be one of the mainstream ideas in the world, and for conservative policy and conservative beliefs to not even be. That doesn't mean I don't want conservative people in the world. It means I don't want your policies to even be considered, since they're all fucking bigoted.
Building mass public infrastructure, things like high-speed rail or the Big Dig or the Second Avenue subway here in New York City. And what I see is a state failing to accomplish its goals. Right. Now, they would say, don't fucking try. I would say fix the state. And one issue with the state is that it has become so highly regulated, not in terms, I find that when I use the term deregulation, like people's brains turn off, because they think of deregulation as something that the state does for the market. But no player is more highly regulated than the state itself, often by Republicans, often because of power in the way that you...
Philosophy question in chat, but they don't know it yet. All these labels now, can we just be good humans who care about each other? We are currently all good people who care about each other. I would make the argument philosophically that all people are just humans who care about each other. We already have that now. Is it working? Do you like it? Do you like the world the way it is? Do you like it? Is it good? Is it working for you? All human beings perceive themselves as good and perceive themselves as wanting to care for others. So we don't want a world that doesn't have labels where we're just good people and care about each other. We already have that. Chaz says no because of capitalism, but capitalism is good. Didn't you hear? Ethan just said capitalism is good. It's just bad people are in charge of it. Good people love capitalism. I think it is arrogant and narcissistic of us to think we are good just because we think we are. What is the evidence that you are a good person? What evidence do you use in your life to tell you are a good person? Because it's the same evidence other people use to prove that they are good people. How are you different from Ethan Klein, who thinks he's a good person? And why isn't he a good person? Maybe he is a good person. All people are good people, like all bears are good bears. No such thing as a bad dog, in my opinion. But some dogs rip your baby's face off. So the question is, right, when you have this conversation with yourself, it's not meant to tell you you're not a good person. It's meant to say when you have a hope for the world, make sure it's rooted in an understanding of humanity. Humanity is exactly the way it is because it's exactly the way that it's evolved to be. And the question is, can we have a, deeper, better relationship with our humanity? That's the question. So reminder, I'm not a political channel. I'm a philosophy channel. That politics is this. This is politics. It's why I hate it. But you can't just live in a world where you don't also accept that humans are exactly the way that they are, because it's exactly the way that they are. That's why politics tries to pretend humans aren't the way that they are, or tries to demonize people in either direction. It lacks an acceptance of what people are and then paints them like they're all this monolithic experience at the same time. Chet says philosophy is thinking and talking, which is what we're doing now. Philosophy is a lot of things. It's a love for wisdom. It's a curiosity of the why. It's a conversation about meaning, right? But when you make a statement, why do we have to have labels? Why can't we all just be good and love each other? Or why can't we all just be good people who care about each other? We already have that. People think they're good and they think that they care for each other. So why do we use categorization and labels? Because it helps us know who we are in the story. Labels matter because we've decided to put the focus on the construct. And they're helpful. Categorizing things is very helpful. It's not bad. It's what society is built off of. The issue is our lack of ability to deconstruct the constructs we've created because they're outdated, or to examine that we could have done it wrong. We could have constructed it wrong. Or three, that we might actually be miscategorizing the construct. Right? So all of those things play into each other. So the reason I don't like political bubbles is because the way they talk feels devoid of meaning to me. But they obviously have a sense of meaning within the bubble, You
would define it. But I think a lot of liberals, a lot of leftists have, one, and this is my critique going backwards, ceased to see this. But two, they don't take state failure seriously. And when something like California high-speed rail happens or rural broadband, they sort of move on instead of saying, why are we not delivering? We are the people who believe in government. People are pissed at government for a reason. How do we make government deliver?
See, and I think and I think in terms of results, I think you and I are largely aligned. But I think the problem.
See, we run into, this is an interesting bubble chat. You said politics can no longer be separated. Everything is political now. Once again, I challenge you to consider that you exist outside of politics. That yes, on the micro, everything is run through a political lens, but you exist outside of politics. You exist outside of politics, which is a construct. We made it up. We made it up for efficiency. We made it up out of greed. We made it up out of power, right? Chet says our existence has become political, but our existence is not political. It is only political because of how we engage with our existence. It is not inherently political. It is only political because we engage with our existence politically. That is the point. I agree. I want you as the individual, you as a person, you as an organism on the planet to first accept that you exist outside of politics. And then you can talk about how to make the world better through politics if you think that's possible, right? But you are not born a political label. You exist within the constructs of politics, and politics decides if you're good or bad through that political lens, right?
And you bring up Doge, and it's ironic that you and Carney will approach it in a very similar way, but anticipate different outcomes. But that being aside, I mean, I think that is where,
Oh, okay. I see now. You said rich sociopaths have made it that way. We have no choice except what is given to us. Yeah, I think that is kind of a victim defeatist mindset. In my opinion, it's a little too negative for me. I'm an optimist, but like, yeah, I let men fuck up the world over here, and then I focus on how to figure out how to exist in a world where men fuck it up. But I don't think of it as like I'm living off the scraps of white men. I think of it more as like, these white men are crazy, and I'm going to mind my business and also get involved in my own way, because I go to bed every night knowing that these people, these bad people, have no say in my life, but I understand that they are trying to have a say in my life through politics. So you have to separate these things. You have to know, don't let these white men define you. Don't let these corrupt patriarchal people define you. So you can have a good way of existing in the world, and then come into the world with that idea that like you simply exist. You know, Chet says it makes no difference if we aren't working on change. Isn't this a great example of the bubbles? I would say this is like a pretty clear 2-bubble mindset, right? So let's bring out the paint. Oh, I love this. Thank you, Chatter. I'm so sorry. I don't know who you are, but I wish you the best. Okay, thank you for making my work so much more coherent. Okay, we've got a 2-bubble here, and this person is here in this bubble. And then there's all these other bubbles that exist, but this person only sees this. They can't imagine that this exists and this exists and this exists. And they're like most people, billions of people probably agree with this person, right? This person represents the majority of people. Oops, hold on. I'm realizing you're not seeing the whole of my beautiful bubble. And that's not bad. This person's not a bad person. That's how most people think. And most people can think here, and most people can, but then you have to realize there's so much more outside of this bubble. You can look at it in a different way for people that like a different graph. So this person lives here, and they think the whole world is defined by this bubble. The whole world encompasses all of the bubbles. Okay. And then outside of all this encompassed bubble, there's all of this unknown, right? So another way to look at it for people who need to, this is the 2 bubbles, and everyone has a deeper relationship. I guess deeper would go down, deeper relationship, or you can say it has more of a relationship, so it moves up, right? And this person is here, but what about the people here? And what about the people here? Okay, it's all about perspective. How are you viewing the bubble? How are you viewing the bubble, right? And it's okay. This person's not a bad person. They're having a real lived experience. They're having an experience with reality. They're having a perception. A lot of people are convinced that you exist only through politics, right? Okay. And also look at, they're making a prescription in chat, right? Chat saying, bro, you're generalizing me when you have no idea what my experience is. Yeah, I am. Because first of all, you're a username on a thingy. Second of all, you're telling me who you are with your comments. You said, yes, we have to save the world. Sadly, it's dying. You are telling me who you are by telling me who you are. We have to save the world. It's dying. The world's not dying. The world is having an experience. The world isn't dying. What do you mean by dying? How do you define dying? Where, Ethan, what do you mean by dying? What does that even mean? You think you're saying something, but all you're doing is telling me who you are, which is okay. You're not a bad person. But the world isn't dying. It's simply existing. When a star dies, that's its life. When a human dies, that's its life. The earth is going to be fine. If you're concerned about people, right? That's a concern to have, right? Chet says scientists are predicting in 40 years the planet will be too hot to live in. Oh, so the planet isn't dying. Humans are dying. Okay. So humans are an evolved animal species on a planet. They surely will go extinct. Now, if we can do preventative work to make sure that's not happening, okay. So you said I'm concerned about life. You're not concerned about life. Habibi, you're concerned about humans. The planet will be fine. If you're concerned about human life, then you should probably be a little less negative and hopeful about it. Because, girl, at the end of the day, we're an evolved species. We are meant to go extinct. If we outlast, great. If we kill each other, great. Like, at the end of the day, we are not better than any other species that have gone extinct. The question is, why do you put an importance on human life and then have this negative of an attitude in my chat? The negativity of your sentence structure indicates to me a hopelessness that certainly does not encourage a hope for the future. You're not going to get people motivated by negativity. Let me tell you that. Okay? But if you want to preserve human life, then are you also a person who's a pro-birther? Are you also a person that says people ought to have babies? That's the question. Right? Chat says this isn't motivating either, girl. Well, it's not meant to be. I'm not trying to motivate you. I don't make prescriptions. You're the one who's trying to motivate. I'm not trying to motivate you. That's the difference. I'm not here to motivate. I'm here to explain the observations I'm making, right? I'm not here to sustain human life. Chet says, then what's the point? This is the point. What do you mean, what's the point? The point is subjective. You're an evolved animal over millions of years. You get to make the point. There is no point. That's the point. Chet says, right, so you're telling me what you claimed I'm doing? You told me what you're doing. You're telling all of us what you're doing. I would never have been able to come to these conclusions without you telling me who you are. I have no way of knowing who you are. You put yourself out in my comment section, girl. That's the point. How should I know who you are? You're the one telling me who you are. I don't know who you are, except by what you tell me. You know? Chat says, maybe we're just humans talking about how to make our world better. Yes, but everyone's trying to do that. Everyone's trying to do that. That's the problem, isn't it? That everyone thinks they're making the world a better place. Do less bad instead of do more good. That's my challenge to you, if anything, right? Okay, ready? Tao Te Ching, number 30, firm but not forceful. When rulers follow the Tao, they have no need for armies to strengthen their country. Their country is strong because its government is a blessing to all. Briars and thorns spring up whenever an army camps. Great wars are followed by bad harvests. Good rulers are firm, but they dare not take by force. They are firm but not boastful, firm but not haughty, firm but not arrogant, firm but yielding to the unavoidable, firm but not resorting to violence. When rulers resort to force, things flourish for a time, but then decay. They are going against the Tao, and anything opposed to the Tao will soon die. Think America nuking Japan. Hey, that sounds like a great idea, right? Until it comes at the expense of all of these people. Your good ideas for the world will not be good as long as they are out of sync with what's joyful, what's meaningful, what's real. Politics is never real. It is simply the ego of man manifesting in the form of a construct that uses other people's lives in their little game of chess, right? So when you think about how to save the world, and then you go into my chat and say, we're all political, we only exist through politics, you are running the risk of falling into the same issue, right? And now I have to think you're also possibly either found yourself here on accident, you don't know what, this is a philosophy channel, which is okay, but also like you're running the risk of falling into, don't say that's not what you said, that's exactly what you said. That's what you typed. How about this? You literally typed in my chat that we are all political and everything exists under politics. You know, you said, again, you're generalizing. I've watched you for a long time. You said everything is political now. Huh. Yeah, I think I'm still appropriately saying what you're saying then. I think I'm still right. You said go back and look. Oh, good for you. I actually can do that very easily because YouTube gives me all your comments in one section. Okay, you said all these labels Now, can we just be good humans who care about each other? I disagreed with you and said that's what we're doing right now. You said neoliberals and conservatives have basically the same agenda. No, because of capitalism. Profits over people is a problem. I work with my local community. The difference, the clients just take. Philosophy is thinking and talking, which is what we're doing now. I think, therefore I am. Thoughts become actions, which is what matters. Politics can go no longer be separated. Everything is now political. Our existence has become politics. Rich sociopaths have made it that way. We have no choice except what is given to us. But what is optimism without change or action? It makes no difference if we aren't working towards change. Yes, we do have to save the world, sadly. It's dying. But bro, you are generalizing me when you have no idea what my experience is. I went from corporation America to homelessness and now working with my community. Scientists are predicting in 40 years the planet will be too hot to live in. I'm concerned about life, the quality of life. This isn't motivating either, girl. Then what's the point? Right, so you're telling me that you are telling me what you claimed I'm doing. Maybe we're just humans talking about how to make our world better. Exactly. So why am I the bad guy? Americans only value profit. It's a sick system. That's not what I said. Again, you're generalizing. I've been watching you for a long time. I've said everything is political now. Go back and look. Okay, I went back and look. What did I miss? You made a prescription. You put a declaration that the world was dying and we have to do something. Okay. You said, that's not what I'm doing, but that's literally what you did in my chat. Okay. You said everything is political now. That was the point. What do you mean by now? Everything has been political. The Bible's political. What do you mean by now? Do you know what I mean? You're like, thank you for letting me use your comment sections to just explain bubble differences. But like, yeah, I think I am right in how I'm perceiving your sentences just based off of also how my chat is trying to help dissect it. Look, if you've been watching me a long time, then you know for a fact, like how my chat works, how I work. Like, you know what I mean? Like you have an opportunity to speak. The issue is that like, I think we're all hearing you correctly, but you're arguing with how we're perceiving you. So then maybe it's just an issue of bubble language, but I think based off what you're telling us, we're coming to the right conclusions. Yeah. Chat says you're a troll. Chat says you're a troll. But even if they are a troll, you know what I mean? And maybe we'll put them on a little bit of a timeout because they seem now they're trolling for sure. But are they such a good example of like this person taking their time? They probably are just a troll, but man, that felt pretty good to explain the bubble difference. I put them on a timeout. They're not blocked, but they are in a little bit of a timeout. So they might be back later.
People get a little bit.
Ugh, let's go back to boring Ezra Klein. Ugh, that was so fun for a second. Chad says, I don't think they're a troll, just defensive. Yeah, I think they're probably defensive, but that's okay.
But see, I don't think we're approaching it similarly. I think it's at a level of abstraction, it's similar, and then you go granular and it's not at all.
But see, this is what we're talking about. See, like, it's a...
Yeah, I agree. Chad says they got their feelings hurt and then they went to troll mode. That's kind of what that's what I felt too, which is why I blocked them for their own good.
Their policy and politics are in the same place. So we have a level of abstraction, we have a level of granular, right? And the point is the way that these two commingle, I think becomes problematic, where these two things meet, because your identification of the primary problem, right? I mean, this is the point. Like you don't address moneyed interest per se in the book. The primary problem is, I mean, if you just do a summary of the book, primary problem has to do more with the regulation and the handcuffing the state has done of itself. But the state doesn't do it itself. Like all of this handcuffing comes from a place, and it's either moneyed interest or it's not. And I have no doubt that at different times.
This is where I think you've really oversimplified politics. I want to try to find the right example, because I think if we stay high, we just...
No, Chad, you're interacting with this new person too. See how he wants me to tell him how to think? Like, people hate that. People hate living in a world where people don't tell them what's right or wrong. You want to be told what's right or wrong. But when I tell you what's right or wrong, you go, I can't believe you said that's right or wrong. I can't believe you're saying I'm a bad person. So that's the problem, right? They want me to tell them what's wrong, but then when I do, they're like, what? So how about this? You figure it out for yourself, because everyone else is. But, you know, when you say Brittany's not saying anything, all you're saying is, I don't understand her enough to understand she's saying something, which is okay. Even a person who's saying nothing is saying something, right? Even a person who's saying nothing is saying something, but it's your job to understand what they're saying from their bubble. Can you do that? Yes or no? Okay. So you wanted the attention. Here it is, right? That's what my chat's saying. I want you to ask questions, but if you want me to tell you how to live your life, the only thing I can tell you is like my best suggestion, which you don't have to do, is try to be less bad every day, which kind of requires you to in any way examine that you might be bad. And that's the hardest part for people, right? To even tell people like, hey, you know, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but like at best be less bad. They're going to say, but I'm not bad. What do you mean be less bad? I'm not even bad. So anything I tell you to do is going to cause a defensiveness in you, because all of my requirements for people, which are none, if I was to make requirements, at least require you to examine that you are a living being on a planet who can't exist outside of causing harm. So do less harm, you know?
Are like yelling about this abstract question of money. But let's talk, we both believe in decarbonization.
I think that's really grounded, though.
Hold on, but let's talk about it from this perspective. We both believe in decarbonization, right? Climate change is a problem.
Yes.
And we sort of see the pathway on that is we have to build a lot.
Oh, see? Oh, I love this. Chad, are you flirting with me? Chad says, so then white men and Republicans can't be bad then, right? They are in fact good, right? Yeah, in their bubble, they're good. Yeah, in their bubble, they think they're good. From their perspective, they are the good guys. Did you really think that you were gonna one-up me right there? Or are you trying to flirt with me? Because I'm married. I have a wife. I can't take another one. Okay, I'm not polyamory over here. I did that for 10 years. We don't do that anymore. Not because it's not good. Because the consent of my partner matters. Okay? So yeah, in the perspective of the Republicans, they're good. From Brittany's perspective, they're not that good. They actually cause more harm than good. Okay? But from their bubble, their perspective, they are good guys. That's the issue with people. Everyone thinks they're the good guy. It would do humanity well to consider how they interact with badness in order to do less bad every day. Okay? Chess says that's flirting. Only, you know, what can I say? I love a little bit of a thought challenge, you know? Oof, I love a thought challenge, a philosophical challenge, if you will. You know? The idea is to deconstruct why I think I'm good, and then to see if I'm actually adhering to my value systems, and then to ask myself how I created that value system to begin with. Republicans, of course, think they're good guys. Why wouldn't they? The question is, have they deconstructed enough to really understand that they might be causing harm in the name of that good? Probably not.
A lot of green energy to reorient our economy so you can run a modern economy on a green energy basis. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So to do that, you have to move all this energy production over to renewable sources, and then you have to get the energy from where it currently is, right? A solar farm, a wind farm, a hydroelectric, you know, project, whatever it is, and run it through transmission lines to where we plug shit into the wall and charge it. I have done a lot of coverage of this failure point because we are, to be perfectly clear about this, failing to build enough transmission lines. There is no world in which our decarbonization strategy works if we cannot increase by orders of magnitude how fast we are building transmission lines. There is money trying to build transmission lines. There is money trying to slow down the building of transmission lines. Just walking into this process and saying, where's the money, doesn't get you anywhere. Like, I have talked to the private equity figures trying to get a transmission line built. I have also talked to the green, new dealers trying to get that same transmission line built. And I've also seen the people standing in the way of it who have all their reasonable and good arguments. I don't find when I dig into these things that the way I can just repeatedly sort politics is, well, like, over here there's the money and the money is bad, and over here there's the not money and the not money is good. Usually there's money on both sides of it. There are sometimes unions on both sides of it. And so the structure of the book, because I hope people come from this and want to read it, the structure of the book is typically working backwards from a problem. We're not building enough housing. If we go granular on that, what can we learn? We're not building enough transmission lines. If we go granular, what can we learn? And I just don't think abstracting out to money tie the state's hands. If money could untie the state's hands on a lot of big building projects, all these fucking developers would do it. But it can't, because the proceduralism takes on a life of its own.
I follow what you're saying, that in each case there are specifics that are different, and you cannot generalize. It sounds like what you're saying.
You can generalize some, but you have to take seriously the specific issues in each case.
I have no doubt.
Your generalities should emerge out of the granularity.
Okay, what are the generalities? Like, this is what I guess what I'm asking.
I am saying
is
the
that,
default in America has become that building, particularly when the state is involved, has become too slow and expensive.
No,
We
no,
have
no.
created an architecture of policy that makes it too hard for us to achieve our goals in the real world,
Who's
and for that
we?
matter, in social insurance.
Who's
it again?
we?
Who's the we?
It depends. I had.
He
you're
says
not
that a
gonna-
lot.
look, here's a version of the
Well, but I'm
right?
trying to address the point
Yes.
because, for instance, okay, so I'm not. I don't
Let
want
me give you a better answer to who's the we.
Well, but why I think this is important though is because this to me is the central question really about the book, because I think like I could say there's some things in it I like, there's some things that I don't like, but the general point is I think, for instance, like, where does the title abundance come from?
From Derek's piece on abundance.
Okay, we have seen an entire movement build up about abundance, correct? I mean, like, there is a lot of money behind this broad notion of abundance. And Derek, I think it was on the Lex Friedman podcast, said something to the effect of there is a fight within the Democratic Party. I don't think he used the word for the soul of the Democratic Party, but for where we're going as a political political movement. And folks from the Nicholson Center have said, like, we have identified the Democratic Party as the best place to have this abundance agenda. And so as a political matter, they're not talking about,
Man, politics is boring. I feel like Hassan right now. I feel like Hassan watching Peterson have a philosophy conversation where Hassan was so checked out and so bored. I feel so bored right now. I want to die. Somebody asked something interesting, like, should we murder people? Like, somebody, I'm so bored. Holy fuck, I'm bored. I'm so sorry. This guy sucks. This guy stinks, bro. I'm bored. I'm so bored. Can I please skip? Can I please skip to atheism and philosophy? Can I please? I can't. I'm so bored. Shout out to Sam Cedar. Daddy, as always, I'm skipping. I'm sorry. I'm bored as fuck. Oh my God. Holy shit. We're going to philosophy. This is a great philosophy channel, Unsolicited Advice. Please check them out. They're really great. And I love them. And it's called New Atheism. What went wrong? I love talking about how New Atheism went wrong because they fucking suck. Misogynists. They're bigotry. They're bigotry. That's what it was, girls. They're bigotry. Let's see what he says, though. Tell me how his volume is. He usually has great volume.
When I was growing up, New Atheism was at its peak. I read The God Delusion when I was about 12 in the back of my dad's car on a road trip, and I was absolutely hooked. I talked my family's ear off about atheism and why I thought that any belief in God was totally irrational. I even gave a speech in front of my school class all about the problem of evil. Those of you who might have watched the channel before...
Okay, I'm wet again. He said problem with evil, and I was like, thank you. Oh, God, that hits good.
Or will know that my opinion has shifted somewhat over the years. I've become much more skeptical about New Atheism, but I've also maintained agnosticism about God. And recently, it's become fashionable to decry New Atheism as totally dead, which means that we've reached the end of the action-reaction cycle for this particular set of ideas. So I think it is high time for a philosophical autopsy. What did the New Atheists believe?
See, he's flirting, bro. Philosophical autopsy? Yo.
Where did they go wrong? And where do we go from here, whether we're believers or unbelievers? Also, do be aware I won't be able to cover everything about New Atheism in one video, so this is certainly not comprehensive. And, as always, I do encourage you to take everything I say with the appropriate amount of philosophical salt. My name is Joe Foley, and this is Unsolicited Advice. But if you want to avoid caricatured arguments on your newsfeed, then you should check out today's very kind sponsor,
Of
Ground
course.
News.
Ground News.
Ground News is a website and app that gathers
My
related
chat
articles
smash.
from thousands of sources around the world in a single place so that you can compare how different outlets cover the same story. Each story comes with a clear breakdown of the political bias, factuality, ownership, and headlines of the reporting sources, with ratings backed by independent news monitoring organizations.
Love it.
Ground
Wow.
News are very kindly offering anyone who uses my link
Get your
or scans
bag,
my
bro.
QR
Get your
code
bag.
40% off their Vantage plan as a special deal, and this is the plan that I use. So I highly encourage you to snap that up. For instance, let's see how left and right-wing publications differed on a rather bizarre story. The White House releasing an image of President Trump dressed as a pope. While left-wing sources were heavily critical, arguing that this was intensely disrespectful, right-wing sources portrayed it as a light-hearted joke and argued that this would not affect any Catholic support. I especially like the blind spots feed, which highlights stories that are disproportionately covered by the left or the right and ignored by the other side. This feed helps readers step into the other side's news reality and understand the different narratives that can shape their beliefs, such as left-wing sources missing allegations concerning a cover-up of Biden's health concerns, or right-wing sources missing lawsuits filed against the Trump administration. And
okay, Ground News.
Like mess
Go
really become
get
my
it.
go-to news source.
Unsolicited, 40% off. Thank
cannot
you.
recommend them highly enough, and I really hope that you'll check them out. But anyway, back to the video.
This is unsolicited advice for those asking.
1. How to spot a new atheist.
The Novus Atheisticus is a strange creature. Skeptical, anti-theist, and heavily into debating creationists, they prowl the hallways of the library, looking for fresh prey. Aha! They have found a victim. William Paley's Argument from Design. They seize upon this pre-Darwinian folly and tear it to pieces, leaving only the dashed hopes of intelligent design theorists in their wake.
Talking about new atheism is quite different from talking about other types of philosophy. Whereas something like empiricism is defined by a particular attitude towards observational knowledge, or just plain atheism is defined by not believing in God, new atheism was primarily...
Hold on. For those of us who are suspicious about Ground News, guys, all sponsorships are companies trying to make money. So they're not good or bad. They're just another source, right? So like Discord said, I was suspicious of Ground News, but Sam Cedar has used them. Yeah, but Dr. Kirk Honda has also used BetterHelp. These people aren't the arbiters of what's good. They're just making money, right? So like Sam Cedar, Dr. Kirk Honda, love them, but like just because they use a sponsor doesn't mean it's a good sponsor. Most people under capitalism just need to be paid, right? That's why George, whatever that guy's name is from Australia, was like, hey, Ground News is definitely suspicious, but also I need the bag. So just, you know, when I was younger, Republican people just used any sponsor to make money. It's just money. It's just money. It's just money, which they have to get paid, right? They have to get paid. So if I ever do a Ground News sponsorship, just know I need the bag. Okay. It's just another source that has its own inherent bias. Think about it that way, right? It's not that it's good or bad. It's just another source.
A publishing phenomenon, as well as just a general vibe. The foundational texts of this movement were Sam Harris's The End of Faith, Daniel Dennett's Breaking the Spell, Richard Dawkins' The God Delusion, and Christopher Hitchens' God is Not Great. I've reread all of these and a few more for this video, and I will largely base my analysis on them. Obviously, the first claim of new atheism is just atheism. Defining atheism in a precise way is surprising.
Sorry, hold on. Chad says, what's your preferred news source that you think is most trustworthy? That is the wrong question. The real question is, how do I digest other people telling me a story that I wasn't present for and giving me information I would have no access to if they didn't give it to me? What is the news? You know what I mean? Like, what is news? What is a source? We're all just people relying on each other, right? So it's more like, we can't do the world alone. We can't rewrite or redo the wheel, but we have to learn to trust people and recognize those people are also flawed because they're people. So, you know, do what you got to do, but I try to go towards any source that seems to work on the best data possible and comes to the best conclusions. Okay? And then I try to move off of that, you know, but like, just dissect it and deconstruct it and know that you'll never really know. You can only just hope that the data leads you to an answer. That's why people do research. Like, I use ChatGPT a lot, and I'll be like, where are your sources from? And then I'll go check all of their sources, and I'll take out any of the sources that I think are bullshit. Like, I noticed they were giving me sources from like 2 viewer YouTube channels. Like, oh, this YouTube channel said this, but this YouTube channel was all AI slop. And so like, even like, you know what I mean? Just look where their sources are going from, like where they're from, and all like see it. Like I literally, that's how I would do it. So I love NPR as an example. I do like NPR, and I know the administration's trying to defund them and they hate them. I love NPR, but it doesn't mean that I don't watch NPR with, oh, I wonder where they got that story. I wonder where they got that data, right? But know that you can't know anything either. Like, I can't know everything. So at some point, you got to rely on people and trust that they're doing their due diligence with the information they're giving you. Because yeah, like we can't do everything. We can't be journalists and doctors and scientists and YouTubers and entertainers and musicians. Like, we have to rely on people, and we have to rely on people to hopefully get the facts right. Right?
tricky. Is it a belief that there is no God or simply a lack of belief that there is a God? This might sound trivial, but those are logically quite different statements. They have different scopes. In practice, what atheist philosophers normally argue is that it is reasonable not to believe in God. That is, there are good, maybe even prevailing reasons to think that God does not exist, even if that reason is simply a lack of evidence rather than a positive problem. However, new atheism tends to go beyond this. Something all four of these authors come back to is not just that there are good reasons to not believe in God, but that there are no good reasons to believe in God. This is explicitly stated in The God Delusion with the chapter title, Why There Is Almost Certainly Not a God, which concludes its point as follows. If the argument of this chapter is accepted, the factual premise of religion, the God hypothesis, is untenable. Even when this is not argued for explicitly, it is often implicit in new...
You know what's so interesting about Dawkins? I never liked Dawkins, to be honest with you. I always thought he was too religious in nature. Even when I was an atheist, and I was like anti-religion, this was many years ago, I never liked Dawkins. He just gave not curious and very bigoted. Obviously, he's a huge misogynist. But it's interesting that current day Dawkins is not only transphobic, which is not surprising, but he actually considers himself culturally Christian. Isn't that interesting? And contrary to Sam Harris, who's a Zionist, but Sam Harris doesn't believe in cultural Christianity and thinks we should shy away from culturally being, sort of religious in nature. We should be more like what he calls secular, like enlightenment or whatever. But that's what's interesting about these atheists who make a living discounting God's belief, is that they're so bigoted that they turn around and want to be culturally Christian because they're so fucking Islamophobic. Isn't that interesting? Man, y'all are so afraid of Islam. And it's so interesting. What is up with that?
Atheist texts. For example, while Christopher Hitchens does not provide much of an argument against God's existence in his book, he spends a lot of time talking under the assumption that God's existence is unreasonable to believe in under any circumstance, calling it both stupid and prideful. This is a far stronger claim than that made by many traditional skeptics. For example, while David Hume was either a minimal sort of theist, a deist, or an agnostic, depending on which scholar you ask, he never went so far as to say that no reasonable person could believe in God. This also incurs a much harder argumentative burden. For instance, I don't think that there is an adequate solution to the problem of evil, but I also don't think that no reasonable person could accept some of the purported solutions. If I did, that would require much more argumentation on my part. I won't recap my position here, but you can find it in this video. The third hallmark of new atheism is anti-theism. That is, the belief that religion is almost always, if not inherently, a negative thing. There is a minimal and a more ambitious version of this thesis. The minimal version is just that religions are not true and it is not good to believe false things. The stronger version is that religion is pretty much always a corrupting influence on society. Rereading these books, I was surprised at just how much of their contents were devoted to this point in particular. Sam Harris's The End of Faith, for example, was much more about this than any attempt to demonstrate the falseness of religion, and God is Not Great was similarly weighted in this direction. Strangely, the book with the largest number of chapters devoted to actually arguing that God did not exist in a direct fashion was The God Delusion, despite Richard Dawkins' intensely anti-theist reputation. Anti-theism is by no means unique to new atheism. Voltaire is a good example of an Enlightenment thinker with anti-theist leanings, as is Feuerbach, but this is by no means the only kind of atheism. There are even atheists like Arthur Schopenhauer who saw religion as potentially rather positive if it were used correctly. He viewed religion as a collection of ancient myths that contained allegorical lessons for the organization of our lives, but he still thought it was straightforwardly false. Moreover, there are theists, deists, and atheists who nonetheless think that theocracy would be a disaster. Perhaps the best example of these are the majority of the Founding Fathers of America, who held a variety of different theological positions, but all opposed a state church, or...
Man, it's so interesting that man is so afraid of thinking outside the box, in a sense. Like, we really struggle to think of a world without some sort of greater than you sense. Like, Jordan Peterson talks about this a lot, where he's mad at leftists for not thinking outside of themselves. But the irony is, like, they're just doing it in a different way than you are. Like, progressives traditionally are very, very spiritual. There's a lot of spirituality on the left. I don't know why people think there isn't. Every progressive I know is fucking spiritual as fuck. Not literally, but like kind of. They're pretty spiritually inclined, right? I mean, who doesn't love the metaphysical? But what I think people lack is an understanding of how we utilize these things. Like, I don't think progressives traditionally believe in evangelical, like they're not evangelicals, right? But conservatives tend to be evangelical. They want to recruit in a very specific way. I think progressives have very strong opinions about people, but are rarely interested in regulating that through policy versus the opposite with conservatives. So I'm kind of interested in this idea of why are people so afraid of engaging outside of the religious structure? This was always a conversation I had as an atheist. I left the church at 19. You know, they would say like, how do you know right or wrong if God doesn't tell you? And this is the conversation, I guess, that shows up in my chat. Well, Brittany's not saying anything. Brittany's not making a prescription. Brittany's not telling us, like, if Brittany thinks all, you know, conservatives get to think they're good, then who's bad? Everybody gets to think they're good. You can't take that away from people. You don't get to decide how people think about themselves. You only decide how you think of them. But I believe people who make prescriptions really believe like it doesn't matter what you think about yourself. I get to be the arbiter of what you should think about yourself. I never tell people like you should feel bad in a real way. I'm saying like it would make sense to feel bad if these are your values, but I don't know why you would feel bad if these are your values. And what is that bad feeling you even feel? Right? I think it would be really cool to see what humans can come up with. And I think that's maybe my work ultimately, is that I think humans can come up with some direction that leads them to some sort of natural objective output or outcome. But the outcome doesn't mean that there is morality written on our hearts, the way like Jordan Peterson would argue, that there could be some inherent natural morality written on our hearts. I don't think that's true, but I do think you can deepen your relationship with introspection, extrospection to such a degree that it feels that way. And it's sort of like being peaceful. Like imagine a town that's just peaceful and everyone's vibing. But also that peace is an illusion because it's devoid of real human interaction, which is why, again, if you look at my level system, if the whole world was fives, like actual fives in the way that I think of fiveness, truly fives, not people I think are fives, not people who think they're fives, but really fiveness, those fives would still have babies, and those babies would still be twos, and those twos would still have to deconstruct racism and bigotry and patriarchy and all the other things that exist in the world, right? They would still maybe come up with an idea that it's reasonable. Babies aren't born bad, but they're also certainly not born, quote, good. It's not like babies are corrupted by the world. Babies are a product of the world. And if the world is really good, that baby could still decide to be other than the world it was born into. That's why babies born into like perfectly decent homes sometimes become perfectly indecent people. You know? Something like that, right? So, it would be interesting to see if we could actually have a serious conversation about right or wrong without it needing to rely on some outside source that we have no access to. Like no access to. I have no access to these things. So I don't know why people are pretending to have access to it, but they are. They'll say, God talked to me. God inspired me. But they're not literally hearing the voice of God in their head. They're just hearing their own brain, their own thoughts, and they feel inspired. The same way you feel inspired when looking at the view of the ocean. I feel so inspired. I feel so in love. That's not God. That's nature. That's beauty. You know? Chat asking about my level system. I have a video down below in the description. You can watch the levels video. It is in progress. It's something I'll be working on for the next few decades to come. But I am working on it, and you can watch me work on it in real time in the public.
All oppose a state church, to my knowledge. Even some theists have recognized that sometimes religion can be a hindrance. The fourth and final thread in the New Atheist knot is a pretty extreme confidence in the strength of reason. The actual definition of reason varies between the New Atheists. Dawkins, for example, seemed to think that reason would cause anyone to disbelieve in God, but did not argue that reason led us to certain moral truths. Harris, on the other hand, argued that reason came with a consequentialist moral system. Dennett's views here are quite hard to pin down because his academic writings and his popular ones are written in quite different voices. For example, while in his academic writings he is quite careful with his moral claims, in his popular work he is, in effect, a consequentialist, and subtly equates this with the outlook of the reasonable person. Hitchens does a similar sort of thing. He doesn't present an argument for why reason would lead to his particular moral system, but he nonetheless behaves as if to be roughly consequentialist is reasonable and to be anything else is unreasonable. For example, he quite often mocks the idea of taboos, yet holds it as self-evident that religion is to be judged primarily on its consequences. Many have recognized this as a sort of weak spot in New Atheist reasoning, and it's just the kind of thing that David Hume might pick them up on as overestimating the capacity of reason to bridge the is-ought gap. Nonetheless, it remains one of the main things that separates new atheism from many of its variants. For example, the philosopher Graham Oppy grounds his atheism in the idea that we don't need God to explain natural phenomena, but he doesn't have the same optimism about the capacity of reason as many new atheists. Ultimately, any strict definition of new atheism is going to come up short because it's as much a historical event as a philosophical position. It was born out of a general frustration with religion's special status as something that is impolite to critique, and almost all the new atheists mention this as among their primary motivations. And in this aim, I think they certainly succeeded. I can't speak for a time before the new atheist movement, as I was, unfortunately, an infant, but there are not many taboos around criticizing belief in God now. My own channel is testament to this. I have many videos attacking various religious arguments and don't receive...
I grew up in that era. The era I grew up in, I was just out of I was like really a young kid when it was really taboo. But I grew up in an era where people thought atheists were automatically going to be rapists and child predators, because how could they ever do good without the guidance of God? Like atheists were scary, which is like, so coming out as an atheist was so controversial. Let me tell you. Is there sun on my face? Oh, there is. I was like, what's on my face? It's sunlight.
Receive much backlash for that at all. But enough with defining new atheism. Let's move on to what I think are its greatest strengths. Because while it has become fashionable to bash new atheism wholesale, we can forget where they arguably succeeded in their aims. If you want to help me make more videos like this, then please consider subscribing to the channel, or if you're feeling particularly generous, the Patreon, to gain access to very occasional exclusive content. The links are in the description. 2. The strengths of new atheism.
For a long time, the Novus Atheisticus was at the top of the online food chain. It had no natural predators, and so naturally flourished as a result. The Novus Atheisticus was also a fearsome predator itself, and found certain varieties of the Theisticus genus, like the Theisticus creationatus and the Theisticus fundamentalis, easy prey.
Although the new atheists often pitched their arguments against all religion, in practice they tended to focus on a few specific targets, normally creationism or fundamentalist interpretations of scripture. And here is also where they made many of their best points. For example, a favorite target of the new atheists was the argument from design. In Paley's formulation, this asks us to imagine we are strolling along a beach one day and come across a watch lying in the sand. What would our natural conclusion be in this scenario? Would we think, oh, I wonder what intricate natural forces led to the creation of this watch, spontaneously, without any will or intellect involved? Absolutely not. We would conclude that someone made it. The standard analogous case is the human eye. The classic argument here goes, the eye depends on so many intricate parts, all working in tandem, just like a watch. So using the same reasoning by which we concluded that the watch must have a watchmaker, we must also conclude that the eye had an intelligent designer. Thus, there exists a God, and moreover, an intelligent God.
Man, it's been a long time since I've thought about these ideas in this particular way. Now it sounds like a 10-year-old came up with that argument. Whoa, that's so interesting. I feel like a teenager would come up with that argument and be like, you know what I mean? It's cute, it's a good idea, but it's obviously so, it doesn't, I'm having a flashback of all the times I've heard Catholics say, God exists because even if you believe in the Big Bang must have come from somewhere. And that, what do they always say? They always say that, there's something before, so that something before must be God. And I'm just like, that's not proof of God. I remember when Catholics would be like, I can prove God exists using science. And that was their argument. And I was like, oh, yeah, that doesn't prove what you think it proves.
This kind of argument was where the new atheists thrived. The God delusion is the best example of this. Contrary to the intelligent design inference, Dawkins points out that evolution by natural selection can explain how we get the appearance of intention from merely descriptive forces. Moreover, this kind of probabilistic empirical argument exactly suits Dawkins' background in empirical research. Dawkins uses the same general thought against the fine-tuning argument as well, invoking the idea of the multiverse or even evolving universes to explain why life is possible on this one. I personally find this response unsatisfying and think there are stronger arguments against fine-tuning, but it does help to broaden our idea of what could explain seemingly inexplicable ideas. The same goes for biblical literalism or fundamentalism, which these authors dispatch reasonably straightforwardly by pointing to where it does not line up with historical data. This is pretty closely tied with the creationist point, as the literalists they critique are often arguing for a literal interpretation of the book of Genesis, but it's still worth pointing out. If I were to make a general observation, the new atheist books are at their best when they are dealing with the linear causal arguments for God. That is, with claims of God's direct intervention in the causal chain of events in this world. As an example, both Hitchens and Dawkins argue against miracles along roughly Humean lines, saying that it would take something truly extraordinary and undeniable to convince them that a miraculous explanation is necessary, rather than turning to a hallucination or some other psychological event. I actually think this is an improvement on Hume.
A hallucination or a psychological event. My brain heard miracle, and I just heard unknown source, something like that. Like, I don't think you're insane to witness or believe in a miracle. I think they're just mysteries without whys. Like, everything has a why. The question is, what is the why? You know that Disney movie Onward? How they don't exist in a world with magic anymore? So he brings back magic. Just because we're not using the magic doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means it's not being utilized as a tool. But the magic existing doesn't explain, or the why the magic exists doesn't mean God. It's just the fact that we fill that information in with God is so interesting. Why do we want a God? Probably for the same reason people want me to tell them what to do with their life. Look, if you want me to tell you what to do with your life, you know what I mean? You're going to have to get down on your knees. But otherwise, like, I'm not God, girl.
Hume's original argument, which seemed to say it is irrational to believe a miracle has occurred under any circumstances, a claim which has been widely and understandably criticized. This linear causal God is also the kind much more prone to the God of the gaps argument, where something like consciousness is attributed to divine intervention simply because it is difficult to explain scientifically. These are distinct from arguments that science cannot explain something even in principle. New atheism...
Chat said, this might be a dumb question, no dumb questions, but how do evolution and deniers explain the evolution of viruses? Obviously, there are other examples to use, but this one is so rapid. You know what's interesting? That is so interesting. Okay, so I don't know, because the only evolution deniers I know are religious people. So they would say sin caused the creation of the viruses. That the creation of the virus was sin, not evolution. Do you know what I mean? Does anyone have any comments on that? I wonder. Made it in the chat says, I think the watchmaker argument makes sense, but it's also doing the human thing to see the type of intelligence everywhere. But like, can we not see how it could be something else? I think here's the reason why the watch situation doesn't make sense to me. Because even though, okay, we are all nature interacting with nature, but if you come across a dam, you know that somebody created it, because nature doesn't grow that way, even though we're all nature, but it's manipulated nature. So when there's a manipulation to the nature through nature itself, there's a causation for that manipulation, and therefore stands out to us in our pattern, like the thing we recognize as true. So if there's a watch in the sand, I know this doesn't map on to the reality of how watches come into the universe, because I have no data for that. A watch is created from elements of the earth converted into what we call a watch. So humans are very much explained by nature itself, though I understand it's hard for us to trace back our complete origin in a way that feels as satisfactory as somebody who makes a watch. So I understand the desire to believe that something made us the same way something makes a watch. I'm sorry, I'm eating, so like I'm burping, I'm sorry. So, right, I understand that. Like, I do understand that idea, but I guess that would also, I think of humans so a part of nature that it's hard for me to imagine that humans aren't here the same way any of our, it's funny that the reality we accept for animals is the reality except for humans. So nobody sits there and thinks, how did this bird evolve over this many years to create this animal? But yet we do it for people. But like, people are animals. So we got here the same way they got here. We'll probably go extinct the same way they went extinct. So I think because I so strongly believe we are a part of nature, and I say believe, okay, to allow some opportunity for maybe an answer being different than the perception of my brain. I wonder if that alienates me from the religious bubble so much, because the religious bubble does not believe. They believe we've remember that panel we did, Maiden? Were you on that panel where the boys were arguing that we transcended nature? You were there for that, weren't you? The idea that we transcend nature, right? The boys were arguing, we're like better than nature. We're like bigger than nature. Like we, you know, yeah, you were there. Okay. It's like that's one way to phrase that we are like more than nature. I used to think that coming from a religious bubble, because they would say, don't be tempted by your nature. And instead I say, have a deeper relationship with your nature. Because when we say don't be tempted by nature, we're kind of separating ourselves from the nature part. But instead now I say have a deeper relationship with that nature. You know? Kind of funny. I love how brains process information. Like, are we outside of nature? Like, I think everything is nature. But if we had a deeper relationship with nature, would we build skyscrapers? If we had a deeper relationship with nature, you know, would we be doing a lot of the things that we're doing? I don't know.
Had quite a lot to say about the God of the Gaps, and I think that a fair amount of it was very sensible. Additionally, it's easy to forget that some of the main targets of the New Atheists' ire were people campaigning for evolution by natural selection to be taken off school curricula or to be taught alongside intelligent design as if the two were epistemically on par. Here, again, they defended their point very well. The same sort of thing goes for at least some of their more anti-theistic messaging. When the New Atheists said that a certain level of violence has been historically motivated by religion, they weren't wrong. There certainly has been religious violence and probably will be for years to come. Likewise, when they point to repressive practices linked to religion, such as attempts to justify slavery using passages from the Bible, they are talking about real historical events that really happened. Dennett is very keen on the case of Jim Jones and his death cult as an example of what faith, at its worst, is capable of. And ultimately, I think that this kind of critique was very...
Wait. Did he have a faith-based community? Or did he have... Because cults, for me, don't feel faith-based. Cults, for me, feel... Or not just faith alone. Cults feel very different. Cults feel... You know, I think I'm spoiled here. Let me say it like this. I think I'm so spoiled that I'm so used to religious people with education that they interact with faith very differently. And I do find there to be a correlation and pattern between people in cults and people not in cults. I do find that people who involve themselves in cult-like behavior, they're like lacking a critical thought process that does seem to exist in other religious communities, even if they're so religious. It's why I separate religious from cult, because there's something about cult behavior that is so specific. I don't know. There's something here. Yeah, cults feel like fraternities or sororities. Like regular religious communities aren't checking if you come to church every week. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've never been to a church in all the years I've been going to church where anybody cared if you were coming to church on Sunday. It's none of their business. But when you're part of a cult or a group or a club, they're going to take attendance. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Maiden says cults have a high control of its members, generally speaking. Exactly. The high level of control is what's so malicious about it, because you're usually manipulating like really vulnerable people. So it's kind of interesting, this idea that like he would give that as an example of religion. But religion, I think, you know what's an easier manipulator than religion is just fear. That's why I say don't make any decisions because you're afraid or desperate. Don't make decisions when you're afraid or desperate. Meditate and wait a second. You know what I mean? Like, wait a second, because you're probably not making a good one, whether it's through a philosophical lens, a religious lens, a political lens. Like, wait a second, you know? And I do feel like a lot of these people are making a lot of decisions out of fear because they're desperate. They're desperate for a miracle. They're desperate for a community. They're desperate. You know, it's always a negative reason. Doing things out of the negativity, probably not going to be helpful.
Very valuable in certain cases. Hell, I don't think there's anything wrong with pointing to the negative effects of systems that I support and uphold. I am an enormous fan of democracy, but that doesn't mean we have to ignore any of the problems that a specifically democratic style of government might bring. There have been numerous religious thinkers who have critiqued negative usage of religion. After all, Pope Pius VI Nostra Aetate is just one example of this. It condemned religious discrimination and implored people to respect Christ's message to love one another. Although, as a counterpoint to the New Atheist claims here, we have books like Tom Holland's Dominion or Glenn Scrivener's The Air We Breathe that aim to demonstrate some of...
Okay. Chat says, my question is, what is the thing we're summing up as God or nature or reality besides other one word responses that end up not answering the question? What are the qualities on that thing? Are you talking about the idea that like, you know, what is God? We're obviously, in order to have this conversation in any capacity, we have to agree on what the words mean. Like when I say I don't believe in magic or in God, I'm saying I don't believe in anything that doesn't inherently come from the natural world, even when it's unnatural, because unnatural is a qualifier of the natural world, right? So like one person can say I believe in God or I believe in magic, and another person can say it and mean completely different things. So language is so limited, we'd have to talk about what those things are. I noticed I do this thing where you guys know I'm a pretty I'm like a really enthusiastic listener. And I know some of my friends, I never know when to have these conversations with people, but you know, when you're talking to people and they say things like, I don't know, like I manifested this thing, or here's my astrology reading, but you know, they really, 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 really believe it. I don't believe it in that way, but I engage with them in a way that's like, yeah, oh my God, that makes totally like so much sense. But I find the difference between my brain and their brain is the same difference between my parents' brain and my brain, when my parents are like, oh my God, don't you feel that bad feeling in this room? Do you think it's like demons? And I was like, probably not. But also when I turn off the lights in my apartment, I scream and run through my apartment to get into bed because I'm afraid of the dark. But I'm pretty sure I'm just having a reaction to my brain putting bad thoughts into my head that there's a demon in my house, but I don't believe in demons. So if I really had to be the grown-up in that situation, I wouldn't move on my fear. I'd move on the reality that there's nothing in the apartment, because I know there's nothing in the apartment. But because I'm so safe, I almost allow myself to be afraid. You know what I mean? Too many scary movies. Guys, there is this fucking TikTok that keeps showing up on my feed, and it's the scariest fucking visual I've seen. It creeps me out. And then once I see it, I have to sleep with the lights on. Chad says, I think it's a biological response. Totally. My body is like, you know, it wants to protect itself. It's in this like, our life could be threatened. We have to be safe. Absolutely. But if I had to, in that moment, really be an adult and be there, then I would switch my mode of being, and I would, you know, move through my apartment with confidence. You know what I mean? But, yeah, I would be able to like override that fear. Chet says, do you ever feel the same when they say, oh, the tension is thick? Do you see that the same way? Well, I think that's kind of what they're saying. What I do is I try to translate for people. So if I walk into a place and my mom's like, oh, I don't like the way this place feels, it needs to be blessed by the priest. And I walk into a place and I'm like, I'm getting like bad vibes. Like, what is this? You know, I'm like, you know, what is this feeling? Like, I think we use different words to have different conversations. When an autistic person says, oh, like I can see every part of this person's body twitching and changing and their mood is shifting little by little, the comedian is calling it reading the room. Right? We're all just like having different discussions about like what we're seeing. I told my partner, nothing is, you know what's so hard about being autistic in the world is that I will tell people like, hey, I'm getting the vibe you don't really want to hang out, which is so valid. Can you just tell me so I can make plans with other people? And then they go, oh my God, Brittany, you're reading into it. You're so blowing this out of proportion. Of course I want to be your friend. And then I never hear from that person ever again because they ghosted me. You didn't have to ghost. Like I gave you an out. And then my brain has to be like, wow, like they would rather be like, oh my God, you're reading to this. You're blowing it out of proportion. But like, you could have just said, oh my God, thank you, girl. I didn't know how to tell you, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm like, okay, bye. Jess says, why would they do that? Because people genuinely don't like rejection. And they're afraid you don't like rejection. I mean, look at the whole incel community murdering women because they're being rejected. People are afraid of rejection. They're afraid, they also don't believe it. Trust me, as a Brittany, no one ever believes I'm good with like, just end the friendship, bro. You don't have to be dramatic. Just be like, hey, I think it's time to end this friendship. Which brings me back to my JoJo podcast that I just did. Go subscribe to the podcast channel because we talked about this. Society literally encourages you to lie, to twist, to actually cheat on your partner in order to get out of a relationship. People will literally tell you to create a mess of a situation in order to get out of a friendship. Just sit someone down and say, thank you for your time. I know this is awkward. I think I want to end our friendship. But it's awkward. It's so weird. It's anxiety inducing every time I do it. But every time I do it, I do feel better about it. Right? Even though I know it's hard for people because it feels so horrible to be like, I'm so sorry. You're so great. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to think about you. I don't want to put effort into you. All the energy I put into you, even if it's once a year, I'd like to put into something else. Humans, that's why I say don't do anything out of fear or being desperate. So anyways, why are we talking about this? Bad feelings, feeling God. Oh, what does God mean? What does magic mean? Hey, we could talk about this for the rest of our lives. We're going to be talking about this for another 1,000 years. What is God? You know what? My partner said this earlier. My partner was like, man, I really wish somebody could talk to Jordan Peterson and meet him at his level. I was like, I could do it. And he's like, of course you could do it. I could do it better. I was like, I could do it better. He's like, nah, I'm pretty sure I could do it better. I was like, I'm pretty sure I could do it better. Because, okay, talk to me about dragons. Do you like my dragon? I'd be like, Jordan, I love your dragon. It'd just be me and Jordan Peterson doing Jordan Peterson impressions. Jordan, let me talk about your dragon. I wouldn't want to do it on video though, because Jordan wouldn't be able to. He's too defensive. Jordan thinks everyone is out to get him. Like everyone is like, it's like, girl, can we just have a conversation about this fire being a predator thing? You know what I mean? Anyways.
The positive effects that religion has had. I should also say, there is some genuinely interesting argumentation in these new atheist books. For example, Dawkins claims that any God that was sufficient to explain the existence of the universe must be just as in need of explanation as the universe itself. I think there are ways that we can respond to this argument. We could hash out what the word simple means here and talk about the concept of divine simplicity. On the other hand, it does challenge theists to say why God does not need explaining in the same way that, say, material objects do. It also encourages all of us to ask what it means to explain something. Dawkins implicitly assumes something like an interventionist theory of explanation. X is explained by Y when we can interact with Y to cause some effect on X. This is pretty different to the more metaphysically loaded idea of an explanation held by most theists. So this argument could help us to clarify some of the key concepts that work in the background of religious debates, but often go undefined in actual discussions. Lastly, Dennett makes some engaging points about religious psychology. That is, if God or gods do not exist, why does almost every culture have some idea of them? And moreover, why is it that this idea is so persistent? This question has been tackled elsewhere by anthropologists and psychologists, but it's still interesting to see discussions about it.
Yo, you know how the debate bro bubble, because they're brainless, where it was like, Brittany has a cult. Yo, the way you wish I had a cult. The way these boys want to be down on their knees for me so fucking bad. The way they would have eaten that shit up if I started a cult, bro. Literally, I'm telling you, they would have eaten that shit up. They want a mommy dommy. They want a mommy dommy who tells them how to think and when to drink water or when to piss. They would have eaten that shit up. The same reason people create lore around God. I'm telling you, the same reason every culture has a God lore is the same reason every man want to be on his knees for a woman. We want to worship. We want to worship.
Dennett comes up with quite a sophisticated idea of what might drive religious faith if it's looked at from a third-person perspective and a naturalistic lens. Whether or not you believe in God, this question is fun to answer. I think it's part of the new atheist movement that we often forget, which is kind of a shame, as it takes up more total page length than positive arguments for and against the existence of God across these.
Yeah, Chet says men really do want to be told what to do. That's why they love Andrew Tate, bro. Andrew Tate's like, your little fucking bitch. And they're like, yes, daddy. He's all like, you're fucking losers. You're like, yes, daddy. Yeah, they love that shit, bro. They love that shit. Jordan Peterson is like, clean your room. They're like, yes, daddy.
These four texts. I wanted to start by praising new atheism because it has become quite fashionable to dunk on it for reasons that we will be exploring in the next section. But we can forget that for a certain subset of theistic argument, they actually did give quite reasonable responses, and they did make some good points about some excesses of religious thinking that have spilled over into violence. But enough with all of that. Let's get to the juicy bit, the pitfalls of new atheism. And I'll be focusing here on whether they established that belief in God is totally unreasonable. 3. New atheism challenged.
All is not well for Novus Atheisticus. It now faces a rival. the Counter Apologeticus is one of its fiercest competitors in the hunt for opinions. No sooner has the New Atheist published the paperback edition of its book than the Counter Apologeticus is winding up to challenge it.
Maybe the most cutting response to the New Atheists comes from Catholic philosopher Ed Feser in his book, The Last Superstition, and I'm going to read directly from it here. To anyone who actually knows something about the history and theology of the Western religious tradition for which Harris, Dennett, Dawkins, and Hitchens show so much contempt, their books stand out for their manifest ignorance of that tradition and for the breathtaking shallowness of their philosophical analysis of religious matters. Feser offers many responses to these specific arguments made in New Atheist books, but his general critique is much wider than this. He accuses the New Atheists of strawmanning and misrepresenting religious claims and religious arguments. And in some senses, he is definitely right. I'm surprised in hindsight just how little these texts actually did address arguments for God's existence. The God delusion was the main one that did so, and so it will inevitably be the focus of this section. Take St. Thomas Aquinas' 5 Ways, for example. Dawkins strips these of their context and their background in Aristotelian metaphysics, and as a result, makes them seem much weaker than they first appear. Again, I have a full video on this point, so I won't go into too much detail, but an example will illustrate what Feser means. Dawkins outlines Aquinas' first way as follows. The unmoved mover. Nothing moves without a prior mover. This leads us to a regress from which the only escape is God. Something had to make the first move, and that's something we call God.
I dropped my pretzel. That is what I grew up with. Thomas Aquinas, that idea that, there has to be a something. And that idea is so interesting to me. I am just so interested. Okay, do you guys ever see Prometheus, the movie? That movie gave me nightmares, bro. I couldn't even go outside at night by myself. In Prometheus, in the movie, it's so old now. That movie came out like 12 years ago. In that movie, the humans go on a spaceship to go look for the gods, right? The people who created them. And when they show up, the god is like, basically like, what the fuck are you doing here? And then like kills them. The god's like, what the fuck? And like, it's like, why are you here? It's like they spent their whole life dedicated to finding this thing that made them, thinking it would embrace them like a parent, because that's the lore we tell ourselves in Western civilization is the idea is God is there to embrace his children. And this reminds me, what's that Marvel movie? I just saw a clip for it where Christian Bale dies and he goes to the planet of the gods, and the gods are like, you're worthless, you're nothing, why are you eating my fruit? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Thor loving God and thunder and mother and son and father. That one? Same thing. It's like, you think God is going to embrace you like a child because that is specifically what Western philosophy has taught you. But what if God isn't that? What if God isn't an embracer? What if God just kills you and thinks you're worthless and less than? Right? And I think that idea is interesting. Why do Western belief systems want God to love them like a parent? Maybe that's why parents think so highly of themselves. Or maybe it's just patriarchy. Maybe it's patriarchy. Maybe it's not the West. Maybe it's patriarchy. Western patriarchy? I don't know.
It is true that the classic way of referring to God in this argument is as a mover. But Aquinas...
Also, the God of the Bible, kind of like a woman, though. Because they want him to embrace him like a father, but he embraces people kind of like a mother.
More meant changer and sustainer. Aristotelian motion is to do with change rather than movement specifically. Aquinas argues that when things change, they actualize a potential. In order for a potential to be actualized, something else has to act on the thing changing. So in order to transform wood into a fire, there needs to be a spark as well as the laws of physics that allow combustion to occur. Without this, we would not have fire. That potential would never be actualized. Aquinas' argument is that if you trace this chain of...
Chet says it's patriarchy. The East suffers from honoring and obeying your parents overall. That's why I was thinking it. I was like, wait a second. Obeying your parents is definitely not just for the West. So maybe it's some version of the patriarchy, Wait, Chet says we don't worship Joseph, but we do pray for the Virgin Mary. I mean, in the Catholicism I was raised in, you pray to all the saints. You pray to Joseph as well. Saint Joseph is a huge saint. You prayed to Mother Mary and you pray to Saint Joseph. Did you not grow up praying to Saint Joseph?
dependence back, you must eventually arrive at something that has no potential but is pure actuality. This is what he identifies as God. His argument is obviously a lot more complicated than this, and he spends a lot of time arguing that this point of pure actuality must hold the classic characteristics attributed to God, but you get the general picture. Now,
Chet says, do you think God being framed as a father low-key gives men an out to either claim they are direct descendants of God or pass off responsibility to God? I think God is painted by a man because it's interesting because they say God has no gender, but when I call him a woman, everyone says I'm being disrespectful. Ooh. I guess it's disrespectful to think you're gender fluid. God is a woman. Ooh. So they must think of him as a man because it's disrespectful to talk about him like he's not, but then they'll say he transcends gender. I don't know exactly why, but I would say that patriarchy plays a role, or this idea that men are inherently leaders. It's also really good lore. Like, it would make sense that over the years of evolution and things taking place, that men somehow felt entitled because of their strength in some capacity. Though this wasn't a universal experience, it was just like a prominent one. And then over time, that transformed to be cultural superiority in different bubbles, which led to some story that they told themselves about the inherent power of man and also the power of women, and how woman is this, Bathsheba and Delilah and succubus and all powerful. She can ruin a man's life, right? But the way that they give men power and the way that they give women power is so specifically gendered for a reason, because they think sex is inherently not the vibe of the leader, but violence is. And so I think about why we tolerate violence in the West, but not sexuality. And a big part of it is because they think both are bad. They think sexuality is worse. I mean, I grew up in a home where we could watch violent movies, but we couldn't watch sex movies with a sex scene in it. They were so afraid of sex, which is just so interesting to me. But they prided themselves in violence, which is why I say I used to be quite violent in my belief systems. I used to really pride myself in being like, I could do what it takes to protect my family. And now I just think that's all silliness. That was all internalized toxic masculinity. Yeah, I would say some category of man and woman creates this particular category of lore, but I don't think it's a monolithic experience. We had just watched John Green talk about religions on Crash Course on the Discord. And something we learned is just all other parts of the world don't adhere to the gender stereotypes in the same way, but there's still a stereotype to how the men and women are depicted, even through the lore of a god. And I think about that too, which lore, which god, which feminine, which masculine. I really like Hell's Paradise, the anime, the way the gods are depicted on the island. I really like the vibe of their gender fluidity, Ooh, Discord said afraid of sex, but also see it as inherently demeaning or humiliating. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I'm sure we could dissect this and there's so much to be said about it. But I think that's why I like categorization, because even though Jesus is a man and God is a man of the Old Testament, but they're different kinds of men. God is known to be, or Jesus is known to be more in his feminine, in his compassion, in his anti-violence era. So even the men of the Bible have a nuanced way of, existing. You can take Paul, Saul versus Stephen. Saint Stephen, Saint Stephen was a soft-hearted, soft-spoken, nothing but love in his heart, stoned to death on behalf of Saul Paul, who at the time hated the Christians only to become one, right? So there are depictions of the nuances of masculinity even throughout the Bible, but the one that gets focused on in the States, even though God knows all these Christian men don't even live up to it, is the one that I think the Old Testament kind of says maybe isn't as helpful. The Old Testament in its fulfillment gives us an example of God as man, who is kind and thoughtful and humble. And so it is kind of interesting, Wait. Chat says, I disagree that Jesus is seen as feminine. I think we need to do away with gender roles as if men cannot be compassionate. Feminine does not require gender. Everyone is masculine and feminine. Feminine does not mean woman. Masculine does not mean man. I am a very masculine woman with female parts of her, but I am primarily more masculine than I am feminine. Gender is not feminine or masculine. Okay, so men who engage in feminine power are then women. FYI.
Now, as it happens, I do disagree with the idea that this implies a god for a number of reasons that I can't go fully into here. For example, even if we accept the Aristotelian backdrop, I reject Aquinas' later arguments that a point of pure actuality needs to be unique or personal. I think that a mathematical or logical object is just one example of something that has no potential in the Aristotelian sense. It cannot change, yet is still not personal, and there can obviously be more than one of them. Aquinas has a sophisticated response to this because he thinks that pure actuality also implies no limitations, but we will veer far too off topic if I go down that particular rabbit hole. We can also challenge any number of the Aristotelian metaphysical premises, as Graham Oppy has done and I have done in the past. However, we can immediately see that Dawkins' response to this argument, that they make the entirely unwarranted assumption that God himself is immune to the regress, no longer works. Aquinas does give a reason to say that God is immune to the regress, because he begins by showing that there's a point of pure actuality and builds outwards from there. As I said, I don't think that Aquinas' arguments do prove God because I don't agree with their metaphysical premises, but Dawkins' critique here leaves them frustratingly untouched. Ironically, I do think that Feser also does the same sort of thing with some of the other philosophers that he examines. For example, he caricatures Hume extensively in his book by leaving out almost all of the reasoning for his positions. He also dismisses Kantian ethics outright while ignoring 200 years of scholarship on it, which specifically addresses his critiques. This is not unusual for a popular book, but it's just a little bit of a shame considering how much Feser, quite rightly, takes the New Atheist to task for doing the exact same thing to Aquinas. At points, the New Atheists are pretty open about the cursory nature of their theological investigations. In an updated preface, Dawkins does concede that his book is aimed to target the average believer rather than a theologian, and there is some value in this. However, this does sort of place the stated conclusions of the New Atheist out of line with what they have demonstrated. Specifically, I'm thinking about the second claim, that it is unreasonable to believe in God. It seems that the bar for unreasonability would be that there's no scenario in which you could reasonably believe in premises that underpin a...
This is where I disagree, or I try to separate belief versus knowing. I think it's reasonable to believe in any concept you want to believe in. I think it's unreasonable to think they are true because you believe in them. This is kind of the difference here. Chet says, why even bother with terms like masculine or feminine? Then if it doesn't refer to gender, I'm sorry, I like your channel, but I'm trying to understand your views. When you see a piece of clothing and you decide if it's more feminine or masculine, are you also assigning a gender to it? Clothing is genderless. So when you look at a piece of clothing, do you also assign gender to it? Even in a department store where there's a men's section and a women's section, men's clothing, okay, can have a feminine or a masculine touch to it. But it also doesn't need to exist in the... Do you know what I mean? Like... So, masculine, feminine vibes? Man, woman, they, them, Zer, gender? Sex, chromosomes, all these are different layers of existence, right?
A logically valid argument for God. This would involve refuting all purported reasons or presenting a truly insoluble problem with a belief in God. I think the New Atheist attempt at this is to invoke Russell's teapot, which is to ask if the same claim that's made about God could also be made about an invisible, intangible teapot which orbits the Earth. As a general litmus test for claims, I actually don't think this is a bad idea, but very few theologians have tried to argue for God in this way. Natural theologians, for example, tend to infer from some fact about the world to some way that God must be like. There are reasons to be skeptical of their specific arguments, but this is quite different from positing something totally unfalsifiable. For example, historically...
Discourse said, what are your definitions of masculine and feminine? I don't think I have a verbal definition. Do we have a verbal definition for masculine and feminine? It's just so obvious. It's like vibes is. Like, it's so obvious to me, like, oh, more masculine or more feminine. Like, it's so obvious to me. It's so intuitive. Let me think. Like, Like, I've been told my whole life I'm very masculine. People have told me that my whole life. Like, oh, I love masculine women. I'm so into masculine women. But I've also heard from other people like, oh, Brittany's like pretty femme. But that's usually before they've seen me talk. Like, they've seen my Instagram. Like, my Instagram is so much more femme that I think I present, in a sense. Discord said, I think it's because the colloquial definition is that masculine and feminine are the traits we associate with men and women. That's why people might get confused with your usage. Why are you explaining that to me, Discord? I want you to stop it. You have, girl, why are you explaining that to me? I know that. Like, right? Don't tell them that. We know that. Listen, we know that. Why are you explaining it? You think I don't know that? They don't know that. When a chatter comes into chat and they go, why is Brittany doing this? We know that, girl. We know. You think I'm confused? You think I don't know what they're asking? I'm giving them a chance to come up with their own ideas around their own question. You think I haven't heard this question 1,000 times in my life? Come on, girl. Come on. You've watched my stuff long enough. You know. So yeah, when we think about masculine or feminine, I really think it's based off of a vibe mixed in with language that's limited, but can be helpful when shared amongst the people communicating. You know? So it can be subjective and change via the bubble, but also it can be I don't want to say objective, but it can be as close to the concept or feeling of objective as we can get. Again, but we have to agree on sort of like what we're viewing, which is why we do have conversation about like, oh, like I tend to date people who are more in their feminine, but to some people, my partner is much more masculine, but to some people, they're much more feminine. It depends who's observing it, you know? Chat says it seems like describing certain attributes as masculine or feminine just can actually work against the idea that we are just human beings. Okay, what's happening today? That is like the second comment we got today about people just being people. Nobody is just people. Who is teaching you this? Who is teaching you that you are just people? What does this mean? That doesn't mean anything. Like to say, oh, we're all just like people. Yeah, like flowers are just flowers, but some flowers are red and some flowers are blue. Inherent meaning, like you are not, all flowers are good flowers, even weeds. All humans are good humans, even the weeds. But that doesn't mean that we're not labeled or categorized accordingly because we're having an internal relationship with self. You can't deny a human being is just a human being and then deny them a reality in which they feel feminine or masculine or examine themselves or live in the world as that thing. Like you can't get human beings down to nothingness unless we are unless we're meditating out into the macro, in which when you zoom out completely, you can't even see us. But in that point, we're not even human. We're just balls of energy. We're atoms. If you zoom out far enough, humans don't even exist. Not to the eye. So when we examine and categorize the self, we must decide in which lens we are viewing ourselves, right? Chess says, I don't think there's really that much of a difference between the genders is all. I think people are different based off their characters, not traits, not their gender. Okay, yeah, it just depends on the bubble you're in. Sure, I can get on board with that. I think reality is subjective to the moment. So it just depends on the circumstance for me. Like gender is very real, but gender is also a construct, but constructs are very real, but also we make them up and both things exist at once. So I guess it depends on what lens we're coming from, right? So I won't disagree with you, but I feel like it's only true when you're engaging in that framework.
Some theologians have argued from the inviolability and total regularity of physical laws to the existence of a physical lawmaker, and have been challenged in recent years by the quantum conception of certain physical laws as stochastic rather than deterministic. This was an argument that was falsified, and theologians have since revised their argument to work at a more macro level. I have no doubt that some religious arguments are a little bit like Russell's teapot, but this is not a knockdown objection to every one. Lastly, and this is why I personally distance myself from new atheism as a general movement, is that it sort of ceased to be curious. This is just anecdotal, and perhaps it is merely my own experience, but I gradually found that the atheists I knew who were very into this movement went from considering whether God existed to assuming that he did not exist and becoming completely closed to any counterargument. It gradually felt less like we all happened to agree on a particular philosophical position and more like we were part of a tribe. Atheism became billed as a kind of package deal with a load of other philosophical positions that it definitely doesn't imply, like eliminative materialism and a sort of simplistic view of consequentialism. I think we gradually developed this sort of arrogance about our underlying position that was not justified by the arguments that we made. Disbelief seemed to rely less and less on argumentation and skepticism and more on ridicule or just general vibes.
Chat says, if someone wants to identify as whatever gender, I don't mind. I'm not a gender abolishist. I just have never personally once thought, oh, these are my masculine traits or my feminine traits. If someone else does that, that's cool, but I just think I'm a human being. Yeah, that's great. That's your experience. That's not everyone's experience. But also, like, what words do you use? Like, it doesn't matter what word you use. Like, it's still just a word. Like, you having that experience isn't any more unique than somebody using gender to express their experience. It's just different, right? There's not more right or more wrong.
I know that to a certain extent, this is what happens when a philosophical position becomes a public phenomenon, but it was still unfortunate. Surely us non-believers ought to welcome the possibility that there might be a God. This is the strange burden of...
Ooh, you know what? Maybe you're wrong, but because I heard the implication of like a moral or an ethical stance. Maybe you're just stating a fact, which is very cool and dope, and I like it. But I don't think it's unethical to engage in gender, nor do I think it's unethical to not engage in gender. And the world we live in right now says it is unethical to not engage in binary gender expectations. And I would say that's wrong. It is neither unethical to engage or not engage. It simply just is.
Holding a negative position on anything. Your argument is never technically done, but must always be open to revision. Ultimately, I think the issue with New Atheism is that it bit off a little bit more than it could chew. It aimed to not just make a case for non-belief, but treated belief as if it was...
Okay, chat, we're good. We're on the same page. You said, I don't think it's unethical to engage in gender. I agree. Okay, vibes. Vibes.
Something that only a stupid person can have, and that the correct response for any argument for God was simple mockery. Moreover, this blinded new atheists like myself to where we might have misunderstood existing religious arguments and caused us to just be overconfident in our conclusions. It seemed to jump very quickly from some religious arguments are clearly flawed to all arguments for God must be ridiculous. As an inference, this just never quite made sense, and it made new atheist claims look spurious even where they might have had a point. I think this is part of why people reject it.
Because ego gets in the way, girl. All these men are not deconstructing their own goddamn ego. You notice none of them have the humility? Where is the humility in these bubbles, bro? That's the one thing I had to leave, like, atheism bubbles. There's just no humility in these bubbles, you know? Chad says, could it become unethical? Anything could become unethical. Having a child could be unethical, right? Ethics are about the world. Morals about the people, or about the individuals. So, yeah, like, there could be, right? It just depends on the circumstance, right? Chad says, I think this guy in the video is missing the point. Atheism is an anti-theism, but many atheists happen to be anti-theists because of bad experiences. He's specifically talking about new atheism as a movement, though. And new atheism as a movement, when I was coming up in it, was absolutely anti-theist. Absolutely. So I don't know what bubble you're coming from, but from the bubble I was in, it was that's why I left it, because it was so anti-theist. I was like, I'm bored about being anti-theist, though. I was like, we can't just sit here and be anti-religion our whole lives, can we? Like, this is so boring. And then I left that bubble and I interacted with more. So again, I'm not anti-religion or anti-theist or I'm just saying it's not objective in a sense that I'm not sure humans have access to objectivity. But I relate very much to how he's explaining the bubble. What about you guys?
Wholesale now, including the parts where it may have been correct. But for all this critique, I am quite thankful for some of the long-term effects of new atheism, because I think that it has advanced public debate about religion, and it's made people aware of some issues that might have otherwise passed them by. The remaining question, then, is where do we go from here? 4. The future of religious debate.
The confrontation is over.
I think Hassan was saying when watching the Jordan Peterson versus 20 Christians video, he was saying it's so annoying to watch these like new age or atheists or these people in the atheist bubble sit here and describe like, what is God? How do we know God? He goes, I hate these conversations. And I was laughing because I love the conversations. But what I think is always interesting about people is how confident they are about something something that's a little bit more complicated than being confident about it. But it's the debate bro energy that I don't like. It's the ponage. It's actually why Peterson probably felt a little bit ganged up on, because it literally was 1v20. But also he was like a baby about it. because he like showed up and didn't know he was the Christian that they were debating against. And so I'm like laughing that the Jubilee did Jubilee not explain it to Peterson? Did Peterson not explain it to Jubilee? It was just so funny. You know what I mean? Like, what a funny little setup this whole thing was.
And the dust settles. But what now lies in store for Novus Atheisticus and Counter Apologeticus? God only knows.
In some ways, new atheism and the corresponding backlash that it received follows a natural pattern that just tends to happen in public discourse. A given idea finds prominence, gets a little bit too big for its boots, and then a countervailing idea gains enough traction to respond to its worst excesses. Hopefully, through this process, we end up in a relatively sensible place. I won't butcher Hegel by calling this a dialectic, but certainly some sort of intellectual development.
Yeah, for those who missed it, Jubilee's video was called One Christian versus 20 Atheists. And then in middle of the debate, Peterson was confused because the kid's like, so you're a Christian? He's like, well, you called me that. I've never said I was a Christian. And the guy goes, I'm sorry, aren't I here for a debate against a Christian? And you can see Peterson is confused. The whole thing is confusing, right? Anyways, I'm going to review it as an edited channel, not as a stream, because Jubilee sometimes takes down my streams. So I'm going to watch it and I'll put up a video for you guys of what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick the arguments that I think are the best. And I'm actually going to try to engage with them. I'm so excited to make this video. I'll have it out in like a week and a half, like 2 weeks from now. I'm going to put it together. I'm going to pick the best arguments from the video and I'm actually going to attempt. Okay. You can pre-watch it. It'd probably be good if you pre-watched it because I'm not going to show the whole thing, but I'm going to really attempt to have the conversation that I think as a viewer, I was dying for them to actually have. So I'm going to try to have it. I'm so excited to try.
Development is occurring. And it's worth noting that the primary targets of new atheism, things like young earth creationism.
Title said, what's the title now? The title is now Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists instead of one Christian.
Probably do hold less sway now than before the new atheist phenomenon. They're certainly less intellectually respectable. To that extent, it did its job and can retire to a sunlit villa in the Maldives. Moreover, from the backlash to new atheism, a more sophisticated wave of apologists gained much more public traction. People like Ed Feser or Justin Brierley or William Lane Craig, who have popularized some much more scholarly brands of theism. As someone who's broadly just pro-people learning philosophy, I see this as an absolute win. But now that this particular moment in history has died down a little, where do we go from here? What have we learned from new atheism and its associated responses? Well, the first thing is perhaps a little bit of humility around fields that are as expansive as the arguments for and against God's existence. If there's one thing that I noticed from both recapping new atheist literature and those responding to it, it was that neither side really bothered to engage with the strongest versions of one another's arguments. I mentioned Feser's caricaturing of Hume earlier and Dawkins' misunderstanding of Aquinas, but I could have just as easily talked about Hitchens' assertion that religion is mostly wishful thinking, or Frank Turek's claim that either someone created the universe or no one did, which is almost a satirical example of a false dichotomy. Every single writer that I have mentioned today is or was extraordinarily clever, far cleverer than I will ever be. So it seems like a woeful misuse of their intellectual gifts to be attacking weaker versions of atheism or theism when they could just as easily spend that time coming together and...
I think it's their ego. I am deeply convinced that a lot of these men get a little bit of traction when they're at a younger-ish age. And as they age, they don't keep deconstructing or thinking about popping bubbles or doing something new. This is the Bill Maher phenomenon, the Richard Dawkins phenomenon, where you're, you know, incredibly unique and progressive for your worldview at the time. Like when Bill Maher made Religious List, like that was a very big deal. Oh no, was that Michael Moore? Wait, what was Michael Moore's documentary called? And then what was Bill Maher's documentary called? Either way, at the time that these documentaries and things were coming out, it was a very big deal to make videos that were, or make documentaries that were edgy against religion, right? Those were progressive ideas. But now you're not progressive. Now you're just old men who are grumpy. Like you're not engaging in humility in order to have the real conversations. I would love to see these quote great minds have better conversations. But I think in some ways we have to accept that great minds become old men. You know, Religious List was Mars. Okay, thank you. I couldn't remember. I think what's his name? Michael Moore was about climate change, right? So all of this to say, I do think that that's what's missing. It's what seems to be missing in all the men that I see. Like you almost want to engage with them, but you can't because their ego is there. The fact that Peterson's like, talk to me about my dragon. And Dawkins is like, Peterson, I'm a scientist. I don't want to talk to you about my dragon. I don't have a dragon. Dragons aren't real. I know, but what if they were real? Wow, that sounded a lot like Kermit. Miss Piggy, say your ABCs, bitch, because you're about to go down.
discussing the strongest variants of these positions, ones which, after all, might actually stand a chance of convincing them. The second is that there are far more positions along the spectrum of theism and atheism than this debate captured. The scholastic god of Ed Feser might look superficially like the god of the intelligent design theorist, but this is mostly illusory. Feser's god has a significantly more Aristotelian grounding, and we can infer quite different things from him than from the god of the biblical literalist. The scholastic god, for example, is pretty much incapable of changing his mind, since he cannot change. Whereas if you were to just take a literal interpretation of the Bible, God quite regularly changes his mind. If we were to expand a little further, we might encounter positions like deism, which only gets a passing mention in the new atheist debates, but is historically a very respectable position, often taken by people who are convinced by maybe some of the arguments for some kind of foundational being, say a first cause in the Thomist sense, but argue we cannot infer much about God beyond his mere existence. Moreover, it's not just the variety of God-believing positions that get overlooked in this debate. There are whole swathes of atheism and agnosticism that are totally separable from materialism, or the particular mechanistic worldview of the new atheists. Schopenhauer, for example, was an atheist who held that the defining principle of reality was will, and that far from grounding goodness, the underlying chaotic will of the universe entailed a deeply pessimistic metaphysics. Nietzsche's another good example of an atheist who definitely wasn't a materialist. The intermediary space around here is surprisingly rich. For example, if you were to take a roughly verificationist view of statements, or neo-verificationist, I should say, that is, that statements are factually meaningful if and only if they can be verified, then you might disregard some of the metaphysical arguments for God's existence.
Peterson on that debate was like, the guy was like, do you believe? He goes, what do you mean by believe? And he goes, would you die for it? And the guy said, so are you saying that you don't believe something unless you would die for it? And Peterson said, basically. And that idea is really interesting to me. It's very Christian. Like, would you die for God? Do you believe in him enough to not forsake him the way Peter did, right? This idea of like, if a gun to your head, would you deny Christ? Which is why, by the way, Peterson is hesitating to call himself a Christian. Because if Peterson becomes a Christian, he takes it so, quote, seriously that he would die for that Christianity. And that's interesting. That's like, because he, you know, that's an interesting idea. Again, I separate belief from knowing. I think it's okay to believe in whatever you want, but what's important is that you know that you don't know. And it is a belief. Like, you know, I believe in my marriage, but I don't know for a fact that it's, I don't know, always going to be there, always going to be good. But I believe it's going to stay good. I just don't know that because I can't know that. I can't tell the future. So I believe it's, you know, going to be stay good, but I don't know that. But I move with this idea through belief that it will stay good because we're going to put in the work to maintain its goodness, right? So it is kind of interesting, this idea between believe and God. But I think that comes from his Christian, his wife became a Catholic. It's a very Catholic idea. Like if you believe in God. But that's why we're all stuck on these words and these semantics. Believe in God. I believe.
But nonetheless think that an awful lot hinges on the historical basis for Christ's resurrection, or on particular miracles, as these would be direct, observable evidence that implies a God.
And to be fair, you would die for Christianity because the consequence is hell, right? It's not that big of a deal. But then as an activist, would you not die for your belief? A lot of people would die for their belief. A lot of people have been telling Ukraine and Palestine just to give up because a lot of people are dying in the process. But these people, they would rather die for their belief and for their country than surrender. Who am I to tell people not to die for what they believe in? Right?
To a surprising number of people who hold roughly this position, they are pretty skeptical of Aquinas' argument that God must be a being of pure actuality, since they suspect that the metaphysical principles underlying it are unverifiable. But they concede that something like the miracle of the sun does present a genuine challenge to atheism. For me, the main thing holding this debate back was attempting to solve absolutely enormous issues far too quickly. A very simple-seeming question like, does God exist, or is religion...
Interesting that he brought up the dancing of the sun, but then he didn't go into it very much.
...a good thing, tend to hide a multitude of complexities. Are we talking about...
I wonder how he feels about that as a miracle, as an idea, right?
Spinoza's pantheist God, the Stoic Logos, the point of pure actuality, or the much more straightforwardly anthropological God of the biblical literalist? Are the more philosophical variants of these even supernatural in the traditional sense if they don't interfere with linear causal chains? Regarding the impact of religion, which religions are we talking about? How do we separate the causal factor of religion from economic, cultural, or political concerns when discussing something like the start of a war? As is so often the case, I think that we fell into Daniel Kahneman's supreme cognitive trap. Having been presented with a complex question, we tried to answer a simpler one. I think that part of the way forward for public discourse about God is to approach God's existence in a much more piecemeal fashion. This is somewhat reflected in the more recent popular literature around this topic. Something like Tom Holland's Dominion, for example, does not seek to answer, is religion a good thing, but what has been the effect of a Christian ethical system? This is still, admittedly, huge, but it's slightly less huge. Bart Ehrman deals less with God directly and more with biblical scholarship specifically and the arguments for God that surround this. There is an increasing recognition that these questions are difficult and that there can be sensible disagreements about quite large swathes of them. Despite the hopes of new atheists,
I wish in some ways, one of the things I'd like the spirit of Peterson in this sense, but I don't like how he applies it. I do like how serious he takes everything, but I don't enjoy the way that he applies it to the conversation because it doesn't feel the serious in the way that is also curious and actually interested in problem solving. I wish we could be serious without it being like fearful. He's too afraid. He's too afraid, you know? What is he so afraid of? Why is he so afraid?
And their theist counterparts, the issue of God's existence is just quite unlikely to be solved in a scant 300 pages. However, I am very grateful for the New Atheist movement. It brought more attention to religious discourses and did make some genuinely good points. It is possible that our more nuanced public conversations around God would not have been possible without this action and reaction. But at the same time, I am privately quite glad that we're somewhat past that particular moment and can proceed by taking the best parts of New Atheism and potentially setting aside the rest. This is, after all, how philosophy develops. And this is no less true in the popular sphere than in the academic one. So
exactly, which is what's so interesting about identifying with a philosophical system. Because like, why are you identifying with a system that like the creators or writers are now dead and we're expanding upon it? But when people say like, I adhere to this philosophical system and I work within its rules and its constructs, that's why people think you're religious, bro. Why do you need to identify with this label of thought? Like, this is what I believe. Again, it's okay to believe whatever you want. But the reason Christians hear it as a religious take is because they believe in a way that Peterson describes belief. Not all of them, but some of them. But it feels like I agree with him. We should take the good and get rid of the bad. There's just too much bad for us to take it all with us.
What atheist literature would I recommend? Well, I think that Graham Oppy's writings are a fantastic place to start. His overall argument against God is very focused and rather simple in its composition, if not in its details. He thinks we do not need God to answer questions about existence and that naturalism is thereby a simpler hypothesis. He has 2 books that are highly interesting on this topic, Arguing About Gods and The Best Argument for Atheism. It's been a long time since I read either of these, but I remember finding them both informative and enjoyable, and they certainly inform my position today. On the theist side, I probably wouldn't recommend The Last Superstition, as I don't think it's Phaser at his best. But his book, 5 Arguments for the Existence of God, is a great introduction to scholastic and metaphysical style arguments about God's existence that you might not have encountered before. If you fancy something a bit more head-on, the debate between Bertrand Russell and Frederick Copleston is a great example of a genuine clash in theist and atheist positions. In particular, it's worth unpicking the first exchange, where Copleston infers the existence of a necessary being, and Russell argues that only propositions that are true by definition can be necessary. More foundational disagreements like this often get overlooked in debates about God, but they're often the very basis for disagreements later down the line. Above all, let's stay curious. Our philosophical position on God is just as revisable as any other. And neither atheist...
This is why I like this boy. This is why I like this boy. Because exactly, girl. Let's rewind that.
But they're often the very basis for disagreements later down the line. Above all, let's stay curious. Our philosophical position on God is just as revisable as any other. And neither atheist nor theist need let their thinking on the topic decay into dogma. But if you want something a little different, then check out this video to watch me try my hand at defending theism. Thank you so much for watching, and
love him. I'm going to link his video in the chat. Once again, unsolicited advice. Always liked his channel, Very vibey, very good. Okay, now we finished what I wanted to cover today, which is good. I cannot believe we got through so much today. I'm so proud of us, guys. Ethan Klein and his centrist friend, Ezra Klein and his daddy friend, Sam Cedar. We really got through it today. I can't wait to see you again tomorrow. If you haven't gone and subscribed to the podcast channel, please go do that. Go check out the latest podcast that I just put out. I'll link it in the chat as well. You can go check that out. I'm excited. You know what I'm excited about? And maybe you guys can have fun paying attention to it too. New people have already found my content. It's really interesting. So FD Signifier was talking to Michael Burns about this, and he really recommended having different channels because the algorithm gets confused on who to share your videos with. So my first podcast is up. It's up on that channel, and already it has commenters and viewers who have never found my work, who are like, oh, I really like this idea. And now they're excited for the next. And it's like so interesting. They're so different than streamer viewers. I'm so excited to see what audience gathers there, because they will be different audiences. Isn't that so interesting? Like, they will be different audiences. And I'm so excited to see who ends up in which place, because this is definitely like streamer audiences are different. So I'm stoked. Next week's pod, I'm already so stoked to talk about it. I'm very excited. I joked with my partner, watch the podcast channel is going to get bigger than the stream channel. And the stream channel is going to become like, they're both going to be the same amount. Everything's the same. Nothing's changing. It's just the fact that it's on a different channel means YouTube can push it out to more people in a way that makes sense. But honestly, honestly, probably. I agree, Chad. I think my podcast channel is more likely to get a bigger audience just because people know what to expect. A podcast weekly. They know the editing style. They know what it's about. They have the theme. It's more digestible. Yeah. Chat says, off your gut, what is the difference between streamer audiences and pod audiences? It's kind of like, what's the difference from neurotypicals and neurodivergence? I know that's not the right way to view it, but it's like podcasts are so normie. Joe Rogan has a podcast. Everybody has a podcast. Everybody knows what a podcast is. People still don't understand streaming. They still don't get it. It's still not digestible to people's brains. Like Pod Save America has a podcast, right? Michelle Obama goes on podcasts. Barack Obama, presidents, they go on podcasts. But streaming is just too strange. You know, streaming is like, it's hard for people to process what it is. And so I think it's just more people have more they know what a podcast is, so more people know what to look for, and more people. And the videos I make for my pods are very like visually heavy. I've been trying to do that lately for my neurodivergence, which makes people feel like, oh, they can digest it. It's not very long. You know, they're very, you know. But yeah, I think that's what it is. I just think podcast is so, everybody knows what a podcast is, you know, something like that. But I love a streamer audience. There's nothing I like more than in real-time interaction. My brain is so awake for real-time interaction, and I do prefer it, but I wouldn't be surprised if my podcast channel did better in views and everything, because people just know what it is, right? All right, with that said, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'm going to try to get some clips up, and if you didn't see, Charlie Kirk talked to a feminist yesterday. We covered that for the members stream. I'm going to try to get that clip up for those who missed it, and I will see you again tomorrow. Yeah. See you guys tomorrow. I feel like I'm forgetting to tell you something, but I don't think so. I think we did it. All right. Here's some Samantha Dragonati. See you tomorrow.